Welcome back to ScreenCrush, I'm Arey, and this is our full breakdown of House of the Dragon Seasons 1 and 2. We have compiled every single breakdown we have done on this show into one spot here for you guys, so enjoy. The new series focuses on House Targaryen, and most of you probably remember them from Game of Thrones. But even if you haven't seen the show Game of Thrones, this show takes place hundreds of years before. It is a fresh start. And just in case you're curious about what happened leading up to the series, we do have a video out that covers 12,000 years of Westeros history in just 12 minutes. Now, when Game of Thrones starts, the reign of the Targaryens was over with Robert Baratheon having deposed them a couple decades earlier. The scattered remnants of the family included Viserys, who didn't last long, and Daenerys, who was a major player from the beginning all the way through to her end. The new series, thankfully, doesn't move at that same breakneck who cares pace that Game of Thrones Season 8 did, where dragons and Greyjoy ships warped around Westeros faster than a coked up Mario.
I love Season 8. I love all Game of Thrones. Dragons especially.
You know, Doug, that's a great point. The worst season of Game of Thrones is better than the best season of CSI. And if you like dragons, you're going to be right at home with this new series, when the incestuous, fiery, dragon-owning Targaryens are fully in power of Westeros. And we waste no time keeping up with the Targaryens. The show opens with voiceover that tells us that we will be entering the action after a century of Targaryen rule.
As the first century of the Targaryen dynasty came to a close, the health of the old king, Jaehaerys, was failing.
King Jaehaerys sits on the Iron Throne, and the Targaryens have 10, count them up, 10 dragons on their side. Nevertheless, trouble is brewing. The king has no real heir and his health is failing. Succession is a huge issue. Now, we're told this as the familiar Targaryen theme from the Game of Thrones series plays.
Oh, I love that music. Is that going to be the same music in this show?
Yes, same composer. Riffs on the coronation theme and the main Game of Thrones theme can be heard as this sequence goes on.
The Lord, the only thing that could tear down.
The king has called all the lords and ladies of the kingdoms to Harrenhal, the burnt-out husk of a castle which fans will remember from Season 2 of Thrones. 14 claims to the throne were heard, but only 2 were actually considered, those of Princess Rhaenys and her younger cousin, Prince Viserys. He's played by Paddy Considine, who you may remember from Hot Fuzz and many other projects. Now look, the Targaryens tend to give each other the same names over and over, so if you're confused, this is not that Viserys. He is the earlier one. He is made Prince of Dragonstone, which means that he will be the heir to the Iron Throne. Now, Rhaenys is older, but she's a woman.
You're a woman.
Yes, I hope that's not a problem.
So she is overlooked, and this doesn't sit well with her. The only thing that can tear down House Targaryen was itself, and that is exactly what King Jaehaerys was hoping to avoid with this entire production. Well, at least he bought them some time. After a close-up of the Targaryen house sigil, we're told that we're cutting ahead to the 9th year in the reign of King Viserys I. In case we needed a firmer timetable, we're also told that it's 172 years before the death of the Mad King Aerys and the birth of Daenerys. Now, I was ready for some dragon action, and that is exactly what the show gives us. A golden beauty named Syrax flies over King's Landing, giving us a really good look at the Red Keep and the Great Sept of Baelor. The dragon doesn't burn the city down, which already makes this way different from the last time I saw a dragon fly over the city. Syrax lands in the Dragon Pit, which got some screen time in Seasons 7 and 8 of Thrones. She's greeted by Harold Westerling, the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, and he is played by the Hobbit and Outlander star Graham McTavish. So he watches in his white cloak as some attendants soothe the beast with some Valyrian. And Valyrian is the ancestral language of the Targaryens. Princess Rhaenyra hops off the dragon's back, she grabs a coach, and then rides to the Red Keep with Alicent Hightower. Alicent Hightower is very important to this show. Her father is Otto Hightower, and he is the hand to the king. And notice in this show, they haven't even changed the little badge, the same as it was in the original show. They greet her pregnant mother, Aemon Arryn, who is queen consort to Viserys and a member of the same house as these charming characters. The queen tries to prepare her daughter for giving birth herself one day.
We have royal wounds, you and I.
Whatever, but Rhaenyra is way more interested in battle and glory. The birthing bed is not her battlefield. King Viserys finishes an anecdote that probably wasn't very funny.
So I said to him, well, I believe you might be looking up the wrong end.
And then his advisor and master of ships, Lord Corlys, tells this small council that he's worried about a new threat across the Narrow Sea.
The growing alliance among the free cities has taken to styling itself the Triarchy.
Now, you'll remember that the free cities are in Essos, the continent to the east. That's like Braavos, where Arya Stark trained. Now, what he's talking about is that the 3 most powerful cities in Essos are banding together into one force that is threatening the islands to the southeast of Westeros, which are called the Stepstones. Expect this conflict to escalate as the season continues. Rhaenyra is also her king's cupbearer and daughter, and she enters still smelling of dragon. The king's absent brother, Daemon Targaryen, is briefly mentioned. Now, currently, he is commander of the City Watch. In fact, if memory serves, he is the first commander of the City Watch. He's the one who gave them their gold cloaks to wear that we saw in the original show. Now, this character is a big deal, partly because he's played by Doctor Who star Matt Smith, and the King's Hand Otto Hightower is played by Rhys Ifans. You remember, he was Kurt Connors in The Amazing Spider-Man. Now, both he and the King don't care about this triarchy nonsense over the Narrow Sea, and they want to talk about the Heirs Tournament. And they're advised about it by Grand Maester Mellos. Maesters actually still dress the same way that they will dress 172 years later. Now, this Heirs Tournament is going to be expensive, but all of the important lords and ladies of Westeros are already on their way. The King really wants this heir to be born during this tournament like a giant gender reveal party, even though they don't yet know the sex of the baby. But King Viserys is convinced that it's a boy. Rhaenyra's tour of the Red Keep continues as Westerling brings her to the throne room, saying that a certain someone arrives this morning. Now, the Iron Throne is massive in this time period, much bigger than it was on Thrones, extending itself down to the floor of the room. This is closer to its description in the novels, which basically described it as a giant mound of melted swords. Now, more notable than this is the person sitting on the throne, Rhaenyra's uncle, the aforementioned Prince Daemon. Now, Daemon dreams of ruling over Westeros himself someday, and he speaks Valyrian with Rhaenyra as she approaches. Now, Daemon at this point is the heir to the throne unless a male heir is born to Viserys.
Now wait a minute, I thought that there was going to be a bunch of dragon scrolls in the throne rooms.
I haven't seen these since Robert had them removed from the throne room.
Well, no, Doug, because the dragons are actually still alive. They will not hang those dragon skulls up until after the dragons start to die off.
Oh, I was wondering.
Daemon gives Rhaenyra a necklace made of Valyrian steel.
My dark sister.
Now, Dark Sister is a famous ancestral Valyrian blade of House Targaryen. Daemon now wields it, and he says that they now both have a piece of their birthright. Now, you'll hear a lot of references to Valyria in this show. Valyria was the ancestral home of the Targaryens. It was destroyed about 100 years earlier in something called the Doom of Valyria. Afterwards, the Targaryens took their family west to Westeros. So that's what makes Valyrian blades so special. They are not making them anymore. Valyrian steel's secrets died with Valyria. And you'll remember that a few characters on Game of Thrones carried similar Valyrian blades.
Oh, careful, Your Grace. Nothing cuts like Valyrian steel.
Studying in with Alicent in the Godswood, throwing out references to Dorne, Princess Nymeria, and this is who Arya named her wolf after. The king, meanwhile, gets some attention paid to a nasty open wound of his that refuses to heal. Now, he's convinced that it's nothing and it's just from sitting on the Iron Throne. Otto Hightower is a little more worried. The king agrees to have this wound cauterized before going to see his queen. And guys, I think we can consider this wound to be Chekhov's open sore. Dragon scale, anyone?
It's as warm as the maesters will allow.
Don't they know dragons prefer heat?
This reminds us that dragons like it hot. The king is still convinced that this child is a boy because of a dream that he had. And the queen?
And I placed our son upon the Iron Throne.
She has not been very lucky with pregnancies. This is her last chance to give the king a male heir. Like, no pressure, right? Prince Daemon gives a rousing speech to the City Watch, who donned their gold cloaks.
King's Landing will learn to fear the color gold.
Now, whether Daemon is good, evil, or a bit of both, he easily stands out as the most interesting character on the show thus far. We're tempted to say it's Morbin time, but Matt Smith may not get the reference.
No, I actually didn't even know what that meant until yesterday. At the panel, because I'm not on the internet.
The gold cloaks race out of the city and start beating the hell out of anyone they even suspect of breaking the law. Daemon watches as a thief has his hand chopped off and a rapist gets his not hand chopped off. If this was Thrones, they probably would have shown it, but it's not, so they don't. Daemon himself chops off someone's head with Dark Sister, and then the next day Otto Hightower gives a report to the king. Daemon is waiting for them at the council table, and he argues with Otto about his actions. The city has to be safe for the tournament, and the king can't help but agree with him. The new City Watch might be a good thing. Otto manages to get a jab in at Daemon about neglecting his wife Rhea, who lives in the Vale. You remember the Vale with Tyrion and the Moon Door, all that stuff. Now, Daemon doesn't like the Vale, and he presumably doesn't like his wife Rhea either.
I think my bronze bitch is happier for my absence.
A good and honourable lady of the Vale.
In the Vale, men are said to f*** sheep instead of women. I can assure you, the sheep are prettier.
Daemon then gets in a jab at Otto about Otto's dead wife.
Your own lady wife passed recently. Even to a guy like me, that's cold.
So Daemon and Otto hate each other. That's the real takeaway of this, and it's going to be really important later in the season. Daemon tries to rail a woman named Mysaria, while a handful of other women watch behind a screen. This is actually mirrored later on in the episode, when Daemon watches a small council meeting behind a similar screen. So, time for some sport. The king begins the tournament, which takes place in much nicer digs than the tournament that we saw in Season 1 of Thrones. He announces that the queen's labor has begun, and he has a dagger on his belt with a hilt very similar to the cat's paw dagger that Littlefinger used to cause so much trouble in the first season of Game of Thrones. The jousting commences, and a member of House Baratheon asks the favor of Rhaenys, whom he calls the Queen That Never Was. Now, in Martin's writing, a court jester named Mushroom gave her this title. Rhaenyra and Alicent are front and center for the action, making references to houses that we've heard of, including Stokeworth and Tarly.
Lord Stokeworth's daughter is promised to that young Tarly squire. Lord Massey's son.
She asks Westerling about Sir Criston Cole, just knocked 2 Baratheons into the dirt. Not much is known about this guy, apart from him being the common-born son of Lord Dondarrion Stewart. I assume that Lord Dondarrion is somehow related to Beric Dondarrion. Remember, he was the guy with the flaming sword in Thrones. So Rhaenyra's looking at this guy, and she is liking what she sees. So Daemon hits the list and chooses Otto's son, Gwaine Hightower, to be his first opponent. Master of Coin, Lyman Beesbury, can also be seen placing a bet on this. Beesbury, incidentally, is played by Bill Patterson, an actor who has appeared on both Outlander and Doctor Who, as well as Good Omens and The Sandman. Busy little Beesbury. Gwaine is unhorsed, and so Daemon asks the favor of Alicent Hightower, daughter of his rival.
Seriously?
Yeah, and then she gives him her favor. Otto ain't happy about this, but there's no time for this. The king is quickly called away to his wailing wife, and the Grand Maester says that she's in breach, meaning that this birth is not going well. The selectively reliable milk of the poppy is not helping.
Do something for her. We've given her as much milk of the poppy as we can without risking the child.
The joust gets more violent outside, with Rhaenys telling Corlys that the day is turning ugly.
It's been 70 years since King Maegor's end. These nights are as green as summer grass. None have known real war.
And because these knights have never seen war, they're all full of energy and rage and no healthy place to put it. So is this observation a harbinger of the Great War to come? I can't say for certain, but yeah, it is. It absolutely is. The pump is primed and war is inevitable. The dragons want to dance, if you catch my meaning. The situation is even worse inside. The Grand Maester tells King Viserys that he can either save his wife or the unborn child. Now before we get an answer, we're back to the joust where Sir Criston Cole is going up against Daemon. But as soon as they go at it, we're back inside with King Viserys' choice. He's chosen the baby. The Grand Maester starts to cut it out of her while Sir Criston unhorses Daemon. So symbolically, what's happening here is that the king's new heir is coming into the world, as his former heir, Daemon, is being diminished in combat. But the fight is not over because out comes Night Sister as Daemon chooses to continue into a melee. Sir Criston puts up a pretty good fight with his flail, but Daemon gets him down. But then he peacocks, takes his eye off the prize like Oberyn Martell.
You raped her! You murdered her! You killed her children!
So Sir Criston turns the tables. Daemon is forced to yield. Sir Criston removes his helmet and reveals that he is Dornish. Now Dorne is the land to the south that at this point has not ever technically bent the knee and become a formal part of the Seven Kingdoms. This Dornishman approaches Rhaenyra and receives her favor. The king is told that the baby is a boy. The queen consort is dead, and unfortunately, the baby dies too. All gather outside the city at a funeral pyre, and Daemon prods Rhaenyra to help her father. A dragon walks forward and lights the pyre aflame after she gives it a very familiar command.
Dracarys.
It's a word that will become Daenerys' all-time favorite over 172 years later.
Dracarys. Dracarys. Dracarys.
Dracarys.
But notice that Rhaenyra says this word with a slightly different accent, because she is more closely tied to her Valyrian roots.
Dracarys.
Dracarys.
But there's no time for grief. The small council meets and Otto Hightower presses the problem of succession.
These recent tragedies have left you without an obvious heir.
Lord Corlys argues that succession is set. Daemon is already the heir apparent. Now, if you think that Otto is going to accept this, then I got a bridge to sell you.
The gods have yet to make a man who lacks the patience for absolute power, Your Grace.
They say every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin and the world holds its breath.
None of them seem to know that Daemon himself is listening in on this. But then the notion comes up that the king has the power to name his own successor, and that his successor would have to be his firstborn child, Rhaenyra.
You're a woman.
The council is lightning fast to point out that no queen has ever sat on the Iron Throne.
Rhaenyra. A girl.
I love working with women. Let me rephrase that. I will work with women.
Otto drives this home further, believing that Daemon as king would be as bad as a second Maegor.
Impulsive and violent. It is the duty of this council to protect the king and the realm from him.
So, in the book, Maegor Targaryen was known as the Cruel and the Abomination on the Iron Throne, and he definitely lived up to those titles. Maegor was the worst, meanest, ugliest king that ever sat in the Iron Throne. So, right now, are Rhaenyra and Daemon the only options? But King Viserys has had enough and shouts them all to be silent. Corlys puts in a word for Rhaenys.
My wife and son are dead!
I just want my kids back.
Otto sends a raven to Old Town, where the citadel of the Maesters reside.
I've never seen so many books in all my life.
He also sends for a visibly shaken Alicent and tells her to visit King Viserys and give him comfort.
His chambers.
I don't know how I feel about Otto right now. Is he just like pimping out his daughter and stuff?
Yeah, man, it looks like he's playing the game, that's for sure. Otto gets what he wanted, though, because Alicent visits the king in one of her mother's dresses with a big book of history in her hands. She speaks words of comfort to the king while he works on a model of King's Landing. Nothing torrid here. At least not yet. But Daemon's game is going strong in a pleasure house on the Street of Silk. Everyone toasts that he is the heir once more, and Daemon gives a speech.
Gods give just as the gods take away.
He's not so easily replaced. We cut to Otto the following morning, who reports this to the king. What did Daemon do next? He made a toast to the king's dead newborn and called him heir for a day. This party was a celebration of the king's misery. We then see King Viserys sitting on the giant Iron Throne himself as Daemon enters the throne room. He asks if he really said what was reported, and Daemon's response is,
"We must all mourn in our own way."
Anger and resentment pour out of them both as Daemon dunks on Otto Hightower for being a worthless second son.
A second son who stands to inherit nothing he doesn't seize for himself.
He calls Viserys weak. In response, Viserys says that he's decided to name a new heir. Daemon will return to the Vale at once on the king's command. So then the king pricks his finger on the Iron Throne, and symbolically this is very important. The reason Aegon had this throne made from the swords of his defeated enemies is because a king could never get too comfortable on this throne. They had to understand that their position was always in danger. In the case of King Viserys, Daemon's right. He is a weak king. He tries to appease everybody. So this little tiny cut is showing that there is a weakness in his rule that is soon about to be exploited in war. So then the king appears before a set of lit candles under the skull of Balerion. That's the dragon that belonged to Aegon the Conqueror. Rhaenyra joins him and he tells her that Balerion was the last creature that saw Valyria before the doom. And then he asks her,
"When you look at the dragons, what do you see?"
Rhaenyra is confused and shaken, but King Viserys demands an answer.
Everyone says Targaryens are closer to gods than to men. But they say that because of our dragons. Without them, we're just like everyone else.
And then the king replies with,
"The idea that we control the dragons is an illusion."
He then says that the dragons caused the doom of Valyria and gives her a warning. They will bring the same doom down on them if they neglect their history. And any king has to understand this. Or queen. After so many wasted years waiting for a male heir, Viserys makes a choice that was right in front of him the whole time. His heir shall be Rhaenyra. And one by one, members of the court swear new allegiance to both Viserys and Rhaenyra. Lord Corlys is first, and he swears his allegiance with the familiar phrase.
"I swear this, by the old gods and the new."
I swear it by the old gods and the new.
House Hightower and House Baratheon follow suit, followed by Rickon Stark, the Lord of Winterfell. We're guessing the Game of Thrones fans will recognize the name and the location. Viserys has also told Rhaenyra a story about Aegon the Conqueror. He was not guided by a need for conquest. It was a dream, one in which Aegon saw the end of the world of men.
Just to begin with a terrible winter, Aegon saw absolute darkness riding on those winds.
And he adds,
Targaryen must be seated on the Iron Throne. A king or queen, strong enough to unite the realm against the cold.
So, according to Viserys, Aegon called his dream a song of ice and fire.
That's what Sam Tarly calls the history he writes in the Thrones finale.
That's right, and it's also what George R.R. Martin calls this overall throne saga. So Viserys asked Rhaenyra to keep this secret, which has been passed down from ruler to ruler since the time of Aegon himself. And it makes you realize that had Robert's rebellion not happened, this secret would have been kept with the Targaryen line, and Daenerys would have known it, instead of needing Jon Snow to convince her to go off and fight the White White Walkers. So then Daemon flies off on his dragon as Viserys officially declares Rhaenyra his heir in front of the entire court. The familiar strains of the main Game of Thrones title music begin to play once more and continues to play over the end credits. So I guess that winter is coming once again, but it's a winter that we've already seen get defeated on another show. Now, did a Targaryen end up uniting all of Westeros against the Long Night? Kind of, yeah. They would not have defeated the White Walkers without Jon Snow, who was a stealth Targaryen, or without Daenerys Stormborn, obviously a Targaryen. The real enemy that the Long Night brought us was a horde of badly calibrated televisions, but that's another video. It is interesting that for this premiere, there was no opening credit sequence or any titles to speak of. That may change going forward, but for now, it's an interesting way to make this show different from the one that came before it. Now, before we move forward, allow me a moment to look behind. Some of you brilliant viewers caught us on a few mistakes that we made in our breakdown of the premiere, and it's time for me to own up to my crimes. Baelor! We didn't see the Great Sept of Baelor in the opening flyover of King's Landing because Baelor the Blessed hasn't even been born yet. He will build the Sept later on in George R.R. Martin's history.
Our bad.
And when it comes to this dagger, we said it looked familiar to the dagger that was ultimately used to kill the Night King. But we didn't say that it was the same dagger. It might be the same. It might be. It probably is. It would be cool if it was. But don't you think it's more of a possibility that a Valyrian blacksmith in some crazy scheme to turn a profit made more than one knife?
Scheme to actually turn a profit made more than one?
Consider us all on Dagger Watch.
Dagger Watch.
And with those apologies out of the way, let's press forward to episode 2. Picking up less than half a year after the premiere, we're instantly reminded of the drama in the Stepstones, with the alliance of the Free Cities banding together under the torture-loving leadership of Kragas Dahar, aka the Crab Feeder. The opening shots of carnage are not subtle in reminding us of the Crab Feeder's threat.
They call him the Crab Feeder, due to his inventive methods of punishing his enemies.
So how long is the king going to let these crabs feed on his people? The opening scene is brutal, showing these crabs consume a man's living flesh, but it's also symbolic of what's happening in the realm right now. Various lords and houses can sense that Viserys is weak, and they're feasting on the flesh of the realm. And then we cut away to him, drinking wine, safe in King's Landing. So this danger is looming in the background, but the court of King Viserys is more interested in their own selfish agendas. Most of the episode features everyone angling around the king like it's the first act of Richard III.
Plots have I led.
Lord Corlys Velaryon is the only one taking the Crab Feeder threat seriously.
The Stepstones have now grown into a conflagration, yet you sit here and dither about court business.
The Master of Ships and Lord of the Driftmark is also known as the Sea Snake, and he has a good reason to be upset because this threat affects him and his lands directly. The Stepstones represent one of the key shipping lanes in the Seven Kingdoms, and if those shipping lanes shut down, his house will pay the financial price. He wants the king to allow him to take drastic action.
I want to seize the Stepstones by force and burn out this Crab Feeder.
Now, Viserys doesn't want war with the Free Cities. It's never happened before.
Were that to happen, the losses would be incalculable.
As Corlys says in this episode, his family is the only other house to escape the doom of Valyria. And because they hail from Essos, he's not a pasty white guy like all the other lords of Westeros. He rules an island called the Driftmark, which is between Dragonstone and King's Landing. Corlys does not take this rejection well, but he's nice enough to let us all know that Prince Daemon Targaryen,
Your Grace,
has taken control of Dragonstone and fortified it with the Gold Cloaks. Now, you'll remember Dragonstone from Thrones. It was used as a stronghold by Stannis, Father of the Year Baratheon, as well as Daenerys Targaryen. In Martin's lore, it became the home of House Targaryen after Daenerys foresaw the doom of Valyria and got out of Dodge. Those who left brought several dragons with them, but only Balerion the Black Dread survived. The dragons Meraxes and Vhagar were hatched there, and the castle of Dragonstone was built and shaped with Valyrian magic. Aegon the Conqueror planned his conquest from this location, and Balerion, Meraxes, and Vhagar were the 3 dragons that helped him. Now, going back to the Crab Feeder issue, Viserys has sent envoys to places that will be familiar to fans. Pentos and Volantis. That's not going to be enough for Corlys, though. He has other plans brewing. Viserys' heir Rhaenyra has been listening this whole time, and she gives her own solution.
You have dragon riders, father. Send us.
But Viserys shoots this down in patronizing fashion.
It isn't that simple.
So Rhaenyra is not going to be content to sit at court and play games. She wants to be in on the action personally, and preferably on Dragonback. We also can't forget that her inner fire is being stoked by the loss of her mother. Either no one gets that, or no one cares. Rhaenyra is kind of a cross between Arya Stark,
I won't cut you. Don't worry.
and Daenerys Targaryen.
Dracarys.
And she's now going to have to take things into her own hands.
I gotta go my own way.
The king fobs her off on the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Harold Westerling. They have a member of the Kingsguard to replace, and because this new member will be guarding Rhaenyra personally, they all think that she should be in on the selection. Conveniently, it also gives her something to do.
Why is there a vacancy in the Kingsguard?
Well, I'm glad you asked, Doug. The previous Lord Commander, Sir Ryam Redwine, has recently passed away peacefully.
He passed in peace, I hope.
He served under both Jaehaerys and Viserys and was considered to be the greatest knight of his day. He briefly served Jaehaerys as Hands of the King, but was thought to be one of the worst hands that the realm ever had. His legend persisted all the way into the era of Game of Thrones. When the Stark children pretend as kids, the role of Ryam was taken by none other than Jon Snow.
My watch is ended.
Viserys is told that the Silent Sisters attended to his body, and this is the first time in a long time that we're getting any reference to them. They were the women with the embroidery stuck to their heads who appeared mostly in Season 1 of Thrones. They were gradually phased out completely and never seen or heard from again. The Kingsguard selection process proceeds with Rhaenyra looking miserable, and a Schemathon 3000 begins as well. Otto Hightower whispers in her ear as she hears from this useless group of tourney knights.
You might thank him for his leal service, Princess.
Now we couldn't help but think about another character who's likely to whisper ideas in people's heads.
And if one of you were planning to harm the other in any way, wouldn't she be honor bound to intercede?
Westerling's collection of poacher catchers includes a knight from House Malastare, a house that we heard of on Thrones, but it is Criston Cole, the Dornish nobody turned knight that defeated Daemon in the Heirs tournament, that once again catches Rhaenyra's eye. Unlike the others, he has seen combat.
I fought for a year as a foot soldier against the Dornish incursion.
Not only did he fight against the Dornish, but he did so to protect the Stormlands, the ancestral home of House Baratheon. Rhaenyra makes her completely expected selection.
I choose Sir Criston Cole.
Otto reminds her of the tactical importance of House Malastare and their bastion called Seaguard, and he also references House Crakehall. Now, both houses are important when it comes to defending against the Iron Islands, and we all know what lovely house lives there.
What is dead may never die.
What is dead may never die.
Never trust a Greyjoy.
The North remembers.
Viserys has continued to have his weird little gatherings with Alicent. They've become a source of comfort for the king, so good for him. He's finished his model, and he gives Alicent and us a nice history of old Valyria.
The Dragon Lords, the highest of the nobility, lived here, at the volcanic face.
And by the way, we mistakenly said this was a model of King's Landing. Sorry about that. Alicent is impressed by this history, and she wonders if Westeros could become Valyria reborn. Viserys is under no illusions about whether this is possible.
The glory of old Valyria will never be seen again.
Well, for one thing, not with that attitude it won't. For another, he's right. This is a house and kingdom in decline, and it's not at all on the path to becoming what Valyria once was. Viserys knows it. You can see the haunted sadness in his eyes. The glory of old Valyria has been reduced to a model that's only fit for Lego minifigs. The king drops and breaks one of his little dragon figures, but Alicent is there to soothe him and counsels him about Rhaenyra. She reminds him that she is still grieving.
It will take time. It did when I lost my own mother.
And that he might try changing tactics.
What if you went to her?
Now, of course, the breaking of the dragon model is symbolic of the fracturing happening within the realm and within House Targaryen. Later, Alicent has the dragon mended, which maybe subconsciously makes the king feel like that she can heal his house. Is Alicent being kind to the king?
You do have such an easy way about you, Your Grace.
No, she's playing her own game, and let's not forget who her daddy is. He's the one who had her begin these little visits in the first place.
You might wear one of your mother's dresses.
Does Alicent's best friend Rhaenyra know that these visits take place?
I fear that she wouldn't understand them.
No, Your Grace.
Far be it from me to disagree with the king, but Rhaenyra would understand completely. Thankfully, for now, she doesn't know. Alicent and Rhaenyra have some bestie time next, and Rhaenyra isn't happy at all about everyone pressuring her father to marry, for multiple reasons.
It's only been half a year since my mother died, and already they tried to marry my father off and replace me as heir.
By the light of the seven, Alicent tries to grease the wheels on this.
You cannot worry at the matters of lords and kings, Rhaenyra. What if your father were to remarry? Your father loves you.
It would seem that the next phase of her game involves gaslighting her best friend. She knows the pain of losing a mother and uses it to her advantage. If you need further proof about what's really happening, we submit the following evidence. Rhaenyra is heir to the throne and a dragon rider. She's not a little girl who needs protection. Viserys won't see this, so Alicent has a suggestion for that too.
When I wish to talk with him, I know that I must make the effort.
Always in damage control mode, Viserys tries to mend fences with Lord Corlys and Princess Rhaenys. Corlys is a member of House Velaryon, and they came to Westeros before the Targaryens. While Targaryen power came from the dragons, Velaryon power came from ships. House Velaryon is on the rise in this time period, but do you remember them from Game of Thrones? They're still around, but they don't do much. Something to keep in mind. The scheming continues as Corlys apologizes for being pissy, and Viserys accepts it because the realm needs the Valyrian fleet. Corlys and Rhaenys proceed to list off a grand list of the problems that Viserys has.
At the moment, the crown is perceived as being vulnerable,
with a female heir being one of the chief issues. Then we hear some of the best wisdom dispatched in the entire episode.
To elude a storm, you can either sail into it or around it. But you must never await its coming.
I mean, that's great, and he has an action plan. He wants to unite the Targaryens and the Velaryons, the last two surviving Valyrian houses. The Targaryen dragons and the Valyrian fleet united would be quite a thing.
By sea or by air?
They want Viserys to marry their daughter, Laena. So what could go wrong? The little cut that Viserys got on his finger from the Iron Throne has gotten worse, but the Grand Maester has plans for it.
The maggots will remove the dead flesh and hopefully stop the advance of the rot.
Viserys' body is about as healthy as his reign. Little bits are going to start getting cut off left and right. The maggots eating his flesh are like the crabs at the start of the episode. They're symbolic of the rot of the realm. The Iron Throne itself is symbolic for what it means to be a ruler. It's a chair that you can never get too comfortable sitting on. Viserys is a very comfortable king, and so the throne cut him. We're reminded again that House Targaryen's strongest days are in the past, but Viserys mentions Corlys' hope that the best is yet to come. Otto hears about the big marriage plan and lightly lays out the biggest issue with it.
The Lady Laena is young, Your Grace.
The Grand Maester thinks that uniting these two houses is the smart move. Otto employs the Hightower gift for using their own tragedy as a way into the king's head, and Viserys doesn't even know this is happening. He loves this man and trusts him implicitly. He is completely unaware that he's being played. Whether it's Laena or not, the king is going to have to marry someone. Now, will he make the smart but morally bankrupt choice for the sake of the realm, or is he being led in another direction without even knowing it? He walks with Lady Laena the next day, and here's why the smart choice is always the morally bankrupt choice.
Oh, no.
So this conversation is uncomfortable, but we also learn a lot of information. We learn that Viserys himself was the last rider of Balerion the Black Dread, the rider that was once ridden by Aegon himself.
Balerion was the last living creature to have seen old Valyria before the Doom.
Laena mentions that the dragon Vhagar still lives. That's the dragon ridden during Aegon's conquest by Queen Visenya. That's one of Aegon's sister wives. Vhagar has since become too large for the dragon pit, so there are only rumors about where she is now.
The dragon keepers believe she made home somewhere on the coast of the Narrow Sea.
Now, Laena may be young, but she's no dope. Her mother also made her a promise, but I'll let her say it.
That I wouldn't have to bed you until I turned 14.
Rhaenyra watches this display and is unhappy that a 12-year-old could end up becoming her stepmother. The nearby Rhaenys is nice enough to twist the knife a little further, and she's not thrilled either, but she's resigned to crap like this. She stokes some additional fear in Rhaenyra because Viserys could marry and have a male child. Everyone would prefer that a male child be the heir over Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra's response?
When I'm queen, I will create a new order.
And we couldn't help but be reminded of this.
I'm not going to stop the wheel. I'm going to break the wheel.
The queen that never was is not so easily dismissed. She showcases wit in the episode that makes me think of a younger Elena Tyrell.
Tell Cersei I wanted to know it was me.
The hard truth that she's learned is this.
Men would sooner put the realm to the torch than see a woman ascend the Iron Throne.
Now, as we know, the realm ultimately does get put to the torch in a manner of speaking, but not for that reason. Next up, Daemon steals a dragon egg and leaves a note telling everyone that in the tradition of Old Valyria, he intends to take Mysaria as a second wife. She's the woman that he fooled around with during the premiere. He claims that she is already with child, and as per Targaryen custom, the egg he stole will be placed in the baby's cradle. Targaryens and their dragons come very close to imprinting on one another.
Jacob imprinted.
They can't hurt her.
He's invited the king to attend the wedding, which is such a Daemon move to do. The realm is watching. What is Viserys supposed to do? Send Daemon to the Night's Watch? They're up and running in this time period, and Viserys confirms it.
The realm is watching, Your Grace.
What would you have me do? Send him to the wall.
Daemon is extra as hell, so he didn't just take any old dragon egg. He took the egg of the dragon Dreamfire, which was the one meant to share the cradle with the deceased baby Balon, the heir for a day. So Daemon has successfully provoked Viserys into wanting to go to Dragonstone personally, but Otto shuts this down. It's too dangerous, so Otto will go instead. It's about time for our weekly round of Daemon versus Otto. Before he leaves, Otto checks with Alicent as to whether or not she's going to see the king that evening. She is. Now, we don't know it yet, but this episode is less Otto versus Daemon than it is Otto versus Corlys. So Otto is off to Dragonstone with Sir Criston and Sir Harold Westerling, and they meet with a very smug Daemon on the ramparts. He's got Mysaria with him and a large contingent of his gold cloaks, and he's casually tossing the egg around.
Very good.
Otto does his best to cut deep by calling a potential child of Daemon and Mysaria a bastard, and you remember how well Westeros regards bastards.
You'll hang for this bastard.
Daemon still has everyone where he wants them, mutually assured destruction, still gets drawn on both sides, and Daemon reveals that he also has his dragon Caraxes on his side. And we're given a really good look at the saddles and heraldry that the Targaryens place on their dragons. Otto and the boys look screwed until a hot-headed Rhaenyra comes in flying on Syrax and evens up the odds. Unlike Otto, Rhaenyra proves to be more than a match for Daemon. As we saw in the premiere, she understands him. They have a bond. It's a messy bond, but a bond nonetheless. Now, it's because of this that Rhaenyra is able to blow holes right through Daemon's bluster. Mysaria isn't even pregnant, and Rhaenyra goes on to pull a fearless ace on Daemon.
I'm right here, Uncle. If you wish to be restored as heir, you'll need to kill me, so do it. And be done with all this bother.
He can't kill her. Instead, he walks away and tosses the egg back. His farce is over, ended by a girl who's mostly fearless. She'd rather face dragon fire than face grief. Now, this scene on the steps also reminded me of another pair of Targaryens meeting, an aunt and nephew instead of an uncle and niece. Daemon tries to find comfort with Mysaria, but she didn't know about their wedding at all. He's treating her like property, and she's had her fill of that, so she could be one to watch. And by the way, this entire encounter appears to take place in the same room as the map room, where Tyrion gave Daenerys some terrible advice and Lady Olenna gave her this advice.
You're a dragon. Be a dragon.
Not a great plan. Although I could be wrong, because the map was built by Aegon the Conqueror 100 years before this show takes place, and the map is clearly not in this room. So there could be more than one room that looks like this. Nevertheless, the architecture is very similar. Back in King's Landing, Viserys gets some advice from a small council member, Lionel Strong, Lord of Harrenhal. Once again, he's told that marrying Laena Velaryon is the smart choice, one that would solve multiple problems at once. So what's Viserys' main issue with this?
She is 12.
Corlys will be a problem if this proposal is rejected, but he will be a great ally if their houses are joined. Still, the fact remains,
she is 12.
He's told that Rhaenyra has returned from Dragonstone, and this is definitely news to him. He chides her for his actions, as she does not get permission to do any of this. She definitely got no permission to save the day. Viserys still wants to protect a girl that no longer needs protection. And by the way, notice that her armor is shaped like dragon scales. Awesome detail. So, only in this moment did the two of them finally talk about the wife and mother they have lost, and how their grief persists.
The Red Keeper's lost a warmth, and I dare say it will never recover.
It pleases me to hear you say this. To know that I'm not alone in my grief.
This is a wound that will never heal, much like the finger that has been cut on the Iron Throne. Though honestly, they reach understanding. Rhaenyra is no longer a child. Viserys has to accept that whether he likes it or not, and she understands that Viserys must take a new wife. Their line is vulnerable and he has a duty. Rhaenyra may not like it, but she accepts it. All that's left is for Viserys to declare who his new bride shall be. Does he follow the advice of almost everyone that he's talked to in this episode? Will he marry Laena?
She is 12.
He won't. He will marry Alicent Hightower. Otto and his daughter have played their game well. Corlys storms off in an outrage, and Rhaenyra gives a look of heartbreak to Alicent, her most likely ex-best friend. The only person who seems happy at the end of the episode is Otto Hightower. So, well done, Littlefinger 2.0. You pimped out your own daughter. So, Lord Corlys is so upset that he's formed a new alliance with Daemon Targaryen. They've both been passed over, and they're both second sons. So, a Targaryen might join with the Velaryon after all. Corlys has not forgotten the threat of the crab feeder, and something has to be done, and Viserys has proven that he is unwilling to do it. But when Corlys badmouths the king, Daemon gives him a warning.
I will speak of my brother as I wish. You will not.
Now, he's not on Viserys' side, but he still cares about his family, for Viserys and certainly for Rhaenyra. Corlys proposes that ending the Stepstone strife is a great way for Daemon to prove his worth. Daemon's going to take on the crab feeder, who also looks like a burned up tire that was left on the beach for 7 years. Viserys' problems have multiplied, and all because Alicent showed him some feigned interest and warmth. He wasn't wrong earlier in the episode when he said,
I imagine even dragons get lonely.
The opening title sequence depicts the Targaryen family tree flowing on Viserys' model of Old Valyria. That's the ancestral Targaryen home. The flowing of the blood represents this family bloodline, but also the Targaryen blood that's been shed by other Targaryens. The first dial, which by the way, the dials are lined with dragon scales, this first dial represents Aegon the Conqueror. It depicts Dragonstone, the Targaryen family home that was forged by the magic of dragons. So the dragons flying around Dragonstone might be depicting this forging of the castle, or they could be fighting one another, foreshadowing the Dance of the Dragons that this series is building toward. Now notice that any dial who represents a ruler bears a crown, much like the sigil of House Baratheon was altered to have a crown stag once Robert became king.
Sigil, a stag, a crowned stag, now that Robert's king.
This dial represents Aegon the Conqueror, the first king of Westeros, and then its flooding represents his death. Eric Voss at New Rockstars pointed out here that the blood flows past this carving of dragons burning up infantry, probably depicting Aegon's conquest. It then flows into his two sister wives, Rhaenys and Visenya. Now Visenya had a son named Maegor the Cruel, who was mentioned in episode 1.
Daemon would be a second Maegor, or worse.
And Rhaenys' son was Aegon's true heir, Aenys. At least I think that's how you pronounce it. Next, the line travels to my favorite king of Westeros, Jaehaerys, the Old King. And notice that his crown matches the one that he wears in this show, and also the one that Viserys also wears. Jaehaerys and his sister Alysanne had 9 children, depicted by the 9 bloodlines which branch out like a tree. Only time the Targaryen bloodline actually branches. The rest of the time it's a loop more closed off than the hosts in Westworld. Jaehaerys' 2 oldest sons, Aemon and Balon, both died young, and they're depicted by these 2 drowned seals. Then you'll notice that we have to wait a while to see who is king, because their deaths created the question of succession. That was what the Great Council was for at the start of episode 1. Jaehaerys' next in line would have been his daughter Rhaenys, who is depicted here as flowing toward this blue seahorse, the symbol of her husband, Lord Corlys Velaryon. So then the chosen king is Viserys, and notice that his wife's symbol is drowning immediately as she died in the first episode. From there, one bloodline splits off from Viserys that flows out of frame toward Alicent Hightower, who will bear his son Aegon, who we meet in this episode. Eric Voss pointed out that this flows toward a green wall. Now this is the color that the Hightowers often wear, and at court, the people who side with Lady Alicent later in the series are called Greens. We actually see the Hightower symbol here before the blood flows into the symbol of Princess Rhaenyra, and notice that the seal here is the same as the Valyrian steel necklace that Daemon gave her in episode 1.
Do you know what it is?
Valyrian steel.
Heavy spoilers pointed out that all the symbols are drowned in the order that they die, which is a very cool detail. Next, the camera dramatically goes under a carving of a dragon ruling over the houses of Westeros. Very hard to depict the house sigils here, but like this one is definitely a Lannister. And after we dive into a river of blood, the opening ends with all of these bloodlines flowing into a fiery Targaryen seal inside the model of Old Valyria. The episode begins with the burning flag of House Velaryon. So this house, along with the Targaryens, are the last surviving houses of Old Valyria, and its leader, Corlys Velaryon, made himself incredibly wealthy by building up a massive private fleet and trading with Essos, that's the continent to the east. But now 3 cities of Essos, Myr, Lys, and Tyros, have formed an alliance called the Triarchy, which actually is like ruled by a council of 33 magistrates who don't ever really agree on anything, so this alliance doesn't like last too long in the lore of Game of Thrones. I think it's like 40, 50 years. The reason Corlys is so worried about the Triarchy now is because their combined fleet is now the greatest power in the Narrow Sea, which threatens his wealth and power base. So I'm going to explain this opening battle and what's at stake. Look, I'm sorry if some of this is old news to you guys, but I'll try to be brief if you're like a huge Wiki Ice and Fire fan. So the Triarchy have invaded these islands called the Stepstones, which actually used to be a land bridge between the 2 continents, which was called the Arm of Dorne. The Stepstones were always a haven for pirates. So actually, the Westeros lords were kind of happy when the Triarchy drove them out.
Well, that sounds suspiciously like good news, Lord Corlys.
But then the Triarchy started to act like pirates themselves, charging heavy tolls, raiding ships, and enslaving and selling women. The villain in this episode, the Crab Feeder, is a Myrish captain named Kragas Durhar. So Corlys Velaryon would love to control the Stepstones for himself, so he can reopen a free shipping lane to Dragon Bay. Sorry, at this point it's Slaver's Bay, and to the other parts of Essos. Daemon shows up on his dragon Caraxes, eager to prove that he's more than just a king that never was. Also, the Stepstones offer Daemon a place to take out his aggression like they're the Georgie of Westeros. But here's the thing, guys. The Stepstones suck. They're just porous rocks that aren't good for growing anything. They can't build anything on them because they're too small. But they are great rocks for hiding in, like so much Wolverines. And then we go from Daemon burning men alive to a different roasted feast, one celebrating an upcoming hunt for King Viserys to celebrate Aegon II's second name day. This is a great way to express how very different Viserys is from his brother Daemon. Daemon loves to get in there, he loves to fight and kill, while Viserys is like more soft-hearted. And, as we see later, he needs someone to hold down an animal before he's even a match for it. Alicent has given him a son, Aegon II, named after Viserys' great great-great-grandfather, Aegon the Conqueror. You'll remember that there was another Aegon in Game of Thrones. That's Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name, aka Jon Snow. And by the way, remember Aegon's dream that Viserys talked about in episode 1?
And if the world of men is to survive, a Targaryen must be seated on the Iron Throne. A king or queen, strong enough to unite the realm against the cold and the dark.
It does turn out that Aegon was right, except they took a different Aegon, this Aegon, to unite the realms against the darkness. Curl. Yeah, it is. Next, we see Otto Hightower, Hand of the King, talking to his brother, Lord Hightower. Remember what Daemon said about Otto.
A second son who stands to inherit nothing he doesn't seize for himself.
So Otto seems like he's scheming for power, but really, he's more of a Littlefinger, someone who started with nothing and has nothing to lose. And now, he's the king's father-in-law. So Otto is angling for Prince Aegon, his grandson, to inherit the throne, because this will increase his own standing. Tywin Lannister tries to bring the king news from the Stepstones, and he doesn't want to hear it.
Not today, Tywin.
Now, in the book, Viserys' reign was marked by feasts and pleasantries like this, and he always wanted to avoid conflict and keep the peace, which actually only ended up delaying the bloodshed.
So he was the James Buchanan of Westeros.
Oh my god, exactly. How did you know that?
I read.
Very good. So, Viserys is distracted because his daughter is not around, and she isn't taking much interest in court for reasons that we're going to find out later. Rhaenyra's ex-best friend, Alicent, goes to find her, and look, small detail here, I love how there are flourishes around the castle like these dragon heads on the walls. Robert Baratheon would have had all of these decorations removed when he became king because he hated the Targaryens.
I'll kill every Targaryen I get my hands on.
Alicent knew that Rhaenyra would be in the Godswood because this is where they read their stories together when they were younger.
What's a Godswood?
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I really should have mentioned this in like episode 1. A Godswood is a place set aside in most Westeros castles where people from the north can come and pray to the old gods. Notice they're sitting under a weirwood tree like we've seen a few times in Game of Thrones. So, back in the day, the children of the forest inhabited all of Westeros, and they lived in and amongst these magic trees. Then, when the first men came, they made war against the children and cut down most of these weirwood trees, but a few remain, kind of like chapels inside of these castles, for the men who still worship these old gods. There's a bard who's finishing a song called Under the Dragon's Eye.
Under the dragon's eye.
Which she insists on hearing again.
Play it again.
Yeah, I got the feeling this catchy tune could be another, Neat costume detail, Rhaenyra's shoulder pads and arm braces are cut into dragon scales. She's mad at Alicent because it's actually totally weird when your best friend gets it on with your dad.
Just don't my dad, all right? I want to your dad.
Oh, really?
But also, she's jealous of her half-brother and is constantly afraid that she will be supplanted by a man. I mean, after all, Rhaenys warned her this would happen in the very first episode.
Men would sooner put the realm to the torch than see a woman ascend the Iron Throne.
Remember this fear of Rhaenyra's for later in the season. Now, one thing the show has not done a great job of is showing just how loved Rhaenyra is by the people. They call her the Realm's Delight, and she's visited most of Westeros on dragonback tours with her mom when she was young, like when she visited Casterly Rock.
Once, on tour with my mother when I was young, and honestly can't recall much of that either.
So the family rides off to a hunting party, and back in the day when the aristocracy went on a hunt, it was a party. The kings would take hundreds of people with them, throw a feast just like the one we see here. In fact, George R.R. Martin, author of Game of Thrones, once said that he regretted that in the first season of Game of Thrones, they didn't have the budget to show the large hunting party of Robert Baratheon, before he was killed by a boar. But Rhaenyra's not really into all of this and doesn't have a taste for the hunt.
Bulls screw like children when they're being slaughtered. I find it discomforting.
She doesn't have a taste for violence now, but as we'll see, circumstances can force her to change, and she can be violent when she must. Now, we do see a few important families at the party who are going to become important later on, so just keep an eye on them. These are the Strongs, and we've already met their patriarch, Lionel. He's the member of the small council who 100% looks like he belongs in a Walmart and not ruling as master of laws. Seriously, add a Bengals hat onto this guy and it looks just right.
We have shots fired!
Shots fired.
Just kidding, those are my people. Lionel does give Viserys some sound advice in this episode that is not at all self-serving.
It would seem to me the best match for Rhaenyra is the son of the sea snake, Seleno.
And the king also mentions that maybe Strong would want Rhaenyra to marry his son.
You believe that your son, Sir Harwin Breakbones, the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, is the best match for Rhaenyra.
Who is a character that, in the books is very important later on. I don't expect you to remember all of this for the test or anything, but later on, when we do meet this guy, you'll be like, oh yeah, Ryan told me about that guy, that Breakbones guy, he was important. Other things to note around the party: Otto's house sigil on his chest looks like the tower of the Citadel of Old Town. That's where the training center for the maesters is, and it's also where Otto is from. And his chain even kind of looks like it's made like a maester's chain. And this painting behind Viserys is your mom. So Rhaenyra overhears a bit of court gossip.
What happened to Lady Joanna?
She's to be sold to a pillow house in the Free Cities, if you believe the rumors.
Okay, so here's what she's talking about. The Triarchy seized a ship and kidnapped a young noblewoman from House Swan named Johanna Swan. They're from the Stormlands, where Robert Baratheon is from. Joanna's stingy uncle refused to pay the ransom to the Lycius raiders, so she was sold to a pillow house where she just basically a few years later ends up running the joint, and she ends up also kind of running the whole city, and she was nicknamed the Black Swan. But this ordeal is just another reason why the aristocrats of Westeros want the Stepstones War dealt with. We also meet Larys the Clubfoot, who is the son of the redneck strong guy that I was talking about earlier. Then we have this whole argument about whether or not the crown is actually at war.
The crown is not at war. The crown is at war, princess.
Which is a lot like this.
I will not risk open war.
Open war is upon you, whether you would risk it or not.
The Stepstones are more of a proxy war. In real life, kind of like...
Like James Buchanan?
No, like Vietnam.
Darn it.
I know, buddy, but look, not every historical metaphor is about James Buchanan. Good job, though. High five. Rhaenyra is being schmoozed by Jason Lannister, whose twin brother sits on the King's Council, even though I bet that we never actually see these twins in the same place at the same time. He talks about the wine that's made in Lannisport, that is the main city in his region where their stronghold, Casterly Rock, sits. And of course, we also saw this stronghold in Game of Thrones. So, you remember the Lannisters from Game of Thrones, right? They're all either fighters, thinkers, or drinkers. Or, in the case of Tyrion, all three.
That's what I do. I drink. And I know things.
He also mentions
Golden Gallery,
which is basically the treasure room of the Lannisters. Now, you may have noticed a lot of peacock imagery around this hunt. There's peacock statues, peacocks carved into chairs, and even a cutaway to a couple peacocks kicking around. So the peacocks are the sigil of House Serret of Silverhill, which is in the Westerlands and has sworn loyalty to Casterly Rock. So maybe this part of the Kingswood is far west from King's Landing, closer to Lannister territory. Explains why there's so many of them around. Then, the big news.
The Royal Huntsman has sent a report, Your Grace. There's been a sighting of a white hart.
Ah, the white stag, the top prize for any royal hunt, like in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Otto tries to spin this to be all about his grandson as a sign from the gods that he should be named heir. So now, the hunting of the white stag is joined to Viserys' choice. If they find the white stag, then the gods want his son to be king. Frankly, look, I think Viserys would have loved it if somebody could have made this choice for him, and that is why he's so willing to believe it's the will of the gods for the white stag to appear.
It's not my wish to command her, Otto. I want her to be happy.
Look, that line is pretty much the reign of King Viserys summed up into one sentence. So, Rhaenyra runs off to be alone with her first world problems, and she's pursued by Sir Criston Cole.
Yeah, what's going on there? They gonna kiss?
No, because he is a member of the Kingsguard, and they are sworn to be chaste. He also mentions a white book.
One day, not so long ago, you held enough power to write my name into the white book.
And that is the book depicting the best knights of the Kingsguard that we did see Brianna update in Game of Thrones. Also, remember, he's the guy who beat Daemon in the tournament in episode 1. Criston goes on to tell us how he's a working class guy from a poor family. Now remember, in episode 1 they tried to discourage Rhaenyra from picking him for the Kingsguard in favor of a knight who had higher standing. So if it weren't for her being pragmatic, then this title would have gone to someone with a wealthy family instead of someone based on merit. Similarly, Jason Lannister assumes that Aegon will be the new heir simply because that's how it's simply always been done in Westeros. Now notice that Viserys also has what's nicknamed the Cat's Paw Dagger. This is the dagger that Littlefinger used to frame Tyrion Lannister for the attempted murder of Bran Stark. Now Sam did find a drawing of this dagger in a very old book, meaning this blade is actually very old. It's probably been in the Targaryen family since the days of old Valyria. After all, it is made of Valyrian steel. In episode 1, Viserys mentioned the secret mission of the Targaryen kings.
This secret, it's been passed from king to heir since Aegon's time.
And it would make sense if Aegon the Conqueror saw this dagger being used in his dream to end the Long Night, which is why all the King's sons have kept it close to them. Now, of course, we know that Arya Stark was the one who finally used the dagger against the Night King. So, as the men start to talk about who Rhaenyra should marry, Viserys reveals his fatal flaw as king.
It is not my wish to command her, Otto. I want her to be happy.
He's too concerned with the welfare of others and waffles when it comes to making hard decisions, making him the complete opposite of his brother. Otto makes a creepy suggestion.
Closer to home.
Who do you have in mind?
Prince Aegon.
But you know, this is just kind of what the Targaryens did, kind of like the Skywalkers.
Well, I guess you don't know everything about women yet.
This would also mean that Otto's grandson would basically be right next to the throne and maybe, you know, the de facto king. Loras Strong mentions the daughters of the old king.
Drove him to the edge of madness. His daughters in particular.
Which is very true. One of them even ran off and became a prostitute in Essos. Strong suggests that she pair off with Laenor. That's the son of the sea snake that we actually see later in this episode.
What role have you played in this council, Uncle, other than master of complaints?
Enough!
He is the older brother of Rhaenyra, the king's potential wife, last episode.
She is 12.
Both Laenor and Rhaenyra are half Targaryen. Their mom is Rhaenys, the queen who never was, and their dad is the Sea Snake. And that means that they're both dragon riders, riding Vhagar and Sea Smoke respectively. Back in the woods, Rhaenyra is attacked by a wild boar. Just as a couple hundred years later, Robert Baratheon will be killed by a wild boar during his royal hunt. Now, earlier, Rhaenyra shied away from violence, but here we see that when her life is threatened, she will not back down. She will fight back. Now back at the hall, Viserys gets tipsy and rambles about his dream.
When Rhaenyra was a child, I saw it in a dream. A male babe, born to me, wearing the Conqueror's crown.
And here's the thing, guys. Targaryens do have prophetic dreams. Aegon dreamed of the Long Night. Daenerys dreamed of the Iron Throne covered in snow. And in the book, she dreamed about a blue rose sticking out from a wall of frozen ice, symbolizing Jon Snow and his true mother, Lyanna Stark. So, was Viserys' dream real, or is he delusional? It's interesting that in the show, they actually show him having doubts, because in the book, he never wavers in his commitment to make his daughter his heir. But the book is written from like a third-hand account by a maester, so we only see what the people in Westeros saw, and like not much information about what happened behind closed doors. So, the episode ends with 3 different kills, all of which say a lot about the people doing the killing. The first kill is Rhaenyra finishing off the boar, but more importantly, it's the animal that she chooses to spare, the white stag. She doesn't need to kill something beautiful to prove that she is strong, but she will kill when it's necessary. The men in the kingdom are all running around looking for this white stag to prove a point, to take away her position, whereas she has just shown that she does not have to prove herself to anyone. She knows who she is. The second kill is from Viserys, basically being peer pressured into poorly killing a stag, which reminded me a lot of this. But this stag is not white, so he might take this as a sign that his son is not actually meant to be his heir. Viserys goes through with the killing even though he pities this beast, because he just wants to make everyone happy. That's actually his biggest flaw. This is also similar to how he doesn't want to send people to fight and die in the Stepstones until his small council pressures him to send ships. So compare all that to the third kill of the episode when Daemon kills the crab feeder. Unlike his brother, Daemon had to do the hunting for himself. He had to embrace violence and put his life on the line to obtain his trophy. But more on that in just a minute. Alicent goes to see her husband, and we hear mentioned
the ladies Lannister and Redwine were quite taken with him.
So the Redwines are from the area called the Reach, and this is the original house of Elena Tyrell.
I made a terrible mistake. I carry it with me every single day. Good.
Also, notice that Viserys' model of Valyria has expanded in the past couple years, a way of showing that he still pines for these better days instead of leading his kingdom forward. He also gives us the best explanation ever for a hangover.
The gods have punished me for my indulgences.
At least the wine was good.
I've been there, my guy. And when Rhaenyra comes to see him, there's a hexagon on the table.
Not the beast!
And finally, let's get back to the Stepstones, where the War Council is placing little pieces on their game board. So this fish piece looks like it represents the Tullys of Riverrun. And you know what? Someone had to actually make all these crab pieces. And I don't mean the prop master on the show. I mean like that's someone's job in this universe. The War Council would have brought along a guy who was like really good at making little statues for this map, because they would need the little statues to represent the crab feeders' forces.
Or, you know, maybe they had them made before they left Westeros.
Yeah, I guess, but they did underestimate the crab feeders' forces, so they probably wouldn't have ordered enough pieces. So I think they had somebody on site to make these pieces.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I like that too.
Well done. High five. Anyways, when Viserys says he's sending ships, Daemon takes this as an insult because this was his war, his chance to prove that he is the only worthy heir to the throne. So he pulls a Gendry off into enemy territory. After a quick deception, he rips through these soldiers like he's playing this level on easy. But eventually, it's almost game over before more dragons come out to play, mirroring Daenerys' rescue by Drogon hundreds of years later.
Oh yeah, who's riding that dragon?
Actually, Doug, there are like 10 other dragon riders around at this point because there are so many Targaryens. The show has not been really introducing them because they're like slowly reintroducing us to this world. Although it is a little silly that the crab feeder just kind of forgot about the other dragons though. And then, R.I.P. the crab feeder. You looked like a Mad Max character, like you were going to go witness for a Morton Joe. So now, the battle lines are drawing up. Otto versus Rhaenyra, Daemon versus everyone, and Rhaenyra versus her stepmom. Rhaenyra is on a tour of Westeros, but it's not to see the sights. Despite King Viserys now having a male heir in the form of young Prince Aegon II, Rhaenyra is still the heir to the Iron Throne, but her life is not her own, and she is expected to now choose a husband. So the very first thing we see in this episode is Rhaenyra fingering the Valyrian steel necklace that her uncle Daemon gave her in the pilot. She does this as a line of suitors wait for her, and right away we see what Rhaenyra is expected to do clashes with what her heart really wants. As the heir, she has to be responsible, which is completely at odds with the side of her that just wants to ride her dragon into battle like her uncle Daemon.
So many suitors. Sounds like my Friday night.
Doug, Friday night we watched Legend of Black Cauldron.
Continue.
Giving her counsel in this scene is Boromund Baratheon, the Lord of Storm's End and head of House Baratheon in this time period. Now, the Baratheons and the Targaryens have been close for a while, with Orys Baratheon serving as the very first hand to the king under Aegon the Conqueror. Boromund is the cousin of Queen Rhaenys, the queen who never was. Now, this is likely why he asked for her favor during the tournament and the premiere. As you'll remember, a Baratheon will eventually end the reign of House Targaryen.
Kill every Targaryen I get my hands on.
And Robert's reign was legitimized because he was a distant relative of the Targaryens. Now, we can't confirm it, but due to him advising Rhaenyra and the bleak look of this hall and the ongoing sound of storms outside, we think that this scene is taking place at Storm's End. Online, we can see members of House Hightower as well as House Tully. The old Lord Dondarrion of Blackhaven, in the middle of his attempt at wooing, mentions Dornish incursions. Now, these were continuing problems for Aegon the Conqueror and almost every Targaryen since. Lord Dondarrion has to pause for a drink, which gives Rhaenyra a chance to trade glances with the far sexier Sir Criston Cole. If she weren't a princess, these two probably would have gotten it on back in the woods in episode 3. Something that further loads this look is the fact that Sir Criston is the son of Lord Dondarrion's steward. Lord Dondarrion mentions a visit from Queen Alysanne, who was the wife of King Jaehaerys I. That's the king that was before Viserys that we briefly saw in the premiere. Alysanne was also a dragon rider who flew on a dragon called Silverwing. In the book, A Feast for Crows, Samwell Tarly recalls how Jaehaerys and Alysanne once visited the Wall, and he wonders if Silverwing may have left an egg there. Queen Alysanne was Rhaenyra's great-grandmother, and the visit that's being talked about was a century ago. So this guy is like far too old for Rhaenyra's taste, and he ends up being laughed at.
This was half a century ago, Princess.
Yes, it was.
Hey, Dondarrion, that sounds familiar.
Yes, because we met Beric Dondarrion before. This guy. The next contender is a kid, so we go from one extreme to the next. He's a member of House Blackwood and mentions how his house helped Aegon I in his conquering of Westeros. He gets mocked for this, but he isn't wrong. His family from the Riverlands assisted Aegon very early on in his conquest, including the fight against Harren the Black. Harren the Black had the largest castle in Westeros, Harrenhal, and after Aegon's dragons attacked it, it became the burned out husk that we saw in episode 1. So it was Aegon's dragon Balerion who really finished that fight, and House Blackwood didn't have that much to do with it. So the kid deserved to get a good ribbing.
The Blackwoods truly turned the tide on that one.
Because the Baratheon suitor knows that his house played a much larger role in the conquest. So Rhaenyra has officially had enough of this entire tour of suitors and makes to leave just when violence breaks out in the hall. A Baratheon is run through and spits up blood as she leaves. Now Criston Cole tries to keep her from watching. Again, we're seeing people try to shield Rhaenyra from bloodshed, but we've already seen that she does not shy away from violence.
If you like pina coladas.
So this episode begins with bloodshed over the throne, maybe a sign of things to come. But these two are more fighting for their own honor, which is much more important and more dangerous in Westeros. So the princess has rejected every suitor and ends her tour prematurely. She's endured as much duty as she possibly can. She yearns to fly like the dragon that she is, and to drive that point home, she immediately sees Daemon fly back to King's Landing on Caraxes. So when Daemon returns, Viserys brings out all the pomp and circumstance. He dons his crown, he has his Valyrian steel sword Blackfire by his side, which by the way also used to belong to Aegon the Conqueror. And most of the King's Guard and the entire court is present in this room. He's obviously unhappy when he sees that Rhaenyra is present, because she must have paused her appearances on The Bachelorette. Viserys pulls out every symbol and trick he can in order to show Daemon that he is the king and that he is in charge. But Daemon doesn't need to do any of that. He just saunters in like he owns the place with the most controversial haircut since Felicity.
I don't think it's so bad. I just think it's a different look.
He drops the crab feeder's hammer on the floor and tells Viserys,
"Add it to the chair."
Now this is a reference to how the Iron Throne came into being. Aegon the Conqueror gathered all the swords from his conquered foes and had them forged into the prickly chair that we're now seeing. Now Viserys is no Aegon, but Daemon treats him as if he is. The Triarchy has given him his crown and named him King of the Narrow Sea. But instead of boasting of this, as Viserys seems to expect, Daemon hands the crown and title over to his king and bends the knee. It is a rare act of supplication to his brother.
But I know that there is only one true king, Your Grace.
Viserys doesn't care whether this is an act or a ploy. He misses his brother and he hugs him in front of everyone. He doesn't belittle Daemon's deeds, he thanks him for them. They don't walk out of the hall as king and subject, they walk out like brothers. Again, this is Viserys' greatest strength and his greatest flaw as a ruler. He always wants to make peace. So this brotherly love continues in the party that follows, and an inebriated Viserys seems happier than he's been in a long time now that his brother's returned and he isn't acting like a twerp. But Otto, not liking this rekindled relationship at all. Remember, this guy is very anti-Daemon and warned that he would be another Maegor the Cruel. Viserys mentions how Daemon was always their mother's favorite, a reference to Alyssa Targaryen. Daemon's a warrior and a dragon rider, where Viserys stopped riding dragons after the death of Balerion the Black Dread. Queen Alicent shows her age and how she can't compete with this brotherly bond, and Viserys even goes out of his way to look cool in front of his bro at her expense.
Would you like to see the tapestry? He has no interest in such things.
This is a castle, isn't it? There are tapestries.
Rhaenyra shows interest in seeing them, possibly extending a bit of kindness to Alicent, and Viserys tells her that she should not
deprive yourself.
Now that line sparks her rebellion for this entire episode. The brothers are friends again, so Queen Alicent tries to find common ground once again with her best friend / stepdaughter, Rhaenyra. But deep down, Alicent is jealous that Rhaenyra gets to make her own choices, as her marriage was mostly decided for her thanks to Otto. Rhaenyra accidentally insults her.
How romantic it must be to get imprisoned in a castle and me to squeeze out to heirs.
And immediately, she apologizes, but still, this offhand remark cuts deep because, aside from nailing the king every now and then, this is Alicent's only real purpose in life. Alicent feels lonely, so she doesn't want Rhaenyra to be a stepdaughter. She wants her friend back. But Alicent doesn't see that Rhaenyra also feels just as trapped. She feels like she doesn't have agency. So both of these women have paths in life that are not their own choosing. But still, Alicent is jealous that Rhaenyra has any agency at all, and she can at least choose her own suitor. This is all laying the groundwork for a festering resentment that will be exploited years later. Daemon's newly shorn locks and new attitude may be fooling most of the court, but Rhaenyra knows him all too well and isn't buying the act. He represents her wild side, and she's probably the only family that he actually cares about. He says that he came back for the comforts of home, but Rhaenyra is probably the only comfort that he actually cares about. For instance, he notes that Rhaenyra has matured, and their looks to each other are more charged than ever before. For Daemon, marriage is no big deal. It's a political arrangement, nothing more. And that's easy for him to say because it's not the same for women. He continues to have nothing but disdain for his wife in the Vale, but because he's a man and a prince, he can do as he likes and bed anyone who strikes his fancy. This is not lost on Rhaenyra. Being married can be a death sentence. Her own mother had to produce heirs until it literally killed her. Once again, Rhaenyra is unwilling to accept the same fate. Alicent, in contrast, has somewhat gone along with this. See, this episode really cuts to the heart of this series, which is the question, can a woman in Westeros have agency? Or, like Daemon says, she has no desire to live in fear, even at the cost of her duties as heir to the Iron Throne. But it's not like men can always choose who they marry. Look at Viserys. And we've already seen in Westeros that refusing a potential match has far-reaching consequences, especially breaking an engagement that was already agreed upon.
Red wedding, lots of stabbing, a bit of beheading. The reigns of Castamere are here to stay.
Viserys never agreed to marry Lyanna Velaryon, but Lord Corlys is still upset about the slight. His pride has been hurt, and he's negotiating with the Sea Lord of Braavos. We traveled there a few times during Game of Thrones. But we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that the greatest character ever written by George R.R. Martin also comes from that place, and that was the first sword of Braavos.
I am Syrio Forel. And you will be speaking to me with more respect.
And what do we say to the god of death?
Not today. So Corlys is desperate to unite his house to anything, even a mailbox. So now he's trying to fix up his daughter Lyanna with a Sea Lord of Braavos, which would give way to a new dangerous alliance. So this is a problem, and Viserys will have a solution to it later on that's going to make everyone unhappy. That night, we see how different the lives of two young ladies can be. Queen Alicent has gone down the expected path, and Rhaenyra is about to enter the danger zone. The episode repeatedly cuts back and forth between them, highlighting how different their respective life choices are. In her chambers, Alicent has a screaming baby to deal with. Rhaenyra gets to her chambers and finds a set of boy clothes and a map to a hidden passageway that allows her to get out of her room unseen. See, King's Landing is filled with secret passageways that were commissioned by Maegor the Cruel, and after the Red Keep was built, he had all of the stonemasons in the city executed, so only he would know the castle's secrets. So now, in true Arya Stark fashion,
I'm not a girl.
Yes, you are.
she dresses like a boy and creeps out through the castle. She walks right past the skull of Balerion, which was where her father entrusted her to keep the secret of Aegon's dream, the Song of Ice and Fire. She skirts past this like the curious mouse that we see on the statue above her, and that mouse also parallels the rodent that Alicent sees above her bed. Both mice are perched on objects that symbolize the duty of these women. For Rhaenyra, that duty is the call to be a dragon rider, a queen, the person to fulfill Aegon's dream, and for Alicent, that call to duty is to make babies for a man. She finds Daemon waiting for her, once again the opposite of everything that she just scattered past. He's going to take her into the depths of King's Landing to show her a sexy life free of fear and duty. Now, Daemon is well known in the lower parts of King's Landing. He was called the Prince of the City, the Lord of Flea Bottom, because he spent so much time partying with the proles. When someone calls Rhaenyra a boy, she smiles, because she likes that small taste of male privilege. Alicent, meanwhile, gets to bathe Viserys. She treats him with kindness, but this is only ever going to be a union of obligation. Viserys' one true love was Aemma Arryn, and she is dead. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra and Daemon take in some street pantomime, which made us recall Arya doing the same thing in Braavos.
Ned Stark will soon feel fortune's sting, and I will be Hand of the King.
And the street theater tells us a lot about how the little folk feel about the royal family. Although Aegon Part 2 is only 3 years old, he's the more popular choice for the throne with the common folk, because he's a boy. Daemon tells her that the thinking of the small folk matters a great deal. It's only when they assume to be one of them that they can get the truth. Something similar to what Shakespeare dramatizes with Henry V the night before the Battle of Agincourt.
I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is.
Then I would he were here alone.
So Rhaenyra wants to be free of her obligations, but she does not yet understand that these obligations also come with privilege. She takes food off of a tray like it's already hers, not realizing that down here you have to pay for your food. She goes on a run of excitement through the streets pursued by Daemon. Now Alicent, meanwhile, has a cup of wine, all alone. This lonely life has already driven her to start drinking like another lonely queen, Cersei. Later on, she is told that Viserys has requested her presence, but it's not really a request at all. Daemon and Rhaenyra delve even deeper into human pleasures, entering a brothel where we are now going to censor everything.
All I get is wiener, wiener, wiener.
While Alicent is having the opposite experience, laying still like a brood sow with no agency at all. Now notice Viserys' bare back is riddled with scars from sitting a little too comfortably on the Iron Throne. This is not a good symbol for the strength of his reign. So these two sex scenes tell you everything you need to know about these two women. Alicent is forced to give, while Daemon says the brothel is a place
where people come to take what they want.
And later, Rhaenyra will be on top of Sir Criston, symbolizing that she has all the power and agency in their relationship, the opposite of Alicent's position. So it is nice to actually see a woman get to enjoy sex on Game of Thrones. Daenerys did, with a guy who turned out to be her nephew for one instance, and Missandei did, Cersei did, and let's not forget this.
I don't ever want to leave this cave, Jon Snow.
This might be news to Rhaenyra, who is still haunted by her own mother being treated like a baby-making machine. So what do Daemon and Rhaenyra want? They want each other. It doesn't matter that they're related or that there's a big age difference. They are Targaryens. And if you're freaked out by this, you should be. Though Targaryens keeping it in the family was hinted at in the very first episode of Game of Thrones. The Church of the Seven Gods ended up saying that it was okay for Targaryens to intermarry because Targaryens were thought to be above mortal men. And Daemon pretty much sums up the entire episode with this line.
E Dino de Malo
Right, as things start to really go off and Rhaenyra looks into Daemon's eyes with something close to love, he breaks things off and leaves. If you ask us, it's because this is not just another fling for him. Daemon has real feelings for Rhaenyra. She is seen by a little boy as she leaves the brothel, and he immediately runs off. So we're reminded a little bit of Varys and his little birds, which were everywhere in King's Landing.
He called us his little birds. He gave us sweets.
She returns to her room without any disguise and passes Sir Criston Cole for a second time. Her lessons from Daemon have had an effect on her because Rhaenyra proceeds to get Sir Criston into her room and takes what she wants.
Wait, I thought people in the King's Guard had to be chased.
They do, Doug. He broke the rules. So the little bird that we saw delivers news of what they saw to Otto Hightower, but we're not so sure this kid is working directly for Otto. The next day, a greatly hungover Daemon wakes up in a room with his mistress Mysaria. Now, we see her receiving money from a kid, which leads us to think that she is, at least in part, a little part of the bird network that is informing Otto. In Martin's lore, Mysaria goes on to become a mistress of whispers herself, so she remains a character that we need to watch out for. See, Mysaria is no longer a prostitute. She is a woman who, unlike Alicent, has found a way to have agency in her own life that has nothing to do with her reproductive capabilities. When Otto tells Viserys the news about Rhaenyra and Daemon being seen together in a brothel, he can barely get the words out. Now, it's kind of hard to tell if he's truly concerned here or if he's just putting on a really good act. If Rhaenyra had sex with Daemon, she would no longer be a viable candidate for marriage and would no longer be an appropriate candidate for heir to the Iron Throne. Her replacement would be Aegon II, Otto's grandson, which would definitely seem to play directly into his plans. So, we're going to lean towards him feigning concern here because nobody saw Daemon and Rhaenyra having sex. They didn't see it because they didn't do it. Just as Daemon listened in on a small council meeting in the premiere, Alicent listens into this entire conversation. Otto refuses to give up his trusted sources of information, which again makes us think that he is not just being informed by a group of kids. Someone else, like Mysaria, is likely the trusted source and is the one who is telling him what the little birds are saying. Viserys dismisses the entire thing as a lie, just as Tywin Lannister refused to acknowledge the truth about Cersei and Jaime.
And put an end to the disgusting rumors about you, once and for all.
He then accuses Otto of the same thing that I just did. He's trying to ruin Rhaenyra's reputation so Aegon II is made heir. The trust between Viserys and Otto is broken and may be irreparable. Otto is already hatching new plots in his head as he leaves. This episode began with the rekindled relationships between Rhaenyra and Alicent and between Viserys and Daemon. But by the end of the episode, all of these dynamics have changed again. Alicent isn't looking at Rhaenyra as a friend at all, but as a reluctant stepmother and a queen. She all but orders her to tell the truth, a far cry from the I miss you talk that they had before. Rhaenyra denies the allegations.
I swear this to you, upon the memory of my mother. Daemon never touched me.
I mean, they didn't have sex, but he definitely touched her. It doesn't matter though, because Alicent gets even more high and mighty and fully talks like a stepmother, going on about how important a successful marriage is for Rhaenyra. But this is also because Alicent is jealous that Rhaenyra is getting to do whatever she wants. Another juxtaposition happens when Daemon staggers into the city drunk, having lost all of his swagger. He's taken to see Viserys in the throne room, and the king needs no symbols of power this time. He has no sword, no audience, and no crown. The room is empty except for the two brothers, a complete contrast to their first scene. Daemon isn't just on his knees, he's splayed out on the floor. Viserys, giving into his baser nature, just kicks him repeatedly.
You defiled her.
Viserys thinks that Rhaenyra could be spoiled now, but Daemon speaks the truth when he asks him what difference does it make what any lord thinks. He goes one further, saying that he wants to marry her himself, taking a second wife. He uses Aegon the Conqueror as an example. He had two sisters and he married them both. He married Visenya for duty, but Martin wrote that he married Rhaenys for love. So Daemon already has a wife out of duty. So invoking this history would mean that he would be marrying Rhaenyra for love. When Daemon says that he and Rhaenyra being together will return House Targaryen to its former glory, Viserys makes a good point when he says this would also bring Daemon closer to the Iron Throne. So is that Daemon's angle, or does he truly love Rhaenyra? The happiest duo on this series has somehow become Viserys and Alicent. She believes that Rhaenyra is still a maiden, even though Viserys is kind of struggling with this. Everyone is so concerned about what happened with Daemon that no one's thinking twice about Sir Criston Cole, who never leaves her side. When Rhaenyra finally goes to talk to her father, she sees the famous dagger getting hot in the flames. So the legacy of the Targaryens, and possibly the future itself, is heating up. She almost picks it up, but Viserys stops her before she can. She doesn't possess this dagger just yet. So then we get a little bit more dagger history. It once belonged to Aegon the Conqueror, and before that it belonged to Aenar Targaryen, also known as Aenar the Exile. He moved his entire family and all of his dragons to Dragonstone after his daughter, Daenerys the Dreamer, foresaw the doom of Valyria. So Viserys goes into more detail about Aegon's vision. Before his death, Valyrian pyromancers carved his prophecy into the steel.
A secret now that only fire can tell.
It reads,
From my blood come the prince that was promised. And his will be the song of ice and fire.
Awesome.
Yes, very awesome. The Prince That Was Promised addition to this prophecy is another major lift from Martin's lore. On Game of Thrones, it was a prophecy that involved the Lord of Light and Melisandre believing that the person in question was Stannis, Father of the Year Baratheon. Now the books weave in the prince being the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, a warrior of light.
The prince who was promised will bring the dawn.
Now, we don't really know where this storyline is going in Martin's books because, well, they're not finished yet. But we do know that the translation from High Valyrian might actually be gender neutral, so it could be either a prince or a princess.
Proper translation for that prophecy would be the prince or princess who was promised will bring the dawn.
On television, Melisandre decided Jon Snow was the one to fulfill this prophecy after meeting him. And as he's a stealth Targaryen, it still kind of makes sense. But this translation also opens it up for Daenerys to be a candidate as well. Or they could both be the prince that was promised. In the book A Clash of Kings, Daenerys hears the prophecy in the House of the Undying from the image of a man that she believes to be her dead brother, Rhaegar Targaryen. So the books may do things differently, but this series has now fully established that this entire prophecy came from Aegon the Conqueror and was recorded in the fire on his dagger. The reason that Viserys is really so upset about Rhaenyra acting out is that he trusted her with this responsibility, with the most important secret that any Targaryen ruler is privy to.
The burden of this knowledge, it is larger than the throne.
And that burden should take precedence over her own desires. So Viserys isn't going to disinherit her or bump Aegon II into her place. He is going to make her marry Laenor Velaryon, and this will be a marriage of obligation that also fulfills a diplomatic crisis. The union of the Targaryens and the Velaryons that Lord Corlys wanted in episode 2 might happen after all. Viserys says,
The House of the Dragon will stand as one for a further generation. He said it! He said it!
So Rhaenyra realizes finally that all of this is bigger than her, no matter how unfair it is, so she agrees to do what is expected. She will comply, but not before warning her dad about Otto Hightower's machinations. She believes that all these rumors came from him. So because nobody in this episode is allowed to escape happy, Otto is called before Viserys. He talks about his father, Balon Targaryen, the former heir to Jaehaerys I. He was the writer of the Great Dragon Vhagar, originally written by Queen Visenya during Aegon's conquest. Balon the Brave is the reason why Viserys named his son Balon, though the heir for a day didn't live for long. Balon was made hand to the king under Jaehaerys, but became sick during a hunt and died of a burst belly only 5 days after taking the position. The loss of Balon was a huge blow for Jaehaerys, but it was great for Otto Hightower, who became the new hand to the king. He ruled when Jaehaerys was taken ill and remained in the position when Viserys was crowned. Viserys throws this history in Otto's face, and Otto says that it was a duty. Is that what it was, or was he scheming his way to power? Was Alicent a well-calculated diversion? Viserys doesn't know, and he doesn't care. He strips Otto of his position. And just to show how little agency Rhaenyra has, the Grand Maester delivers a special tea to her. They don't name it, but this is moon tea, a medicine that Martin writes of in the books.
It will rid you of any unwanted consequences.
He doesn't stay to watch her drink it. The episode closes, and Rhaenyra is just looking at the tea that will relieve her of a potential child of her Kingsguard. Now, compare this to another object given to her by a man, her necklace. The episode begins with Rhaenyra touching her necklace, and it ends with her staring at the tea. The necklace symbolizes freedom, agency, whereas the tea symbolizes a kind of freedom, a duty, an obligation to use her reproductive organs for the good of the realm. We get our first look at Runestone, which is the seat of House Royce in the Vale. You remember, Tyrion, the Moon Door, all that stuff. We quickly meet Lady Rhea and her cousin. Now you'll remember that she is the estranged wife of Daemon Targaryen. He hates her, and as we soon discover, it's mutual. She doesn't seem to like her cousin Gerald either, so maybe she just doesn't like anyone. Having a husband unsuccessfully try to divorce you around 1,000 times might have that effect. House Royce is one of the Vale's most prominent houses, and we've met 2 of its members on Game of Thrones. Sir Waymar Royce is one of the first characters that we ever met in the entire series, and his father Jon Royce was a presence on the show from season 4 onward. When she returns to Runestone, Lady Rhea runs into Daemon, and as we've already mentioned, her disdain for him, not subtle.
Husband?
It's made even more clear that Daemon doesn't make it a habit of visiting often when she asks him about what brings him to the Vale. Her remark about sheep lets us know that Daemon's ongoing parade of insults about both her and the Vale have reached her ears.
In the Vale, men are said to sheep instead of women. I can assure you, the sheep are prettier.
Our sheep are prettier, after all.
Now she knows what buttons to push with him though, giving him a diss about how Viserys chose Rhaenyra to be his heir instead of Daemon. She's not afraid until she asks what Daemon's gonna do now, and when he wordlessly continues to advance on her horse, she seems to realize that the moment has finally come. Now, as formidable as Lady Rhea looks, Daemon is as unpredictable to her as he is to us. Now her line of "I knew you couldn't finish," as well as her remark about their unconsummated marriage, lets us know that she might know about Daemon's sexual problems. Is he going to leave her there to die, like Arya once left Sandor Clegane? Nope, he's not. Now I didn't catch this last week, but apparently in the brothel, Daemon was unable to be aroused. In the after show interview, the creators claimed this was because his power dynamic had shifted during that scene. So Daemon's marriage was done out of duty and not out of love. It ends in murder and will only lead to more conflict. When paired with secrets becoming more private knowledge, Rhea's remark about war and sexual appetites in general, you have a scene that almost represents this entire episode. So what is Daemon going to do next?
This isn't going to be big on dignity!
He's going to put his foot where it hurts and apply pressure. When we first see Viserys, he's being brought a bucket to throw up in. He waves the bucket away, trying to contain his puke before giving in and vomiting over the side of the ship. Now this shows that he is losing control of his body. This might just be seasickness, but the king looks like a tired and sick old man for most of this episode. He is well past his prime, and the vomit is going to come up whether he waves a bucket away or not. We see that Lord Lionel Strong, former Master of Laws, has now been made Hand of the King after Otto Hightower was sacked in the previous episode. When he hands a handkerchief to the king post-vomit, we couldn't help but think of his role has been reduced to what Jaime Lannister once said it was.
The king shits and the hand wipes.
When Rhaenyra sees this happen, it's reinforcing for her exactly what her duties as a Targaryen heir are. She didn't take these duties seriously during episode 4, and Viserys had to remind her of the bigger picture, including Aegon's prophecy. Now, seeing the king in such a frail position lets her know that her time could be closer than she thought. She's taking her role seriously and no longer wears the Valyrian steel necklace that Daemon gave her around her neck. She took it off following their encounter in the previous episode, but it's stayed off now. She looks ahead to their destination, and we can see the weight of responsibility hitting her. She doesn't look at her paramour, Sir Criston Cole. She only looks ahead. When Alicent says goodbye to the departing Otto, he lets her know that him being fired was not part of his plan. Alicent screwed up.
You chose Rhaenyra.
Now you'll remember that Rhaenyra swore her innocence to Alicent and that Alicent believed her. This played right into Viserys sacking Otto because Otto told the king otherwise. They were all talking about Rhaenyra's dalliance with Daemon, though none of them knew about Rhaenyra and Sir Criston.
You wanted to believe her, as did her father.
This scene cements that Otto very much wants Aegon II to be the heir over Rhaenyra, and that he's been scheming to achieve that from the start.
The king will die. And if Rhaenyra succeeds him, war will follow, do you understand?
But why is there going to be war?
Well, to start with...
You're a woman.
Yes, I hope that's not a problem.
Also, Rhaenyra would have to kill all of Alicent's children to achieve succession.
Boar on the floor! Boar on the floor!
Now, it's hard to tell if Otto is a schemer or if he has legitimate concern for the realm.
You're no fool, and yet you choose not to see it.
Alicent can no longer have a foot in both sides of this issue. She's going to have to choose Rhaenyra or her son, Aegon.
You must choose.
The way Otto hugs her goodbye does make us think that underneath all of this manipulation, there is real love here. We finally visit Driftmark, which is the seat of House Velaryon and home of Lord Corlys. In Martin's writing, Lord Corlys built a second castle on the island called High Tide because Driftmark Castle was too cramped. He moved his driftwood throne to the High Tide, which was so named because it was built on an outset island that only connected to the rest of Driftmark when the tide was low. King Viserys groans his way through the gates, and while he was expecting this, he gets this. Sir Laenor, Joffrey Lonmouth, and Lady Laena are there, but Lord Corlys, in an obvious move to show his superiority, is making the king come to him.
Is this how House Velaryon greets its king?
Viserys is too tired to care.
Let's just get on with it.
When Alicent is once again seen in the Godswood, where the old gods are worshipped, we wonder what's going on in her mind. The show has put her in the Godswood on more than one occasion, and we think this is irregular for a Hightower. Their house is based in Old Town, and so was the Faith of the Seven in this era. These are two conflicting religions in Westeros, and House Hightower has very strong ties to the new gods. But whatever the reason, when she's greeted by Larys Strong, aka the Clubfoot, we're reminded of something Tyrion once said.
I have a tender spot in my heart for cripples, bastards, and broken things.
Larys is the son of Lionel Strong, now Hand to the King, and he proves to be a powerful manipulator here in our first real scene with him as he pours poison into Alicent's ear, even at the detriment of his own father's rise.
The manner of your father's departure, I feel something of an injustice.
Now Larys the Clubfoot is looked down on and ignored by everyone at court. He was placed with the women during the hunt a couple episodes ago, but here he makes it clear that he is dangerous.
When one is never invited to speak, one learns instead to observe.
He is most certainly faking a stutter when he feigns concern for Rhaenyra and tells Alicent about the moon tea.
The Grand Maester delivered a tea to the princess's chambers.
With just a couple lines, he has Alicent questioning both Rhaenyra and Viserys.
What happiness it is to have been wrong.
And he proves that he would be right at home with...
Hey everybody, Ryan's on vacation. Welcome to ScreenCrush. My name's Doug. I'm going to talk about House of Dragon today and all the Easter eggs. I'm kind of nervous. I don't really know if I can do this.
Hello, Doug. I'm Brian. May I once again offer assistance?
Oh, that'd be good. Thank you so much.
Valar Morghulis.
Valor Doharius.
All right, then. Welcome back to ScreenCrush. I'm Brian Silliman, temporarily filling in for Ryan Arey, and these are all of the Easter eggs, references, and little things that you may have missed from Episode 6 of House of the Dragon. It is 10 years after a most unhappy wedding. And we pick up with Rhaenyra Targaryen, now played by Emma Darcy, carrying out the same duties her mother carried out in the premiere. Unlike the tragedy of her mother, both Rhaenyra and the child survive the birth, and just as her father would want, the child is a boy.
A boy, princess.
It's not her first child, it's not even her first son. We see very quickly that Rhaenyra is still beholden to duty and station above all else. This was true of her taking a husband, and it's true of her now as a mother. She is barely able to hold her new son for 3 seconds before she is told that Queen Alicent wants to see him. When Rhaenyra is told this, we can see that the battle lines between her and Alicent have solidified in the last 10 years. Demanding to see the baby immediately after his birth is a power move from Alicent, and although Rhaenyra should just lie in bed and recover, she decides to play the game. She stands and prepares to go personally. They barely get the cord cut as Rhaenyra gets dressed, and she is clearly putting her power plays with Alicent above her own health when she completely forgets about the afterbirth, which is nothing more than an afterthought. Not sorry. Just like her mother ruined her own health trying to produce a male heir for Viserys, Rhaenyra is putting her own health second. It's probably not great for the baby either.
You gotta see the baby.
She is still married to Laenor, who has played the part that they agreed on for these last 10 years. He no doubt speaks for every man in Westeros when he says,
I'm glad I'm not a woman.
When Rhaenyra sees the large set of stairs in front of her, she is not only thinking that this walk to Alicent is going to be much harder than she thought. Her road to the Iron Throne is going to be just as long and tedious, and having to transcend this staircase immediately after the physical trauma of giving birth is a symbol of that. She will have to rise through the pain over and over again. Though the circumstances are completely different, we recalled another instance of Westeros putting another ruler through humiliation. Rhaenyra is choosing to do this, however, but if Alicent knew she was doing it, she would no doubt have this woman following her the entire time.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Where is the shame? We'll get there. When she approaches Queen Alicent's chambers, we see that Sir Criston Cole now stands guard over the Queen. He is utterly cold to his former paramour and fully faithful to Alicent, who gave him a second lease on life. Alicent, still wearing green, or greenish, is now played by Olivia Cook and looks surprised that Rhaenyra played big and wore herself out in coming personally. The only one happy about anything right now is the older King Viserys, who not only has a son, he now has 3, count 'em up, 3 grandsons. He has continued to deteriorate. One of his hands is fully covered now, and very possibly has no idea that most of the court is just waiting for him to die. Rhaenyra is thankful for him, though, and their bond, at least, still remains intact. Her legacy and her children are protected as long as Viserys is alive. The fact that he is crumbling before her very eyes is probably an even more worrying sight than the staircase was. Rhaenyra's agency as a mother is tossed in the fire twice in rapid succession when Viserys tells the baby that he'll be a knight, and Alicent asks what the baby's name is.
He'll be called Joffrey.
Rhaenyra has no say in either matter. You'll remember that Joffrey is the name of Laenor's lover, who was killed in the previous episode. It's likely difficult for any Game of Thrones fan to hear that name and not think of this charming young fellow.
You can't insult me!
When Viserys points out the look of the baby, it is much more loaded than we originally think.
I do believe he has his father's nose.
He is making a physical connection to Laenor and the baby, letting everyone know that as far as he is concerned, Laenor is, without a question, this child's biological father. Why is this an issue? Alicent is making it one, and her line to Laenor in the end of this scene is just one example.
Sooner or later, you may get one who looks like you.
Rhaenyra has 3 children thus far, Jacaerys Velaryon, Lucerys Velaryon, and the newly born Joffrey. She became heir to Viserys because he had no sons, yet Rhaenyra herself, so far, has had nothing but. True to the deal that Viserys made with Lord Corlys, they all bear the Velaryon name. That is, until one of them ascends the Iron Throne. What none of them have is the darker skin tone of Laenor or his silver-colored hair. All of Rhaenyra's children are
black of hair.
Alicent would love nothing more than to prove that all of Rhaenyra's children are bastards. It would delegitimize all of them, bring shame to Rhaenyra, and would all but certainly place her own son, Aegon II, first in the line of succession. Word of Laenor's appetites have no doubt reached her, and she knows that Rhaenyra has had at least one dalliance with Criston Cole. She has her sights set on another as well, as we'll soon see.
Busted.
When Laenor says that he was right to pick the name as he and Rhaenyra leave Alicent's chamber, she points out that she's the one who is bleeding. She's not being poetic. We see a long trail of blood coming from the door behind her. She once dreamed of being on the battlefield as a dragon rider, but her mother told her that their battlefield was the birthing bed. Rhaenyra cannot be contained, so her wounds will not be restricted to one simple bed. Her battleground as a mother will envelop the entire kingdom. When we see Rhaenyra's older sons with a dragon egg all picked out for Joffrey's crib, we also see that Sir Harwin Strong has risen through the ranks and is now Lord Commander of the City Watch. Not only did his quick actions in getting Rhaenyra out of the mob scene in the previous episode earn him and his house further trust, it may have earned him something else. Not only does Lord Commander Harwin look after Jace and Luce, he gives that look to Joffrey the newborn. Is it the look of a father? We don't know yet, but yes. From the look on his face, Laenor likely knows the truth. He and Rhaenyra had a deal, after all. When we enter the dragon pit, we see the process of how Targaryens and Velaryons bond with their dragons. Once this bond is sealed, the dragon will not take instruction from any other. The dragon that Jacaerys bonds with here is Vermax, the dragon that he will eventually master and ride. He can't wait to do the catchphrase.
Dracarys Vermax.
This entire scene gives us our best look yet at the full interior of the dragon pit, the ruins of which we see later on in Season 7 of Thrones. We also meet Alicent's grown boys, Aegon II and Aemond Targaryen. Aemond has no dragon, and a Targaryen without a dragon is someone to be mocked, apparently. The other 3 youngsters play a joke on him, with Aegon instigating the entire thing.
Behold, the pink dread.
The surreally unfunny joke prompts Aemond to descend into the darkness of the dragon pit and have a real dragon encounter, reminding us of how Tyrion will eventually do the same far across the sea. When we rejoin Alicent, she's with her daughter Helaena. Helaena is studying insects, which is a symbol that will return later on in the episode. It also makes us remember this.
Why are you smashing all those beetles?
The end of this little scene shows Alicent giving her daughter a look of kindness and pity, letting us know that Alicent is well aware of the horrors that her daughter will soon be subject to because she is a woman who exists. When Aemond is brought in after his time in the dragon pit, he complains that he doesn't have a dragon yet, and Alicent chastises him for being obsessed with them. She promises that he'll have one someday, but is this true? Will Aemond ever be friends with a dragon? We don't want to spoil you, so we'll just say...
Hey, what happened?
Viserys is still working on his model train set, model of old Valyria, and he doesn't buy that Rhaenyra's sons were behind this alone. Alicent tries to pour honey in his ears, but he's not as blind as some in the Red Keep think he is.
You sure it wasn't Aegon who put them up to it?
Alicent counters with wondering how their dragons hatched in the first place, and things turn into a round of her trying to convince the king that Laenor is not the father of Rhaenyra's sons.
To have one child like that is a mistake. To have 3 is an insult.
Viserys tells a story about a horse, which culminates with...
Nature is a thing of mysterious works.
Alicent was just approaching this very subject with her daughter, but she's not into it here. She uses horses, the words of his own story, to ask the question, but he still isn't buying.
The consequences of an allegation like the one you toyed would be dire.
It's not that he doesn't see it or believe it. He simply knows what the consequences are and is still firmly on Rhaenyra's side. He's not Tywin Lannister, who never seemed to acknowledge that the incest rumors about his children could ever be real.
Is true about Jamie and me.
No.
Your legacy is a lie.
When she's safely away from the king, we see Alicent get real for a moment, and she does this with one of the only people she can be fully honest with, Sir Criston Cole.
He'll do naught but make excuses for her.
He has nothing but resentment towards Rhaenyra, his former lover.
A spider who stings and sucks her prey dry.
And while he's playing the victim, may we remind him that it in fact takes two to tango?
But in the world, we must defend our own.
It was funny.
When his mother tells him that Rhaenyra's sons won't be his little friends forever, he doesn't seem to understand or care.
Rhaenyra will ascend the throne, and Jacaerys Targaryen will be her heir.
So?
She escalates her tone quickly.
You are the challenge! You are the challenge, Aegon! Simply by living and breathing!
She maintains the same thing that Otto once told her. If Rhaenyra takes the throne, she'll have Aegon and all of his siblings killed. Is this why Alicent is so anti-Rhaenyra, or is it for more selfish reasons?
Bitterbow!
Hey, Aegon II looks familiar.
Thank you for bringing that up. I should note that Aegon II is now played by Ty Tennant, son of David Tennant, who played the 10th Doctor on Doctor Who. Matt Smith, Daemon Targaryen, succeeded him as the 11th Doctor. They shared scenes together in the 50th anniversary special. Speaking of Daemon, it's time to check in with the rogue prince. When we see him again, he's married to Laena Velaryon, and the two of them are riding their dragons for sport in Pentos. Pentos, you'll remember, is where Daenerys had her first scenes in Game of Thrones.
And his sister, Daenerys of House Targaryen.
They have two daughters, Baela and Rhaena. Another is on the way, so Daemon must have either worked out his issues or gotten an assist. Laena is a Velaryon, but her mother is Rhaenys Targaryen, the queen that never was. Because of this, she is able to be a dragon rider. We have already seen her brother Laenor ride the dragon Seasmoke. She doesn't ride just any dragon. We see her riding Vhagar, the dragon originally written by Queen Visenya alongside Aegon the Conqueror. This series previously mentioned that Vhagar was still alive, but that she was riderless and nowhere knew where she was. Vhagar was riderless during many periods in George R.R. Martin's writing, with her rider before Laena being Baelor the Bold, who was the father of King Viserys. They aren't riding for glory here. This is more of a circus act. When we see them at dinner, their host makes reference to Aegon the Conqueror and the Century of Blood, which was a period in Martin's writing that found the 9 free cities of Essos at war after the doom of Valyria. Volantis fought to claim what was left, but just as their host says, Aegon the Conqueror flew Balerion to Lys and burned a Volantine fleet.
On the great dragon Balerion, he flew to our aid in Lys and burned a fleet of enemy ships, thus turning the tide.
The Pentoshi want Daemon to stay because, wouldn't you know it, the Triarchy is rising again, and this time they have the help of the Martells of Dorne. You'll remember this Martell from Game of Thrones.
When I pull my blade, your friend starts bleeding quite a lot, I'm afraid. So many veins in the wrist.
But this is well before that, and after countless Dornish incursions, the Targaryens have no love for House Martell. One of Aegon the Conqueror's 2 sister wives, Queen Rhaenys, died there, along with her dragon Meraxes. Dorne proved almost impossible to subdue, even for Aegon the Conqueror. This offer is appealing to a tired-looking Daemon, but it is not appealing at all to Laena.
Free to do as we please. Welcomed and feted.
And eternally guessed.
Precisely.
Having just been teaching one of his daughters the Valyrian language, Daemon being told that they possess the blood of old Valyria is something he obviously already knows. Where do they belong?
Valyria is gone, we don't belong anywhere.
When we see the sons of both Rhaenyra and Alicent training in the yard, we remember other such training scenes on Game of Thrones. Viserys thinks that this is going to bond them all.
This is the stuff, Lionel. You'll certainly form a lifelong bond, wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I don't think it's gonna work.
It doesn't. The problem is that while Viserys drinks and thinks happy thoughts, the children are being taught by Criston Cole and Harwin Strong. Both are almost certainly lovers or former lovers of Rhaenyra, and both are now on opposite sides of the political divide. This entire scene in a way, is yet another harbinger of the wars to come. When Harwin Strong accuses Criston Cole of cruelty, we think of another Kingsguard member we've seen and how absurdly cruel they were. Even so, Criston Cole isn't about to let this go without charging up Rumor Watch 3000.
Your interest in the Princeling's training is quite unusual, Commander. Most men would only have that kind of devotion toward a cousin or a son.
Rhaenyra not only hears of this, she continues the grand trend of people listening into the conversations of others and hears Harwin arguing over his actions with his father.
Or intimacy with the Princess Rhaenyra is an offense that would mean exile and death.
Harwin doesn't admit that he is the father, but his father only tells him this.
People have eyes, boy.
Lionel doesn't think that the king sees it, though, and if he does, it is
willful blindness of a father towards his child.
Like Rhaenyra, only the frail king keeps them all alive.
You are the father!
When Rhaenyra returns to her room, perpetually paying the price for having barely a moment of enjoyment, we hear a familiar song being sung outside her room. It sounds very similar to this tune. In which case, wow, that song has legs. If it's not the same, a bard somewhere got derivative. Derivative and lazy. Shame on you.
Shame! 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 Shame!
Laenor is hot about war once again starting in the Stepstones. He's obviously bored at court, so he wants to return to war with his new friend Carl.
Good honest battle to enliven my blood again.
When he mentions the Tyroshi general who dyes his beard purple, we're reminded of Dario Naharis in Martin's books, a Tyroshi captain who dyed his beard a number of colors, purple being one of them. The television show went another route. Laenor is definitely participating in willful blindness himself, because he has no idea that rumors about the parentage of his own sons are swirling wider than ever.
Questions about our son's parentage.
He all but assures us that they aren't just rumors.
Insinuations, are they?
10 years of his deal with Rhaenyra have taken a toll, but when he brings this up, she sets him straight.
You are owed nothing.
He has some Valyrian wisdom for her, which apparently has to involve the sea because of a book deal Lord Corlys once made.
The wise sailor flees the storm as it gathers.
That might not lead to the kind of power move that Rhaenyra is looking for, but that doesn't mean that it's unwise. When one of Laena and Daemon's twin daughters, Rhaena, holds a dragon egg to the fire, Laena has to remind her of something.
It's been 8 years, sweetling. Half of them never do, you know. What hatch?
It's worth trying anyway, as Magister Illyrio no doubt thought that the eggs he gave Daenerys would never hatch either. Like Aemond earlier in the episode, Rhaena is self-conscious because she is a Targaryen without a dragon. This may be why Daemon is teaching her sister Baela to speak Valyrian and not her. When Laena tells Daemon that her brother is written and that Rhaenyra has had another son, he shows us that he has heard the rumors as well, and he shows plenty of resentment about it.
Does your brother mention if this one also bears a marked but entirely coincidental resemblance to the commander of the City Watch?
Daemon also has more in common with his brother Viserys than we thought, as he has become obsessed with staying in and reading about old dragon riders and their history. When we join a small council meeting, we get references to House Tully, Riverrun, and Lord Grover Tully, who was head of that house and Lord of Riverrun during the reign of Viserys. Rhaenyra adds a reference to how the Brackens and the Blackwoods will use any excuse to spill each other's blood, two houses that have a bitter feud in Martin's writing. This series showed them going at it early in episode 4.
Yeah, but didn't you say there was a Baratheon in that fight?
Well, I didn't, but I'm not entirely blameless here, so yes. We mistakenly said in the video for episode 4 that a Baratheon was involved in the Storm's End brawl, but we got mixed up. It was a Bracken and a Blackwood. Classic rivalry.
But still, where did the lighter fluid come from?
Before Rhaenyra and Alicent can start going at one another across the table, the new Stepstones problem is brought up, and Viserys lets us know that he really has had it up to here with all of that.
Ever be shut of that blasted place?
Dorne joining with the Triarchy doesn't sit well with him, though, as he also shows the lingering Targaryen dislike for Dorne and House Martell.
Trust the Martell is to be disappointed.
Rhaenyra points out that the problem has risen again because they left the Stepstones undefended after stepping in. This is what happened to most of Slaver's Bay after Daenerys conquered and then left. When the council members try to make their voices heard, they can't get past the vitriol volley between Rhaenyra and Alicent. That said, Rhaenyra proves to be the bigger person and gives at least a little ground.
My son, Jacaerys, will inherit the Iron Throne after me. I propose we betroth him to your daughter, Helena.
Not only is she wanting to bury their enmity, she is having her own son put duty first, just as she was once forced to do. Jacaerys and Helena are related, but that's no problem for the Targaryens. It's a feature, not a bug. Viserys likes it because it'll let him sleep more.
Let them rule together.
A most judicious proposition.
She's even willing to give Aemond a dragon egg if her own dragon Syrax has another clutch. But once again, Rhaenyra is ignoring her physical body in order to play the game. When Viserys continues to support Rhaenyra, Alicent shows that she can shut the king down whenever she likes. She's the real power here and can put this frail king to bed without supper if she wants to. His existence protects Rhaenyra, but the real power lives with Alicent and continues to grow. This is not good for Team Rhaenyra.
May do as you wish, husband. When I am cold in my grave.
When Lionel Strong tries to resign as Hand of the King, he says it is because of his son's actions earlier in the yard, actions that were necessary because of what Criston Cole was doing. When he adds in that the rumors about Harwin and Rhaenyra are playing a part in this as well, Alicent asks him to say them in plain language. He cannot, so Viserys does not accept his resignation. Alicent is let down, as if a certain plan of hers has failed. She does overhear Lionel saying that both he and Harwin will be returning to their seat at Harrenhal, the gargantuan burned-out husk of a castle that we saw in the very first scene of this show. It showed up many times in Season 2 of Game of Thrones especially, and in Martin's writing, it was burned and melted by Aegon the Conqueror and Balerion. Ever since, it is said that the castle is cursed. That's one rumor that everyone takes very seriously.
A terrible curse.
When Alicent goes to dinner, she's not just having it with any old guest. In the 10 years that followed the last episode, the silver-tongued Larys Strong has become her firm ally and confidant. As he said in episode 5, people don't listen to him when he talks, so he observes. This is how he serves Alicent. The two of them are getting their scheme on, so it's not shocking that Alicent sends away a maid who could be a little bird. The theme of willful blindness comes up yet again when Larys talks about the king. Alicent wishes that her father would be Hand of the King once more. He would not be impartial, and he would not be just. But as she says,
no, but he would be partial to me.
When Larys goes to the dungeons to recruit some criminals, we can see the image of a beetle on his walking stick. This could be a symbol that he's like an insect, or it could be a callback to Alicent's daughter learning about insects earlier in the episode. These men, with beetle badges on their cloaks, set fire to Harrenhal on his orders. The castle burns down, once again, and both Lionel and Harwin perish. But the curse will be blamed. No one here really suspects Larys. For one thing, everyone underestimates him. For another, the three men he recruited to do it would never speak of it. They'll never speak of anything. He had their tongues ripped out.
They could write it.
But who'd believe them? In Martin's writing, the cause of the fire is never determined, though Larys, who will benefit the most from it, is suggested as a possible culprit. Daemon, Lord Corlys, and the king himself were other potential instigators. When Laena gives birth, we once again return to what Emma Arryn once referred to as the woman's battlefield. Unlike Rhaenyra's labor in the beginning of the episode, this labor goes quite badly. Just as with Emma, the baby can be saved, but Laena cannot. Daemon is told this, finding himself in the same position Viserys found himself in during the tournament. While Viserys was dealing with this, Daemon was peacocking around and getting applause.
Well, well, well. How the turntables...
Here, they aren't even sure if the baby can be saved, but Laena takes things into her own hands and walks out to see Vhagar, who appropriately looks like an older and wiser dragon than the others. She has decided to end things on her terms, like a true Targaryen Valyrian would.
Dracarys!
Vhagar has lost several riders at this point in her history, and she is reluctant to lose another. She does not want to obey this command, letting us know that the pain of losing a rider is very likely very, very harmful for dragons. Seeing the hurt in her master's eyes changes things, so Vhagar is merciful and gives Laena what she wants. Vhagar is once again riderless. She's not the only dragon who loses someone, as Rhaenyra has now lost a staunch defender in Harwin. His farewell farewell to Rhaenyra's children hammers it home even more, even for the children themselves.
Is Harwin strong on my father? Am I a bastard?
When Rhaenyra says he's a Targaryen and that's all that matters, she's saying that he is above such petty concerns. Whether it's incest, bastardy, or worse, Targaryens consider themselves above it all. No doubt feeling vulnerable, Rhaenyra is making the smart choice and following advice given to her by Laenor, of all people. She and her faction will go to Dragonstone.
I have been undermined and made a spectacle. They whisper about me in the corridors. Well, I leave them to it.
When Larys monologues about children being a weakness, it makes us think of how children have made Rhaenyra, Alicent, and Daemon vulnerable. Harwin led to Lionel's death, and Larys caused it. Viserys also shows that he is not so willfully blind as some would believe. Not about Rhaenyra, and not about anyone else. He's the one who finally sees the mouse. Two were seen representing the differing duties of Rhaenyra and Alicent in episodes past, and one lapped up blood in the shadows at the end of last week's episode. They've gone unnoticed until now, but Viserys, of all people, is the one to notice the vermin skittering around, feeding off of his kingdom. Whether or not this moment will lead to any action from him is another matter entirely. Love stays the hand. Love is a downfall, Larys continues, making us think of this line from Maester Aemon.
Love is the death of duty.
This entire monologue from Larys also makes us think of Littlefinger and this moment.
Chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder.
When Larys finishes the speech to Alicent, she looks horrified that it has all led to this.
You pass judgment.
The Queen makes a wish.
He must think he's some kind of Jack and Hagar.
The girl has named a second name. The man will do what must be done.
Now! Alicent may have won this round, but was it worth it? Laena Velaryon is dead, so naturally her funeral involves the sea. She may have died in fiery Targaryen fashion, but she was born a Velaryon, and they are of a different element. On Driftmark, the seat of House Velaryon, all of the major players in the realm gather to put her to rest. No one will be at rest when they leave. The Eternal Waters are referred to as the dominion of the Merling King, which is a reference to one of the gods of the sea in George R.R. Martin's writing. The Velaryons claim that the Driftwood Throne, seen in this episode, as well as in episodes past, in the Great Hall of High Tide, was originally gifted to them by the Merling King. A statue of this deity features in the House of Black and White in Braavos. Otto Hightower has been invited to the funeral, and we see that's because he is once again the Hand of the King. When there's talk about Velaryon blood running thick and true, and how it must never run thin, Daemon can't help but be Daemon. He may be done with the over-the-top nature of the ceremony, or he may be having a laugh about the two sons of Laenor Velaryon who are present and are not his actual sons at all. Ultimately, all of the salty Velaryon blood in the world is no match for the blood of the dragon. This is represented when the episode transitions from Laena's watery coffin to the dragons flying high above it all. When Rhaenyra tells Jace to comfort his cousins, he says that they should all be at Harrenhal, dealing with the tragedy of Lionel and Harwin, who were both burned to death an episode ago. This is a reminder for both Rhaenyra and the audience that the burning of Harrenhal is quite fresh, and that Jace knows full well that Sir Harwin was his real father. Even so, Jace has to be reminded that relations with the Velaryons are important.
The Velaryons are our kin.
Sure, that's true enough, but Rhaenyra is starting to understand the true danger that she is in, and realizes she is going to need all the help she can get. If her son cozying up to his Velaryon cousins is going to shore up sea power for her, then Jace had better snap to and do what he's told. If you think that's us reading too much into it, take a look at the reaction of these two darlings after Jace goes off to do his duty. When we see Helaena Targaryen, she is once again toying with insects.
Why are you smashing all those beetles?
And muttering to herself. Ever the charmer, Aegon II tells his brother Aemond that
she's an idiot.
In Martin's writing, Sir Larys will eventually become quite enmeshed with the Velaryons, and this will lead to his eventual downfall. Symbolically, the insect is being trapped into a destiny by shells, fairly obvious signs of the sea. Fresh off of killing his own father and brother, Larys is revealed here to be the new lord of the ever-cursed Harrenhal, and his looks to Alicent make it clear he wants to be repaid paid for his deeds. Alicent is uneasy about it here, almost making us recall the timid girl who once bit her fingernails. This won't be the case for long. Young Bela eventually takes the hand of young Jace. In Martin's writing, these two became betrothed to each other when he was 4 and she was 2. Lord Corlys tells Lucerys that he'll rule Driftmark one day, but he gives the familiar Jon Snow refrain when he says he doesn't want it.
I don't want it.
I'll take it.
If I'm the Lord of Driftmark, it means everyone's dead.
Maybe I don't want it.
Lord Corlys doesn't understand this because it is Lucerys' birthright. He is entitled to it. As we'll soon find out, nothing is more important to him than legacy, and that is a theme that runs through this entire episode. The older generation is so concerned with it that they have to whip the younger generation into shape, and this includes Lord Corlys telling Laenor's new paramour, Sir Carl, to make Laenor stop moping around in the sea.
Retrieve your patron.
Later, we see Otto chastising the drunk Aegon II and sending him to bed.
Get to bed.
It's clear that Rhaenyra wants something from Daemon after all these years, as every look between them is charged. Viserys also shares looks with his brother, eventually sharing some kindness and identification with him. Viserys knows all too well the pain of losing a wife, and he empathizes with Daemon despite this moment being in their past.
You defiled her.
Viserys makes every effort to bring Daemon back to King's Landing and help him through this, but Daemon has completely shut down.
I need nothing.
It'll take a different family member to shake him out of that, but it's nice that Viserys tried. Something else not helping Daemon's attitude?
Sorry for your loss, my prince.
Let's not forget how much these two loathe each other.
I don't like you. I really don't like you.
Corlys hammers the theme of legacy home with Rhaenys, who is one of the only people on this show who seems like she has well and truly given up playing the game.
Mayhaps the gods have scorned us for our insatiable pride.
Once again, he rails on about the injustice of Rhaenys passed over in the very beginning of the series, but claims that he is holding these resentments for her sake. There was no real path to power for him alone, but he got close to power through his wife. She's over it, and he's not.
It's not justice for your wife that drives you, it is your own ambition.
If he can't have the throne, she can't have the throne, then the blood that comes after him is his next best shot.
What is this brief mortal life, if not the pursuit of legacy?
With that line, Corlys not only sums up this episode, but the entire series thus far. It is legacy that has driven the Targaryens to bring about something as close to a new Valyria as they can. Viserys has talked about how history will look on him, and has built his little model of Valyria itself. Otto is concerned with the legacy of House Hightower, and has trained his daughter accordingly, and even the legacy of the dragons on the show is long and important. The most important legacy of all, perhaps, is the legacy of Aegon's prophecy, the thing that Viserys has passed on to the legacy he chose, Rhaenyra. Rhaenys isn't uninterested in legacy herself. She wants Driftmark to pass to Laena's children because she knows the secret of Laena's children.
Rhaenyra's children are not of your blood.
Corlys obviously knows the truth, but he just can't face it.
History does not remember blood. It remembers names.
I mean, okay, so is that why there was so much talk about blood, salty blood, and thick blood at Laena's funeral? Because people don't remember it? Pick a song and stay with it, Lord Corlys.
I love all my children equally. I don't care for Joe.
Either way, names are important in Westeros, so let's go through all of the times that the Valyrian name becomes important later on in Game of Thrones. When Rhaenyra reunites with Daemon on the beach, we once again see that he is one of the only characters on the show that she can be truly honest with. She trusts him with the complete truth on everything, and she's not wrong to do so. She talks to him about her deal with Laenor, how they tried to conceive themselves, and Sir Harwin. These are things that she would never tell anyone else. Her trust in Uncle Daemon is absolute, and that's a good thing. She is going to need him. The true moment of her need has not yet come, though, because for now, Rhaenyra stands firm on this.
I do not believe Alicent's capable of cold murder.
At the moment, maybe not. It was Larys Strong who took initiative and burned down the perpetually cursed Harrenhal. As for the future, we'll just say Alicent is a time bomb. As for now, Daemon and Rhaenyra are both on the fading or faded end of marriages. He says he spared her when he was a child, but they're on a beach, they're alone, and they have been eye-nailing each other since that coffin hit the water.
I'm no longer a child.
By the look on Rhaenyra's face in the scene that follows, Daemon may no longer be struggling with his performance issues.
I'm the doctor. I'm worse than everybody's aunt.
Rhaenyra and Daemon weren't necessarily being careful about doing it on the beach, but while Aemond is close, he doesn't see them. He's much more interested in the call of his own legacy that has so far left him without a dragon. He finds Vhagar, the oldest, wisest, and most powerful dragon left in Westeros, and the only one of the 3 dragons that participated in Aegon's conquest to still be alive. She is riderless, but she still wears a saddle. It would almost certainly be too dangerous for anyone to get close enough to take this last remnant of Laena off of her. For his first contact, Aemond doesn't go to pat Vhagar. He goes for the rope harness instead. He's looking for power. He repeats the Valyrian word Dohairis, which translates to serve, as we know from the expression Valar Dohairis, which means all men must serve. Once Vhagar obeys his commands, they are bonded. As we know from the previous episode, Vhagar will not be commanded by anyone else until her current rider dies. Without a doubt, Vhagar is the biggest dragon that we've seen on this show or on Game of Thrones.
I could be a dragon, but I am so small.
In size, but not in spirit. When Aemond re-enters after his flight, he is no longer the quiet and shy kid who got bullied in the dragon pit. Not only does he have a dragon now, he has Vhagar. He has power, and he wastes no time in rolling around in that power.
Mother's dead. Vhagar has a new rider now.
He's nice enough to make a pig reference to them, reminding Jace and Luke of the awful joke they pulled on him in the previous episode.
Maybe your cousins can find you a pig to ride.
Want to know what mostly incited the Dance of the Dragons? It's right here. Aemond goes too far by making a crack about the boy's parentage, and so Jace picks knife when Aemond picks rock. It cuts Aemond right across the eye, and the eye is lost. We immediately remember this.
You'll have to close an eye.
Everyone convenes to make everything worse, in a scene that plays out like a larger version of this scene from Thrones. Once Corlys, Rhaenys, and Rhaenyra all hit the scene, the kids start arguing, which echoes that Thrones scene even more.
Liar! Liar! Liar!
Stop it! Finally, at long last, King Viserys shuts everyone up.
I'm telling the tale.
Silence! When Alicent and Rhaenyra start arguing, this is no longer about the kids. It is now the Greens, Team Alicent, versus the Blacks, Team Rhaenyra, which is how it will break down when the Dance of the Dragons begins in earnest. If you remember, Alicent purposely wore a green dress to Rhaenyra's wedding feast. House Hightower is ready to go to war when the fire on top of the High Tower of Old Town burns green. Things get worse for Viserys as he doesn't get the answer he was hoping for when he asks how Aemon knew about the parentage rumors in the first place.
Everyone knows.
Viserys refused to see this more than we'd originally thought. Viserys is old and is almost losing about one vital limb per episode now. He can barely walk, but his legacy is on the line. He is all that is stopping the Greens and the Blacks from going to war. We can see him realize it in a stunning bit of acting from Paddy Considine.
Your father, your grandsire, your king demands it!
He demands that they all kiss and make up.
We are a family!
It's a royal decree.
Oh, does everyone comply?
Not at all. Channeling a newfound Cersei Lannister, Alicent demands an eye for an eye.
Bring me the Eye of Lucerys, Velaryon.
When Alicent demands that Sir Criston Cole bring her the Eye of Lucerys, he does not comply. The Kingsguard doesn't maim children, which is something Sir Meryn Trant obviously forgot about.
Alicent, stay with the king! Hold your ground!
She doesn't just go at Rhaenyra, she goes at her with the dagger that contains Aegon's prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire. She goes at her with the symbol of the only legacy that really matters. Daemon stops Cole from helping Alicent, and she rails resentment at Rhaenyra, even though Rhaenyra has, recently at least, lived a life of duty. Alicent has never been able to, at times, engage with her passions as Rhaenyra has.
Where is duty? Where is sacrifice?
Where in the world is...
Carmen San Diego.
All of this may be true to an extent, but Alicent hasn't had to put up with rumors and slander for 10 years plus.
It's all exhausting, wasn't it? Hiding beneath the cloak of your own righteousness.
Before she drops the dagger, Rhaenyra is cut. The legacy that she has sworn to protect and her duties as heir to Viserys have sliced into her at last. Aemon doesn't care either way because he is seeing one step ahead.
I may have lost an eye, but I gained a dragon.
Not just any dragon, he gained Vhagar. For Team Alicent, that's definitely worth an eye. When Otto goes to see Alicent, she expects to be chastised for her actions. He proceeds to do anything but. He is overjoyed that she is no longer the girl who timidly bit her fingernails in the premiere.
We play an ugly game. And now, for the first time, I see that you have the determination to win it.
Otto has been playing the game since we first laid eyes on him and took a chance on his daughter. Her friendship with Rhaenyra got in the way, but that's not going to be an issue anymore. Alicent is in the game now, and as we all know, when you play the Game of Thrones,
you win or you die.
Otto makes it clear that his mentoring of Alicent has only just begun.
And I promise you, in time, you and I together will prevail.
When he talks of Aemon's actions and Vhagar, he's already become concerned with sides, and he likely has been for quite a while. When Laenor has an honest talk with Rhaenyra, he's ready to recommit to the part he agreed to play and fight on her side. This isn't a bad thing, as he brings the loyalty of the Valyrians and a dragon of his own, Seasmoke. We think that Rhaenyra has reaffirmed a good ally, but then the episode pulls a twist on us. After Laenor tells her that she deserves a husband, we can almost see her concocting a plan in her head right here. She doesn't need a husband of the sea. She needs one who is of fire. When she meets with Daemon on the docks, she mentions the power that fire has.
Fire is such strange power. Everything that House Targaryen possesses is owed to it. Yet it has cost us both what we loved.
She's referring to Harwin Strong and Laena Velaryon. Fire is a prison. The sea offers an escape, she says, which may be true, but she'd best heed the words of the three-eyed raven.
It is beautiful beneath the sea, but if you stay too long, you'll drown.
Alicent is no longer wary of Larys as they depart, showing that she will hesitate no longer in ordering him to do what must be done.
The day will doubtless come when I require such a friend, with not only skill, but discretion as well.
She has Larys, Criston Cole, her sly father, Old Town, and Vhagar on her side. Rhaenyra has a sick father, so she has to have some sly muscle of her own. Her first draft pick is a good one.
Need you, uncle.
To make the plea more personal, she starts to make it in Valyrian. Aegon the Conqueror married both of his sisters, and so Rhaenyra wants to do the same here. You and I are made of fire, she says, likely wanting to marry her uncle for both power and pleasure. Daemon says her subjects have to fear her, and this sounds a little similar to advice that Olenna Tyrell will one day give to a different Targaryen.
You're a dragon. Be a dragon.
None of this can happen while Laenor is alive, however. Daemon talks to Sir Carl about how other places in the world are more accepting, and though we think that he's paying him off to kill Laenor, this isn't entirely true.
That's not entirely accurate.
Carl and Laenor put on a good show, but the quick death with witnesses that Daemon asked for is someone that Daemon supplied from the halls. The body is burned and everyone just thinks that it is Laenor, but Laenor is perfectly safe. There are a few reasons for Rhaenyra to do this as far as we can see. For one, it will inspire the fear of what these two married dragons are capable of. The whispers and rumors will start to work for them and not against them. For another, obviously, it frees Rhaenyra up for this stronger marriage. What it really does, though, is set Laenor free, something Daemon himself suggests. He can go and be himself in a more understanding part of the world, and he's earned it, if only because, as Rhaenyra says,
You are an honorable man with a good heart. It's a rare thing.
In Martin's writing, Laenor is killed by Sir Carl, and the rumor was that this was done on the orders of Daemon. Rhaenyra and Daemon, united in fire, marry in a ceremony that involves a fair amount of blood. This is appropriate, as the words of House Targaryen are fire and blood. Though Laenor has served fire for over 10 years, fire ends up burning someone else's body, and Laenor is set free. He has shaved off his hair, and with it any trace of Valyrian legacy, but he vanishes with Carl on the waves of the sea.
So this episode begins with yet another time jump, this time 6 years, meaning that the show's first season has spanned 21 years, 30 if you count the prologue. So we pick up 6 years after Aemon lost his eye and Laenor faked his death. In his grief, Corlys Velaryon left his island to fight, once again, in the Stepstones. The Triarchy are the herpes of Westeros, constantly re-emerging no matter how many times you try to wipe them clean.
Like that U2 album they put on everybody's iPhone.
Yeah, I still can't get that thing deleted. In Corlys' absence, his wife Rhaenys has been sitting sitting on his driftwood throne. Now, I don't know if it's actually made from driftwood, but it was a gift from a sorceress named Ursula Upcliffe, who ruled Witch Isle here near the Vale. The throne was supposedly a gift from the god the Merlin King, a god associated with the Narrow Sea. Now, because the gift came from a sinister sorceress like Ursula, it may have carried a curse, and this curse may have spelled out the doom for the Valerian house, a doom that seems to be accelerating in this episode. Corlys has sustained some pretty bad wounds in the fighting, and now he's taken a fever and will soon die. He has his own Daemon-like hot-headed brother, Vaemond, who you'll remember he disagrees with during the battle against the crab feeder.
Blood or no, Vaemond, I will not have you stoke mutiny.
Now, Vaemond wants the driftwood throne for himself, so his house isn't led by a child who is obviously not even of his own blood relation. It's not like an unreasonable request, but there is more at stake here than the ships of the Sea Snake. Corlys told Jace that he was going to be his heir.
It's your birthright, lad.
And if these kids are passed over, then that's basically the crown, acknowledging that Rhaenyra's kids are bastards. And if the kids aren't trueborn, then it means Rhaenyra isn't fit to be queen. When we hear,
But it's not a king who sits the Iron Throne these days, it's a queen.
you might think for a moment that Rhaenyra has been crowned during the time jump. No such luck for her though, as Alicent is now the de facto queen regent, ruling in place of Viserys Targaryen.
So she's like Edith Wilson?
Who's Edith Wilson?
Edith Wilson, man. Woodrow Wilson had a really bad stroke, and then his wife Edith was the only person who was allowed to see him for like months and months. So she basically ran the country during that time. Read a book, dude.
I would, but there are no books here, only movies. So many movies. Elsewhere on Dragonstone, Daemon gets an egg from a clutch neatly laid by Syrax, that's Rhaenyra's dragon. His plan is to place the egg in the crib of the child that Rhaenyra is carrying. Everyone has that ultimate goal to be a dragon rider, like in the Neverending Story or in Rick and Morty. So cool! I mean, we already saw Daenerys' dragons slowly level up, but now it's great to see the Targaryens at the zenith of their power, and seeing how the family members imprint onto these dragons.
Dracarys Vermax.
Baela is one of Daemon's twin daughters that he had with Laena, and she was named after Viserys' father, Baelon. Now that is also the name he gave his infant son, who was the heir for a day in the first episode. Baela has sent Daemon a message from Driftmark. Now she has been staying there with her grandmother, raising her as a ward. Kind of like how the Starks raised Theon Greyjoy, except he was more of a hostage. The message reads, "Father, I write this with news of Uncle Vaemond, who this moment sails to King's Landing. He plans to appeal to His Grace the King on matters of succession, rights, and the sanctity of his blood. He wishes for the Driftwood throne to pass to him, that is his by rights, and that he is the only untainted choice." Elsewhere at Dragonstone, Prince Jacaerys is studying his Valerian.
Killed.
Felled. It is a related word.
He's retelling how Aegon and his two sister wives traveled from Dragonstone to Blackwater Bay and founded the city of King's Landing. This also mirrors the journey that Rhaenyra and her family will take in this episode, as they travel from Dragonstone to King's Landing.
To King's Landing, then.
So he's having a hard time learning this language. Now, he is learning on this huge table. Now, this might be the same table that's a map of Westeros that we've seen in Game of Thrones before. That's the table where Aegon planned his conquest of Westeros, and then Stannis used it in the War of the Five Kings, and then finally Daenerys used it here.
Shall we begin?
Now, in the book, this is called the Painted Table, and it's 50 feet long, so the show is already taking liberties with where the table sits and its size. So a lot of people have been saying there's no one to root for on this show, but you gotta respect this kid's work ethic.
No, I want to keep going.
The next part of the story is Aegon ordering the trees to be felled.
Aegon ordered that the tree should be killed.
This is because when he arrived in Westeros, there was only a fishing village where he landed, and he ordered a great wall or palisade to be built on the highest of the three hills that eventually became King's Landing. So most of the first chunk of the episode is all catch up as we learn that Daemon and Rhaenyra are married and that Rhaenys blames them for the death of her son. Rhaenyra no longer even resides in King's Landing because she got tired of Alicent's drama, and instead she lives in her ancestral home of Dragonstone. And now Daemon and Rhaenyra have a son, Aegon.
But wait, Alicent named her son Aegon.
Yes, and in the book, this also pisses off Alicent because she sees this as Rhaenyra's Aegon stepping on the toes of her Aegon, who remember she thinks should be next in line to the Iron Throne. The family returns to King's Landing for the first time in years, where they are given a pretty piss-poor welcome, much like the diss that Corlys showed Viserys, a kind of high society Westerosi way of disrespecting nobility. Then we go to Alicent presiding over the small council, and the shot begins on the seven-pointed star of the seven gods of Westeros. As Daemon points out, Alicent is slowly replacing Targaryen banners with more iconography from the church.
The removal of Targaryen heraldry and the installation in its stead of various statues and stars.
Alicent making this change is significant for a number of reasons. For one, when Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, he had to spend a lot of time courting the church because they did not approve of him having two wives, especially since his two wives were his sisters. The church did eventually approve of the Targaryens' incest because they ruled that the Targaryens were more than just mortals, so they had to keep their bloodline pure. Anyways, the Targaryen family has always had an uneasy relationship with the faith. Alicent has become even more closely aligned with the faith because it helps present her family as the pious alternative to the sinful Rhaenyra, who is raising bastards to be heirs to the Iron Throne. Alicent is even wearing the Faith of the Seven Star around her neck because her house, the Hightowers, are located in Old Town, where the Church of the Seven is also headquartered. Careful though, Alicent, because we've seen what happens when a queen tries to use the church as a political tool.
Shame! Shame! Shame!
Alicent is still wearing green, the color the Hightowers wear when they call their banners, and notice that Rhaenyra is wearing black. Now, their confrontation at court was often referred to as the Greens versus the Blacks. So Daemon and Rhaenyra are in King's Landing to make sure that Rhaenyra's son inherits the Driftmark, so they appeal to what's left of Viserys.
Yeah, but why does he get to decide?
Because the Iron Throne breaks all ties except for combat. So the model of Old Valyria is now huge because Viserys has been working on it for decades. But it's telling that while this model is strong and sprawling, Viserys' own body is weak and shrinking. He was always a ruler who pined for the days of old rather than working to make sure his ties were strong in his own kingdom in the present day. And it is crazy how some characters, like Matt Smith, have aged like Bilbo. Whereas Viserys looks like he found the One Ring and he's forgetting the taste of bread. It's also interesting that Viserys is now wearing frilly, bright clothing and what looks like a woman's blouse, and he's being forced to stay in bed. It's almost like he's being forced into the traditional role of Westerosi women, who are treated as brood sows for royal seed. He can serve the realm best from his bed. So this whole scene reminded me of Alicent in bed with Viserys, as she had to let him do his duty with no regard for her own pleasure. Alicent, meanwhile, is hearing a story from one of the handmaids about how her son Aegon raped and assaulted her.
I didn't see him. I asked him to stop, Your Grace.
I really do think that Alicent feels bad for this girl, but that she's more angry with her son. But see, like Cersei, she's willing to accept her son's horrible actions because she loves her kids.
You are my darling boy, and the world will be exactly as you want it to be.
You love your children. It's your one redeeming quality, that and your cheekbones.
She pays the kid off and gives her moon tea like what Rhaenyra was forced to drink after her dalliance with Criston Cole. Aegon II, meanwhile, is now married to his sister Helaena. Now you'll remember that up until now, she's kind of been on the margins and just treated like a weirdo.
This one has 60 rings. And 2 pairs of legs on each. That's 240.
I can relate. But Helaena seems to have a gift of prophecy. She's always muttering weird stuff.
The flesh, weaving dragons of thread.
And this statement very much came true when she predicted that Aemond was going to lose his eye.
You will have a dragon one day.
He'll have to close an eye.
Now look, I've held off on pointing these things out because I don't want to spoil anything that happens in the book, but she does appear to have a gift to tell the future, which also many Targaryens seem to have. Aegon foresaw the Long Night, and that one of his heirs would unite the Seven Kingdoms to fight off the zombie apocalypse, and that heir turned out to be Aegon V, aka Jon Snow. And in the House of the Undying, Daenerys also had visions of the Iron Throne covered in snow. And in the books, Jon also had a couple of prophetic dreams himself. So the boys return to the fighting yard where they were trained, and at first their memories are warm and nostalgic.
Smaller than I remember. It looks exactly the same.
But then we see just how much Aemond has grown, as he can now stand toe-to-toe with the seemingly immortal Criston Cole. Seeing Aemond fighting in the yard probably brings up a lot of trauma about how the older boys bullied them, and of course the fight where Aemond lost an eye. In the original Game of Thrones, we kept hearing this phrase.
They say every time a Targaryen is born, the gods toss a coin and the world holds its breath.
And this is pretty true, all the way back to Aegon's conquest. There's always a nice Targaryen and a cruel one. Aemond is one of the cruel ones, although Daemon seems to have matured quite a bit, so maybe you can grow out of that phase. When Vaemond enters the castle, the knights escorting him are not wearing the sigil of of House Targaryen. They're wearing the symbol of the High Towers, showing just how much control Alicent's family now has of royal court. So then we come to Rhaenyra's low point when she tries to convince Rhaenys, a would-be woman queen herself, to secure her own ascension to the Iron Throne by basically endorsing her children as the heirs of Driftmark. When she says,
I loved your son.
Now we all know this is true. In fact, Rhaenyra loved him so much that she will honor him by keeping the secret that he is alive, even though if she were to tell Rhaenys, it would actually help her own political ambitions. So this is Rhaenyra's low point in the show, and the next scene might end up being the most pivotal in the entire series. She appeals to her father directly to specifically ask if he truly believes in Aegon's prophecy about the Song of Ice and Fire.
The Song of Ice and Fire, do you believe it to be true?
Now this talk inspires Viserys to pull a Grandpa Joe.
I haven't done this in 20 years.
10 seconds later.
I've got a golden chance to make my way.
But also, this is the conversation that Viserys will carry on with Alicent later, as he's high as hell and rolling on milk of the poppy. But more on that in a bit. In this talk, I was surprised that Rhaenyra called out her dad for naming her heir, because it actually ended up endangering the realm.
By naming me heir, you divided the realm.
So in the book, which is kind of written from like a point of view of people who weren't there, they don't explain anything about this Song of Ice and Fire prophecy. All we know is that Viserys stood by his daughter and that she fought very hard for the throne. In fact, when you read the book, at times, it seems like they're both just being stubborn, and that it would have been way easier to just name Aegon heir. So this addition about a personal Targaryen prophecy that connects to Game of Thrones is what makes this show work so well. We can root for all of these characters because each of them believes that they are acting for the good of the realm and not on behalf of their own lust for power. Something about this meeting sinks into Viserys because he plans for one last dinner with his family.
I want us to dine together.
And when he asks for this, notice that Otto immediately calls for milk of the poppy because he wants to keep the king weak and drugged up so his daughter can keep serving in his place. Then he makes a heroic entrance to sit on the Iron Throne one last time. This is one of the few times when Viserys sits on the throne and doesn't cut himself. Now, it's implied that his sickness stems from the many cuts from the throne, like maybe they got infected. See, the reason Aegon wanted a throne of swords was so nobody would sit too comfortably upon it. Because when you get too comfortable, your kingdom becomes like the body of Viserys, a rotting, weak husk. So Viserys does stumble, and we get this sweet moment where Daemon helps him with his crown. It's kind of hard to watch this and not think of this king.
Why should I welcome you?
But Viserys does come through for his daughter, daring anyone to challenge the blood of his grandsons.
The matter is settled. Again.
Daemon does speak up, and Daemon just makes it easier for Viserys to cut off his tongue. Now, after this, Viserys collapses because he is inherently a peaceful man, and conflict makes him weak. Remember how he could hardly even stomach killing the stag. The rancor of his court and kingdom eat away at his soul, as symbolized by how it eats away at his body. Later, Rhaenys is preparing to bury her brother-in-law and says,
The stranger has visited me more times than I can count, Grand Maester.
So the stranger is the name that the Westerosi called Death. There was a statue of the stranger in the Great Sept of Baelor, but it was facing the wall, as is customary, to symbolize that the stranger won't visit people who are in the company of the Seven. And then, of course, you know, this happens. So then we go to the family dinner, the moment where the Targaryen dynasty hangs in the balance and is nearly reforged. This scene was a masterclass in dialogue, political manipulation, family relations, friendship, and hatred. The emotion at the table moves in several different clearly defined phases. Alicent, ever pious, begins with a prayer to the Seven, asking them to mend their family, and her prayers are almost answered.
May the smith mend the bonds that have been broken for far too long.
So then Viserys removes the mask of gold that he wears. Symbolically, this is him removing the trappings of his throne. He is revealing himself not as a monarch, but as a father and a grandfather whose days are numbered. His family listens to him out of love. For all they know, every single word he utters could be his last, and they hang on his every word.
Tonight, I wish you to see me as I am, not just a king, but your father, your brother, your husband, and your grandsire.
The flesh is rotting away from Viserys' face, symbolizing the rot of his kingdom. Now he's basically reduced to like Gus Fring and Two-Face combined. But his outpouring is real, human emotion, and it cuts to the hearts of these two women. Suddenly, matters of succession and thrones don't feel as personal as the feelings of this old man that they both love. Rhaenyra has always wanted to make peace with Alicent, so she toast first.
I must admit that no one has stood more loyally by his side than his good wife.
And she means every word. Alicent knows her friend and knows that her husband wants to see them at peace before he dies. Hate's a very heavy burden. When you decide to hate a thing or a person, that's a burden that you carry around with you. Hating is hard. So Alicent decides that it's time to let go and forgive.
You will make a fine queen.
But the problem is, the parents have already poisoned their children against each other. Well, alright, mostly the Hightowers have, but still. Remember, when Aegon was a teenager, he didn't care that Rhaenyra was going to be queen.
Rhaenyra will ascend the throne, and Jacaerys Targaryen will be her heir. So?
But his mother taught him to be mean and cruel.
She can move to cut off any challenge to her succession.
Then I won't.
You are the challenge! You are the challenge, Aegon!
Alicent and her allies at court taught Aemon to look down on the boys for being bastards. See, no one is born hating someone. You have to be taught to hate. And hate, especially for young teenage boys, can be very seductive. Hate makes you feel powerful. Good. Aegon tries to dampen the mood by teasing Jace, but this heir to the Iron Throne holds his composure.
You can play the gesture if you wish, but hold your tongue before my betrothed.
He even hits on Luke's betrothed, Baela.
If you ever wish to know what it is to be well satisfied, all you have to do is ask.
And look, I just gotta say, in the book, Baela's she's way more like Arya Stark. She keeps her hair short so it doesn't whip in her face when she rides her dragons. She's a tomboy, she loves to fight, and she has a pet monkey. I want to see the pet monkey. But Aegon's insults go nowhere when his wife Helaena cuts him down to size.
It isn't so bad. Mostly he just ignores you. Except sometimes when he's drunk.
So Jace, ever classy, dances with Helaena as a way to show that he is classier than Aegon and will actually end up being a better husband. So it seems like even the boys can't kill this mood, until Viserys becomes ill and leaves the table. This is a bad omen for how the kingdom will fall apart after his death. Immediately the party starts to unravel, but it's because of the boys, because their parents have taught them to hate one another. Luke stares at Aemond one-eye, and Aemond really feels embarrassment and rage from this. He's reliving the moment when he lost his eye, and he cannot resist getting in an insult.
Let us drain our cups to these three strong boys.
And the ensuing fight is so tragic, because Rhaenyra and Alicent are forgiving each other. They're ready to move past their rivalry. But now Rhaenyra feels like she's got to hurry up and get her sons home, but she promises to return.
Let me see the children home. I'll, return on Dragonback.
If the boys hadn't fought, then Rhaenyra would have likely stayed a little longer, by her father's side, mending fences with Alicent.
The king and I would both like that.
See? She missed her friend. Deep down, she's still that sweet girl who reads folktales in the Godswood and chipped away at her own nails. And then we catch up with Mysaria, Daemon's former paramour from earlier in the season. It looks like she's the new mistress of Whispers. Her informant is the chambermaid that Alicent dismissed from her meeting with Larys the Clubfoot a couple episodes ago.
Tell you not now.
And finally, this entire series turns out to be like a giant episode of Three's Company and hinges on a simple misunderstanding. Viserys is tripping balls on Milk of the Poppy and he mistakes Alicent for his daughter.
Kinda creepy.
Very creepy. Alicent is also sitting on his side where he doesn't even have an eye, so he can't even see her. And yet, she just assumes that he's addressing her. This is because for years, she has overinflated her own importance at court, running King's Landing in Viserys' place. Viserys thinks that he's answering Rhaenyra's question from earlier.
Don't you remember his dream? The Song of Ice and Fire.
He tells her,
The prince.
Prince Aegon.
He met the realm.
And Alicent assumes that he means her son, Aegon. In fact, he means Aegon V, Jon Snow. So now, both Alicent and Rhaenyra believe that they are somehow destined to unite the realm against a great evil. Or, at the very least, Alicent believes that this is the will of King Viserys. I mean, think about how well crafted this is. If the dinner had gone just a little differently, if Joffrey hadn't stared at Aemon's missing eye, then he wouldn't have exploded. The fight wouldn't have started, and maybe it would have been Rhaenyra and Alicent putting Viserys to bed together. Instead, a mixture of egos, pride, love, and pity will lead Alicent into thinking that her son is destined for something great. The episode ends with Viserys, who is basically a living skull, gasping deep, deep breaths, and maybe breathing his last breath. And he says,
No more.
First of all, we have not talked about how the opening titles have been changing the past few episodes. Like we discussed before, the opening titles showed the Targaryen bloodlines flowing through a model of old Valyria, because Valyrian blood runs through their veins. So each sigil on this opening represents a person from House Targaryen or one of the houses they married into. A couple episodes ago, a Daemon sigil was introduced in the shape of the helmet that he wore at the Heirs tourney in episode 1. Now, Laena's sigil was flooded after this happened. but her sigil still flows into his twin girls, Bela and Rhaena. Just as the classic Game of Thrones credits showed us what parts of Westeros we were going to see, these opening credits feature characters that we're going to see in the episode. So Daemon, Rhaenyra, and their children don't show up in this episode's credits, at least not prominently. Right here we can see the sigil of Viserys being covered in blood after his death. And in the background here we see Rhaenyra because she is in the background of this story. She is someone who is referenced but never seen. A big new change is Viserys' blood flowing into Alicent's sigil, but then we see the 4 bloodlines representing Alicent's children. Helena is the insect because she has an affinity for bugs. Aegon has what I think is a female figure because I'm guessing he likes to whore around. Aemond is a sapphire because in the book he replaces his missing eye with a sapphire.
Who's the 4th kid?
The 4th kid is Daeron, and he lives in Old Town. Aegon and Helena both flow into their twins, Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, and their 3rd kid, Maelor. Now the camera quickly moves past Rhaenyra's sigil, which is the Valyrian steel necklace that Daemon gave her. And speaking of Daemon, I think this is him here, because the next blood flows are the 2 kids that he has with Rhaenyra, Aegon the Younger, and Viserys. And then we get into the actual episode, which is really a giant game of Where's Aegon? We begin the episode with a solitary piano note underscoring shots of an empty King's Landing. Now the single piano notes are haunting because the instrument is all alone and it makes the music feel empty, kind of like the place that we're looking at. We start on a shot of the empty Iron Throne to emphasize the point of this episode. The king is dead and this empty chair needs to be filled. Now if you want to go very deep into foreshadowing, this is also reminiscent of the last day this throne ever existed. We also see this empty courtyard, and if that courtyard looks familiar, it's because Cersei will one day create her war map of Westeros in this same courtyard. Now remember this courtyard because it's a location that shows the progress of the Green Council's takeover of King's Landing. The small council chamber room is also empty with Chekhov's attendance balls in the middle of the table. Now later this room is ground zero for greedy people who use the king's death as an opportunity to seize power for the good of the realm. So what we've seen in this show is that the kingdom has slowly been eaten away from the inside. Viserys thought that he could trust people like Otto, but in fact they have actually been threatening the kingdom. Now in past episodes these balls have been used to give subtle hints about who is a green and who is a black, like Alicent's ball is green.
You keep saying that. What is a green and what is a black? It all just looks like different shades of gray to me.
Yeah, the book actually makes a bigger deal out of this. So the blacks are people at court who side with Rhaenyra because the traditional Targaryen colors are red and black, but the greens are the people at court who side with Alicent, because remember, she wore a green dress to Rhaenyra's wedding feast, and green is the color the Hightowers use to call their banners to war. Although in the book it's a little different. Alicent wears the green dress to a party celebrating her 5-year anniversary with Viserys. Now normally a woman would wear the colors of her husband's house, so this was seen as her asserting the authority of Hightowers over the court of King's Landing. Now for instance, a little later we see Jasper Wilde, the Master of Laws, wearing dark green. But back to the empty council chamber. The window here is left open, implying that one of the 7 gods, the stranger who represents death, was allowed in to claim the life of Viserys. We also see the stairs where Rhaenyra was forced to endure a several-minute tracking shot moments after giving birth. And then the score switches to light piano chords following by a thud of doom. Literally underscoring that something ominous is building up in King's Landing. And then a boy crosses the future map of the courtyard, and on these stairs he walks by a dragon torch. And we never saw these in Game of Thrones because Robert Baratheon would have ordered them all removed.
Kill every Targaryen I get my hands on.
This boy is more than likely one of Viserys' servants who discovered his body, and he tells the news to Alicent's handmaiden Talia, who we first saw here.
Talia, not now.
And now we've seen that she is an informant for Daemon's former mistress, Mysaria, aka the Queen of Whispers, aka the White Worm. Now we're going to talk a lot more about her in a bit. When Alicent hears about Viserys, it breaks her. She genuinely came to love the man, but not only that, she actually cared for him as his body disintegrated. Now they don't talk about this in the show, but she was also a companion to Viserys' grandfather, King Jaehaerys, the old king from the prologue. So she watched that old man slowly die for years and now watched her husband go through the same experience. This was hard for her. Now the first person she tells is her dad, the Hands of the King, and we learn that she did indeed truly misinterpret Viserys' last words.
He told me you wish for Aegon to be king.
Now, we know that's just not true. Viserys was higher than a cat's back on Milk of the Poppy and thought that he was talking to Rhaenyra about Aegon's prophecy. Now, maybe Alicent didn't realize he was tripping, or maybe she chose not to realize this, because if she interprets his words just so, then she can justify making her son king. Either way, Alicent is an idiot. She's a kind-hearted idiot, but a woman who has a lot of hang-ups that I'll talk about later on. But I do like this motivation that they've given her. In the book, Rhaenyra and Alicent are portrayed as, I guess, a little more power-hungry, but in the show, we see that they genuinely believe that they are doing the right thing. Alicent wants to follow her husband's final wishes, and Rhaenyra wants to fulfill Aegon's prophecy. Otto doesn't really care if Aegon being crowned was Viserys' last wish, but he's really happy to take advantage of Alicent's naivete. So next, Talia lights candles in a window. Next, we go to an event that the book calls the Green Council, and that's also the title of this episode. This is the meeting where the small council plots to steal Rhaenyra's crown. Now, we have the aforementioned Jasper Wilde, Master of Laws, Master of Ships, Tywin Lannister. He's probably Team Green because Rhaenyra spurned his douchey twin brother, Jason, a few episodes ago.
This is why men wage war, because a woman would never be ready for the battle in time.
And Tywin is also the ancestor of Tyrion Lannister from Classic Thrones.
I drink and I know things.
Now, Jason and Tyland are twins, and you'll notice that twins keep popping up in the series. Daemon and Laena have twin girls. Helena and Aegon have twins as well, and a large part of the episode features twin brothers Eric with an A and Eric with an E, Cargyle. Now, I think twins keep popping up in this story because it is essentially about twin claims to the Iron Throne. So we're seeing a recurring theme of two. The series prologue begins with two claims to the Iron Throne. There are two Aegons. Rhaenyra and Laenor lead double lives, and the Dance of the Dragons is splitting the realm in two. This is Grand Maester Owley, and finally we have the Master of Coin, Lyman Beesbury. He's the only member of the council on Rhaenyra's side, and notice he is wearing black. After Viserys' death is announced, Tywin Lannister drops this nefarious line.
We may proceed now with the full assurance of his blessing on our long-laid plans.
Again, the book makes it seem like Alicent led this charge, and here we see that this was actually all kept a secret from her. But then again, the book is written from the point of view of unreliable narrators. Otto then talks about the gold cloaks that they control. Now, the gold cloaks are the City Watch, basically the police of King's Landing. You'll remember that Daemon was the leader of the gold cloaks in the first episode. In fact, the gold cloaks they wear was actually his idea, and the men of the City Watch are fiercely loyal to him. Otto is saying that Daemon still has some friends among the local cops, and that they want to weed them out. The gold cloaks are also a lot rowdier than the Kingsguard. They don't have to take vows of celibacy, they can be baseborn, and the pay is a lot less. Now, like I said, Lord Beesbury is the Master of Coin, and he must not be very good at his job because Tyland announces,
The treasury is well in hand. The gold will be divided for safekeeping.
So, to keep the treasury safe and away from Rhaenyra, Tyland has split it between 4 places: the Iron Bank in Braavos, the Vaults of Casterly Rock, Old Town, and King's Landing. And they did all of this without the knowledge of the Master of Coin. Tyland's title is Master of Ships, and this is probably why, because he could secretly move this gold to all these different cities which are all on major ports. Now, in the book, no one really knows how Beesbury died. There are even accounts that he was sent to the dungeon and lived out his days there. But here we see that he was actually killed by his work.
I will have no part. What you say?
Criston Cole killed Beesbury because he essentially accused Alicent of treason. And as we kind of see later on, he seems to have transferred his feelings for Rhaenyra to Alicent.
Everything you feel for me is your queen.
But this unrequited love is a much better fit for Sir Criston because it allows both him and Alicent to have feelings for one another while remaining chaste and pure. And then Harold Westerling, commander of the Kingsguard, draws against Sir Criston, and notice how Tyland just immediately gets the F out of the way between them. He's truly the ancestor of Tywin Lannister, the guy who always knows how to pick the best side and avoid danger. Westerling keeps his honor and refuses to be an assassin for Otto. He hands in his white cloak, and I have a suspicion that he will sneak off to join Rhaenyra. This is like another former member of the Kingsguard who defected to the enemy, Barristan Selmy.
I am a knight. I shall die a knight.
Remember Westerling for later because I got a theory about him. So, as they plot to take over the kingdom, Beesbury's blood starts to pool on the small council table. The opening credits focus on bloodlines, but the flip side of that is the blood spilled by the struggle to have power over those same bloodlines. They mention,
Storm's End is of concern. We may not assume the loyalty of Lord Boris, but he has 4 daughters.
So, Boris Baratheon is the current Lord of Storm's End. Most of the Baratheons are the same, kind of like Robert Baratheon in Classic Thrones. They're loud, stubborn, violent, and always up for a rowdy time. So Boris is the son of Boromon, this guy who offered Rhaenys his favor in episode 1. Boris is also the cousin of Rhaenys.
Hey, I thought the Baratheons, like, hated the Targaryens, like Robert said.
I'll kill every Targaryen I get my hands on.
Oh, but it hasn't always been that way, Doug. In fact, during Aegon's conquest, the Baratheons at Storm's End were one of the first great houses to declare for Aegon. There's even a Targaryen in the Baratheon family tree who goes back to before Aegon, and that would be Arey Targaryen. After Robert's rebellion, this Targaryen lineage is how his allies justified Robert replacing a Targaryen king. So they're right to be worried about the loyalties of House Baratheon. They're stubborn and they've already declared for Rhaenyra. They were also one of the few great houses to vote for Rhaenys to be queen at that great council from the prologue. So they would actually have no problem with a woman like Rhaenyra being queen. Storm's End is also very close to King's Landing, which would give Rhaenyra a strategic location on the other side of King's Landing, so the city would be trapped between Storm's End and her seat at Dragonstone. And we actually saw Storm's End a few episodes ago when Rhaenyra cut short her tour by a couple months because she had the hots for her uncle. Next, Alicent goes to see her daughter Helena. She has another prophecy that's a major spoiler, so I won't say what it is. And here,
there is a beast beneath the boards.
She is predicting the end of the episode, when Rhaenys brings her dragon out from beneath the dragon pit. Now, there are a few other things that happen in the book that could also be referenced in this prophecy, but again, I don't want to spoil them. But book readers know, blood and cheese. Am I right? She's making a needlepoint of her favorite animal, an insect. Now, it's common for noble ladies to fill their time with craft projects like this, and Sansa Stark was always very good at them.
Fine work, as always.
Her twins on the ground are playing with two dragons, foreshadowing the dance of the dragons that is yet to come. And these candle holders are shaped like the seven-pointed star of the seven gods. So then, the great hunt for Aegon II begins. In the book, there are different accounts of where he was. Septa Eustace, who was a Green supporter, said that he was in the arms of a noblewoman, while most accounts say that he was up to activities that were far more depraved. Otto sends twin knights of the Kingsguard, Sir Eric and Eric, to go find him. Alicent even confused them in the last episode.
Whatever it is, Sir Eric, you need to wait.
I'm Eric, Your Grace.
Of course.
As you can see in this episode, the two of them are on the fence with their loyalties, and by the end of the episode, it seems like Sir Eric is definitely Team Black. He helps Rhaenys escape the castle and has a personal disdain for Aegon. Meanwhile, Alicent is sending Criston Cole and Aemon to find her son.
Aegon must be found, and he must be brought to me.
Yeah, why are she and her dad looking for them separately?
Because if Otto finds Aegon, then he will order the deaths of Rhaenyra and her children. But if Alicent finds him, then she will ask Rhaenyra to surrender her crown peacefully.
Neither of those are a good idea.
Not one bit. Now, Aemon is going to be one of the most important characters in this series, and it's telling that he is a second son, in a show that is being shaped by second sons.
Whatever do you mean by that?
Well, a second son does not inherit title or any lands, so they're always more ambitious, and thus they make for more interesting stories. A second son wants to disrupt the status quo. Otto is the second son who was goaded into action by his older brother. Daemon is a second son who never had a place at court, so he became a warrior. We even see Daemon like this with his two daughters. Rhaena was born a few minutes later, but she is the daughter that Daemon favors less because her egg won't even hatch. Now, until today, Aemon wasn't even second in line for the throne. He was 8th in line, but now we find out just how ambitious he is.
It is I who trains with the sword, who rides the largest dragon in the world. It is I who should be...
I like how the show used this moment to not only show us what Aemon wants, but also to give him common ground with Criston Cole.
I know what it is to toil for what others are freely given.
Remember, Criston Cole is not really of noble blood, and he had to literally fight to earn a place on the Kingsguard when Otto wanted to choose someone of a noble house. Criston's lack of pedigree is also why Rhaenyra rejected his wedding proposal.
It is my duty to marry a nobleman from a great house.
Meanwhile, Otto has ordered that Rhaenys be locked up in her room. Now, this is a change from the book where she was still on Driftmark during the Green Council, but now she's in King's Landing because in the last episode, they were appealing the succession of her husband's seat. Now, they're holding Rhaenys because they're not sure whose side she'll take. Last episode, she was blaming Rhaenyra for her son's death.
Yet you did worse than that with Laenor.
But she was also wearing black. And this episode, she just resents being locked up and doesn't seem to have much of a dog in this fight.
Excuse me?
Sorry, I mean, doesn't have much of a teeth-filed down child in this fight.
That's better.
The other thing about Rhaenys is that remember, 20 years earlier, she had the better claim to the Iron Throne.
The Iron Throne was yours by blood and by temperament.
But her father, Jaehaerys, rather than name her heir, decided to let the male lords and scholars of Westeros decide the succession at the Great Council. 14 petitions were heard, but only 2 were taken seriously, Rhaenys and Viserys. It is said that the lords of Westeros voted 20-1 in Viserys' favor. So now Otto is trying to secure the loyalty of the people who voted for Viserys. And he's trying to minimize the people who voted for Rhaenys. These are the people who wouldn't mind seeing a woman on the throne, so Otto sees them as potential allies for Rhaenyra. We see Otto drafting tiny scrolls that he will send with ravens to all the great houses. Now in the book, these include a raven to Dalton Greyjoy, aka the Red Kraken on Pike. He just assumes that Rhaenys will declare for her niece, and her husband the Sea Snake commands the largest fleet in the kingdom. So he wants to secure the ships of the Iron Fleet. Unlike Dany, he won't forget about them.
Well, Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces.
In the book, Rhaenyra gets the loyalty of most of the eastern lands, including the island of Evenfall. Now this is the seat of House Tarth, as in Brienne of Tarth, and that place got a special mention in the last episode.
The ravens came in from
Evenfall, Princess.
Rhaenyra also won the support of the Starks, but the north is so far away that it probably won't matter much in the war. But we do see Otto testing the loyalties of various lords in this episode. Most of these lords are unnamed, but this guy who initially declines to break his vow is Lord Merryweather. Now, Merryweather's descendant will eventually be Hand of the King under Aerys Targaryen II, the Mad King. Aerys ends up banishing him and installing Tywin Lannister. And as we know, Tywin turned on Aerys and helped install Robert Baratheon as king in Robert's Rebellion. So, well done, Merryweather. Your house's greatest contribution to history is its absence. But there are other houses that uphold their vows.
House Fell keeps its sworn oath to the princess.
House Fell is located in the Stormlands just north of Storm's End, and they have declared support for House Baratheon. Again, you can see how the Greens are going to have trouble winning the loyalty of the Baratheon house. And the bald guy here who pretends to bend the knee to Aegon is Lord Caswell. Remember, he was the first person to congratulate Rhaenyra on her child, and the only person to greet her upon her arrival last episode. He ends up being hanged in the same square where Cersei painted her map of the Seven Kingdoms. And here's another thing I don't think we've pointed out in the past about the Iron Throne Room. The columns feature relief sculptures, probably depicting Aegon's conquest. Robert would have had these columns remade. So in the original series, they're actually covered with carvings of vines. Meanwhile, Larys is trying to clamp down on the spy network of the White Worm. Larys is another second son, someone whose lack of title led him into cruelty and ambition. People like to call him the Littlefinger of the show, but I actually think this guy's way more devious than Littlefinger. He locks up servants he suspects of being spies, so they can't spread the word of Viserys' death. Now, in the books, the Green Council kept Viserys locked up in his room for 9 days, until they could not ignore the stink anymore.
That's disgusting!
So, to find Aegon, Aemon takes Criston Cole to the Street of Silk, and they're wearing disguises, much like Daemon and Rhaenyra when they visited this exact same location in Episode 3. Criston Cole says,
"Every woman is an image of the mother, to be spoken of with reverence."
Oh my god, Criston Cole and Alicent were made for each other, man. They're both people who hide behind their religions to justify not taking what they actually want in life. And as we see later in the episode, Alicent is extremely sexually repressed, while Criston Cole expresses his repression like this.
Well, I have no part to... What you say?
They find out that Aegon is way more depraved than they thought, and he has to get his jollies in other ways. And by the way, this madam here, she totally punched Aemon's V-card, right?
How you've grown.
The twins discover the really twisted stuff that Aegon is into. Boy fights. They sharpen the teeth of these kids and grow out their nails and make them fight like abused dogs. I haven't seen kids treated this badly since Peacemaker. This truly shocks Sir Eric, and he uses the event to try to persuade his brother to switch sides.
Aegon spends many a night in this place. Do you see now what he is?
We even see a kid with bleach blonde hair, and it's implied that this is one of Aegon's bastards. So this SOB likes to breed his own sons and then enter them into these fights so he can bet on them. He's like a twisted combination of Joffrey and King Craster. That was the guy up north of the wall who married generations of his daughters in Classic Thrones. In fact, we do get several indications that Aegon will be another Joffrey. He relishes in praise, he's emotionally unstable, and he delights in being cruel. Also, the product of inbreeding. So, after several days or hours go by, they finally dispose of Viserys' body. The women wrapping him up are the Silent Sisters, an order of the church that follows the god the Stranger. They've taken vows of chastity and silence. Now, we saw the sisters in the last episode wrapping up Vaemon's corpse, and they appeared all the way back in the Game of Thrones' very first pilot episode. One key thing to notice here is that Viserys' crown is placed on his body. Now, later, they're going to crown Aegon with the crown of Aegon the Conqueror. That crown was worn by his son, Maegor the Cruel, the worst, most evil king that Westeros ever had. Now, when Jaehaerys became king, he wanted to put that crown in storage and had a new one made, so that way he could symbolically put Maegor's cruelty behind him. Viserys' crown is actually the same one that was worn by his grandfather Jaehaerys. Now, in the book, a knight named Sir Stefflin Darklyn steals this crown and takes it to Rhaenyra on Dragonstone. One of the most important scenes in this episode is the exchange between Rhaenys and Alicent, and it really cuts to the heart of these women who are driving the action in the show. Alicent finally speaks her truth.
You should have been queen.
And Alicent has been forced to accept that in Westeros, women can never have real agency. After all, she spent her entire life being the brood sow of a king. But she does say,
"We do not rule, but we may guide the men that do. Gently."
Which never works out. Cersei thought she could guide and control Joffrey, and he just ignored her and did whatever cruel stuff he wanted to do. She also says,
"Content to hunt and study his histories."
Which is a good point. Viserys always seemed more interested in building up his model of Old Valyria, a dead kingdom, than he did in building up Westeros, a current kingdom. Alicent tempts Rhaenys by saying that her granddaughter could be made the heir of Driftmark like she wanted.
"If it's Driftmark you want, you shall have it. For you and your granddaughters to pass on as you see fit."
Now this would mean that at least Rhaenys would be able to create a future where her granddaughters aren't denied power like she was. She also knows that these kids are her only remaining blood relatives. Alicent is trying to win her over because she's worried about her allegiance, and especially about her dragon, Meliss, also known as the Red Queen. Dragons are like nuclear weapons in Westeros, and each side is going to try to secure as many dragons as they can. But Rhaenys understands that Alicent is actually asking her to be a doormat for a man for her entire life.
"You desire not to be free, but to make a window in the wall of your prison."
This is actually a neat visual callback to this shot from last episode, where a chair in the foreground makes it look like Alicent is behind bars. Thanks to Think Story for that observation. Now this conversation really gets to Alicent in ways that are going to pay off a bit later. So, Otto finally meets Mysaria face to face. She's been secretly informing him for years. Remember, she was the one who spread word of Rhaenyra and Daemon's dalliances on the Street of Silk. Now it turns out she's even more ambitious than we thought. She's basically kidnapped Aegon and is holding him hostage for a promise to end the boy fights. So Mysaria is very much like Varys from Classic Thrones, who is also known as the Spider or the Master of Whispers. Like her, he ran a spy network around King's Landing and had a soft spot for kids.
Children are blameless.
She leads the twins to find Aegon in the Great Sept. Now, this is not the Sept of Baelor, which we saw in Game of Thrones. Spoiler. This is the Great Sept that was replaced by the Sept of Baelor. Now, I thought about identifying all the statues of the gods in the room, but you know what? The 7 gods are the only gods in Game of Thrones who never do any magic at all, so they're not real, and thus they are not worth naming. Aegon is really against the idea of being king, as he has been for the entire series.
You can move to cut off any challenge to her succession.
Then I want...
You are the challenge!
Ah, the Targaryens. They either want the crown too much or too little.
I don't want it.
There's a scuffle, and Alicent ends up with control over Aegon, and she does not wait to lord this over her dad, to try to prove to herself that she is actually the one who has power. Like I said, Rhaenys really got to her. She calls her dad out for manipulating her.
I see that now. Rather, I've been a piece that you moved about the board.
Even though that's exactly what she's doing to her own son, Aegon. But Otto, like any parent, knows exactly how to cut her down to size.
You look so much like your mother in certain lights.
So what he's saying here is, you are like your mother, soft and weak, so don't try to play a man's game with me. And then we go to this creepy meeting between Larys and Alicent. Right away, we know something's up when Alicent starts to take off her shoes and stockings. And we see this close-up of the beetle on Larys's cane. Remember, we saw this same sigil on the prisoners that he hired to burn down Harrenhal, thereby killing his father and brother. And Helena is also knitting a beetle. Oh my god, I just figured out... oh, okay. Just thought of a huge spoiler from the book, so I can't actually say it, but damn, in like a year or so, there's going to be a heck of an Easter egg, and I'm telling you, that whole Under the Boards prophecy thing, blood and cheese. It's a big deal, but don't look it up if you don't want spoilers. Larys has the title of Lord Confessor, basically the lead torturer. He wants Alicent's go-ahead to remove the rival spy network of Mysaria, that's the White Worm. And to pay Larys back for his efforts, she displays her feet so he can... Larys had more of a foot fetish than he would have directed Pulp Fiction. So I guess this is because his foot's disabled, but also it's like part of this weird, puritanical sexual repression of this society. Basically, Alicent has never been pleasured by a man, so she thinks this is how it's done. Now, since Mysaria wants to end the boy fights, Larys wants her out of the picture. Meanwhile, Sir Eric rescues Rhaenys and takes her through these secret passages past the skull of Balerion the Black Dread. Now, this was the dragon of Aegon the Conqueror, and Viserys, and later Cersei will do this to the skull. This skull has also been used for a lot of symbolic meaning. This is where Viserys told Rhaenyra about Aegon's prophecy, and just a couple episodes later, we saw a rat perched on this skull, symbolizing the eyes that watched her on the Street of Silk, and the eyes of the people who are eating away at the Targaryen dynasty. Or, you know what, maybe Larys is a warg and he's inside of these rats watching everyone and munching on some tasty, tasty blood after the wedding. Nom 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 nom. Then we see a hooded figure walking away from Myssaria's burning home. And we get the point that Larys is behind this fire, but I doubt if Mysaria is really dead. All the small folk of the city are being forced into the dragon pit for Aegon's coronation, and they're being driven forward like sheep. And this is underscored by showing us actual sheep. Rhaenys is worried about being pulled away from the Kingsway until she realizes that the crowd is taking her straight to her dragon, the Red Queen. At the coronation, we see this scroll, which is a prayer to the Seven, which I'm not going to bother reading out because those gods aren't real. Alicent then shares a carriage with Aegon. Now, it's the same carriage that she shared with him years ago when he was a baby, back in episode 2. In that scene, a young Rhaenyra was mad at her father because she assumed that her dad would love Aegon more because he was a boy. And now, here is Aegon all grown and assuming that his dad loved Rhaenyra more, and that is why she made him heir. But Alicent tries to control her son's emotions. She passes on Aegon's dagger, saying that Viserys wanted him to have it. And this is actually the moment when the Targaryen dynasty begins to fall apart. Aegon's dream showed him the Targaryen's destiny, to destroy the ice zombies and end the long night. This dagger is a symbol of that secret passed down from king to heir. And now that chain is broken. Aegon does not know the history of this dagger or what a Targaryen king's true purpose is. All he knows is that he gets to have a pretty sweet dagger. Instead of using that dagger to protect the realm, he'll use it to kill his enemies. So as Alicent is trying to guide her son on how to rule, his only answer is,
"Daughter, do you love me?"
And you can see the look on Alicent's face. She's thinking,
I've made a huge mistake.
You imbecile.
And then the crowds enter the dragon pit in all its glory, far from the ruins that we saw in season 7 of Game of Thrones. Now, they chose the dragon pit because it's a symbol of Targaryen power and because it's the largest space in the city for holding a crowd. They want to make it look like the entirety of the small folk approve of Aegon's coronation. Now, Otto smiles like a sly child with a pocket full of dead bird. Much like Tywin Lannister, he is a hand to a kid who is also his grandfather, and he assumes that he'll be able to control his cruel grandson. Rhaenys watching from the crowds is a bit like Arya Stark watching her dad's execution in another episode 9, this time of season 1 of the original Game of Thrones. Except Rhaenys' escape is a lot more empowering. So then the crowning ceremony begins, where Aegon is given the crown of Aegon I, and they also give him Aegon's sword, Blackfire. That sword was also used by Maegor the Cruel, so they put it in sword storage until this ceremony. People really hated Maegor. So Aegon II having the sword and crown of the Aegon is meant to legitimize him in the eyes of the public, and I think it works. Just like in the book, Criston Cole places the crown on Aegon's head. But there's a small difference from the book which claims that Septon Eustace blessed Aegon II because the High Septon was out in Old Town. Aegon is crowned king of the Andals, the First Men, and the Rhoynar. And actually, we don't hear much about the Rhoynar. They're a smaller ethnic group than the Andals and the First Men, and they settled in the Riverlands right here. Now, do you remember the dream that Viserys had about his son being crowned king?
The dream was clearer than a memory. A night placed our son upon the Iron Throne, as the bells of the Grand Sept tolled, and all the dragons roared as one.
All of that happens here. The bells even ring out in celebration of Aegon's coronation.
Aegon the King!
When Aegon gets applause, it transforms him. It's like Homelander at the end of season 3. This kid discovers that he digs the crowds and the praise. But then the beast under the floorboards rears its giant fire-breathing head as Rhaenys ruins Aegon's coronation party. The crowd panics, but look how calm Criston Cole is. Now I know these people see dragons a lot, but damn dude, my guy is Iceman.
I am dangerous.
Rhaenys has them right where she wants them. She could end this entire war before it starts with a single Dracarys, but instead of blasting them, she pauses. So she flies away, probably to Evenfall to be with her dying husband. Now, like, none of that happens in the book at all, but it's cool, and it sets us up for an even bigger showdown in the finale. The episode opens with Luke looking at the table map of the Seven Kingdoms, where Jace was struggling to learn Valyrian just a couple episodes ago. Now, just as Jace has trouble with Valyrian, Luke claims that he gets seasick and shouldn't be heir to the Driftmark. Both boys are struggling because they have that strong blood in their veins. Now, this table is called the Painted Table. It was made by Aegon the Conqueror, and it's where he planned his conquest of the Seven Kingdoms. Now, in the book, it was 50 feet long, so it's been shortened a bit for the show. We also saw both Stannis and Daenerys plan their wars around a similar table table, but it was in a different room in Dragonstone. Luke begins this episode by touching the island of Driftmark, a symbol that he's not sure of himself. He says that he'll ruin everything, and by the end of the episode, he proves himself right. He was ill-equipped to make a speech to Boris Baratheon, then he's unable to control his dragon, which leads to a counterattack from Aemon's dragon, and this battle really is the beginning of the Targaryen Civil War, and it was all foreshadowed by this very first scene. Back to the breakdown. Luke goes on to say that Driftmark should have gone to his uncle Vaemond, who was trying to be made heir to the Driftwood throne a couple episodes ago before Daemon loosened his tongue. Now, Vaemond is one of many second sons in this show. In fact, you can say that all of the events of this show are being shaped by second sons. See, second sons don't stand to inherit any power, so they're more ambitious. Second sons in this show include Otto, Daemon, Vaemond, Aemond, and Larys, and all of these people play pivotal roles in escalating this conflict because they feel like they have something to prove and they're trying to gain power. Luke definitely feels like he has to prove himself as a Valyrian because, well, you know, he hates boats and he does not look like a Valyrian. He mentions that the Sea Snake was a great sailor, and actually this is how he made his fortune. The Sea Snake made 7 legendary voyages across Essos that made him one of the wealthiest men in the 7 kingdoms. We can actually see monuments to his voyages in Driftmark here. Now, this scene with Rhaenyra and Luke is very tender, as she tries to be the same guiding hand for him that her dad was for her. You know, she says that she was also unsure of herself. Luke says that he's not perfect like her, which is very sweet. We've seen Rhaenyra since she was his age, so we know that she is far from perfect and has made her own mistakes. Then Rhaenys arrives from King's Landing and drops the news of episode 9. She says the king died 2 or 3 days ago, and in the book, they actually left him to rot for a fortnight until the smell was unbearable. Now, immediately, Daemon assumes that they killed his brother, and this shock sends Rhaenyra into early labor. So Daemon begins to plan a war while Rhaenyra is in the middle of another bloody struggle, childbirth. Rhaenyra's labor is intercut with flashes of a dragon, and there's a few ways to interpret this. Friday, we put out a video that explained how the Targaryens are able to control the magic that was tied to Aegon's prophecy in the Long Night, and when they stopped fighting for that cause, the magic of the dragons kind of withered away. So you could read these visions as the blood of the dragon being angry at the Targaryens and forcing a miscarriage. Now, in the books, she gives birth to a malformed baby with scales and a tail, which is actually how the witch Miri described Daenerys' baby in Game of Thrones. In fact, the book claims that Rhaenyra was yelling, "Get this monster out of me," but the show has her yelling, "Get out" to the midwives. But remember, the book is written based on accounts of unreliable narrators, so it's interesting to see the details that the show chooses to change. Now, the stillbirth scene is brutal, so brutal we can't show much of it or we get demonetized. And it's also very reminiscent of Melisandre giving birth to a shadow baby in Game of Thrones Season 2. Now, by the end of this, Rhaenyra is covered in blood, which really hits home the theme of the show. House of the Dragon is all about bloodlines and succession. Now, while the men benefit from the rules of succession, it's the women who do the hard labor here. Literally. This is why the opening credits are shown as bloodlines. This scene shows that childbirth is just as violent and bloody as war, and it's a harbinger for the bloody wars to come. Later, the Silent Sisters come to dress the infant. Now, this is an order of Septus who have taken a vow of silence and serve the stranger. That's one of the 7 gods who represents death. We've seen them before in this series, but the first time we saw them was all the way back in Game of Thrones' first episode. Outside, Jace and Luke are also in combat, and Luke gets knocked down, foreshadowing what's coming later in the episode. And meanwhile, Daemon is planning his war against the Greens. They mentioned the Sea Snake is on the island of Evenfall. That's this island that's the seat of House Tarth, eventual homeland of Brienne of Tarth. They send ravens to a few houses, including Darkland. I'm pretty sure that's this guy who was killed last episode for not bending the knee. They also mentioned Massey. Now, House Massey is located on the peninsula in the Crown Lands called Massey's Hook. Their support would be key because the Blacks want to create a naval blockade of King's Landing, and when you combine this peninsula with the Riverlands, it creates a kind of pincer around the city. Daemon also says to conscript the Dragon Keepers because they're capable fighters, and we've already seen that they carry these sweet dragonglass daggers. And guys, look, it's nice to see Daemon back to being a crazy badass. Outside, he uses his dragon Caraxes to lean on a couple of Kingsguard to guarantee their loyalty. Next is the baby's funeral pyre, which has to bring back a lot of bad memories for Rhaenyra of her mother and brother's pyre in the first episode. In fact, there are other bookends to the first and last episode, like each featuring Lord Swearing Loyalty, and end with Rhaenyra looking straight into the camera. The mood of the funeral is lightened when Sir Eric shows up with her father's crown. This was the same crown worn by King Jaehaerys in the opening prologue. Aegon II was crowned with Aegon the Conqueror's crown, which had been in storage for about 100 years because it was also worn by the worst king, Maegor the Cruel.
Why did Sir Eric switch sides?
Well, remember, last episode he tried to convince his twin brother, Eric with an E, that Aegon was a jerkface because he was raising his own children to fight in the fighting pits of Flea Bottom.
Oh.
In fact, his twin Eric shows up later with Otto, and you'll notice that there are lots of twins in this show. There's these twins, there's the Lannister twins, Aegon and Helena's twins, Daemon has twin daughters. Now, I think this is because the show is concerned with this theme of 2. second sons, twin claims to the Iron Throne, the Targaryens splitting into two.
Only their mother can tell them apart.
Rhaenyra is crowned by Daemon, just as her half-brother was crowned by another lover of hers, Criston Cole. One crown was given out of spite and the other out of love. Then the war planning begins. Much like Alicent, Rhaenyra does not want the war to get bloody, so she wants to fight with words first. The first sigils they place are the Targaryens in Dragonstone and the High Towers in King's Landing. And by the way, super cool how they burn a fire under this table to make it light up, like they're kindling the fires of war. Now, while Rhaenyra wants to rule with peace, we have seen that she's not afraid to get bloody. That's what the whole fight with the boar represented back when she was a teenager. Daemon mentions his friends in the City Watch. Now remember, in the first episode, he was Lord Commander of the Police of King's Landing. He was actually the one who gave them their signature gold cloaks. Last episode, Otto even talked about removing the people in the City Watch who were still loyal to Daemon. They mentioned sending ravens to House Celtigar, that's the people who rule Crab Island here, and their lord becomes Rhaenyra's Master of Coin in the books. They also mentioned the Stauntons, and they are located in the northern part of Blackwater Bay, just above King's Landing. So you see a pattern here. Rhaenyra's support is strongest in these Crown lands, that's the area north of King's Landing. They go on to say that since the Lannisters are with the Greens, they have no allies in the west, so they have to shore up support in the east, and that means the Stormlands here, just south of King's Landing, and the Riverlands here. The Riverlands are ruled by the Tullys, like Catelyn Stark in Game of Thrones, and Rhaenyra's mom was a Tully, so she's very hopeful for their support. They also mentioned the Arey, which at this point is being ruled by a woman, Lady Jane Arryn. They're hopeful of her support because a woman ruler would want to back another woman taking power. Daemon says the Riverlands are essential because they are the largest region that could join Rhaenyra's side. And of course, they also mentioned the Starks, who, as we know, never break oath, unless it's a promise to marry a Frey daughter. So they work out that they need to cut off King's Landing from the west, because the Grain of the Reach supplies King's Landing with food, and the Lannisters supply them with gold. Harrenhal is the ideal choke point because it's in the largest castle in the land and it can hold the largest army. And of course, the forces of Dragonstone have the most dragons. Right now, the Blacks have Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax. Caraxes is Daemon's. Meleys belongs to Rhaenys. And also, notice how she kind of cocks her head when Daemon counts her dragon on her side, like she's thinking, hey, I didn't say I was on your side yet. Virmax is ridden by Jace, Arax is Luke, and Baela has Moondancer. Now, Daemon also mentions unclaimed dragons. Seasmoke belong to Laenor, and there's also Vermithor and Silverwing. They belong to King Jaehaerys and his wife, Queen Alysanne. But there are also 3 wild dragons nesting on Dragonstone. There's Sheepstealer, Grey Ghost, and the Cannibal. And Cannibal is the largest dragon alive, basically a flying Godzilla. He can't be tamed, and they call him the Cannibal because he likes to eat other dragons. Otto shows up to deliver Alicent's terms, and you'll remember that he and Daemon had a similar face-off in the early episodes of the show when Daemon was basically holding a dragon egg hostage. In both meetings, Rhaenyra shows up on Syrax and lands behind Otto. But this time, the dragon pins Otto down, like what they're planning to do to King's Landing. This also sends Otto a message that, hey, we have more dragons than you do.
I have an army.
We have a Hulk.
Otto also name drops the great houses Stark, Tully, and Baratheon, all the houses on the fence that he knows Rhaenyra needs on her side. He gives her a page from a book, and it's actually the same book that Alicent and Rhaenyra were reading in the first episode. It's from the book 10,000 Ships, about the warrior queen Nymeria, who actually Arya named her direwolf after. Basically, Nymeria led her people to Dorne, and afterwards burned all 10,000 of their ships so they couldn't leave, and her sacrifice allowed them to stay and build the kingdom of Dorne. So by giving her this page, Alicent is reminding her friend that Nymeria led her people to stay together by sacrificing her naval power, like how Rhaenyra could give up her crown to hold the people of Westeros together. Also, Alicent ripped out this page in episode 1 so her friend would remember this story. Daemon tells Otto where to stick his offer, but the message does seem to soften Rhaenyra's heart. She says she doesn't want to be the queen of Ash and Bone, and a century or so later, Daenerys would say that she didn't want to be queen of the Ashes before she became Queen of the Ashes. Now, one of the most important symbolic scenes in the entire series is when Rhaenyra tells Daemon about the Song of Ice and Fire. She tries to tell him that this is the true Targaryen mission, that this is where their power comes from, and then he chokes her to show that force is the only true power. Daemon says they are only strong because they have dragons. And as we theorized in our Why the Dragons Died video, the only reason the Targaryens control the dragons is because they need to fulfill this prophecy and stop the Long Night. So Daemon, like the Greens, thinks that the Iron Throne is just there for the sake of power itself, and that it doesn't actually serve a higher purpose. Rhaenys finally confronts her husband over abandoning her for years while she was grieving their children, and they realize that they have to support Rhaenyra or their grandchildren will never be safe. So Corlys is all in on Team Rhaenyra and reveals that the Stepstones are finally conquered, and that his fleet controls the Narrow Sea. The Triarchy, the alliance of 3 cities of Essos, has basically fallen apart due to infighting. They were ruled by a council of like 40 people, so this was inevitable. So now Rhaenyra controls the largest fleet around. The The Valerians even left a garrison on the Stepstones, like Rhaenyra suggested on the Small Council a few episodes ago. Now they want to seize control of the Gullet. That's the large area that feeds into Blackwater Bay just outside of King's Landing. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra sends her boys off to deliver messages and makes them promise not to fight.
No fighting. No fighting. No fighting.
Jace goes to Winterfell because he's closer in age to the new lord there, and Luke goes to the Stormlands because it's closer and an easier flight.
Not a great plan.
When the boys take off, the music is identical to the track when Dany flew for the first time way back in Meereen. Meanwhile, we go to Daemon sweet-talking a dragon. This whole scene is very reminiscent of Tyrion going into the dragon pit to unchain Daenerys' dragons way back in Game of Thrones. And I loved how they showed the reflection in each other's eyes, as if to say that Daemon has the dragon inside of him, and the dragon is inside of Daemon. That came out wrong.
That's what she said.
Then, Luke lands at Storm's End, a castle that we saw earlier in the season during Rhaenyra's dating tour, and Luke sees that Vhagar is already there. This dragon was ruled by Aegon's cruel sister wife Visenya, and she helped to conquer Westeros. Boros Baratheon is now Lord of Storm's End. Now, you might remember his father Boromund in the first episode, when he asked for the favor of Queen Rhaenys because the two of them are cousins. Now, Rhaenyra is counting on this family loyalty from Boros, but he has the worst Baratheon traits. He's loud, arrogant, and illiterate. He also has 4 unwed daughters, and Aemond has already shown up to promise to marry one of them. Luke, however, is already engaged to his cousin's stepsister, Baela. Aemond tries to pick a fight, calling him Lord Strong, and he reveals that now he wears a sapphire in his eye socket, which he also does in the books. This is also why he's represented by a sapphire in the opening credits. He says he wants payback for Luke taking his eye, which he did accidentally a few episodes ago. Aemond is basically a second son who is always looking for validation. He wants the crown, he wants recognition. He was bullied as a child, and he still holds grudges. Remember, 2 episodes ago when they placed a pig in front of him, Luke laughed. Now this is because they gave him a fake pig dragon called the Pink Dread. So this hurt Aemond's feelings and he torpedoed the party, toasted these strong boys, and started a fight. This fight is why Rhaenyra went to Dragonstone, so she wasn't there when her dad died, which led to the Green Council stealing her crown. So really, everything is Aemond's fault, and here he just can't let it go. He wants to scare his cousin, so he chases him down. Now I liked how Luke flew into the canyon to avoid the larger dragon, kind of like the Millennium Falcon or the Sea Duck. Also, this brief flash where we can see how freaking huge Vhagar is compared to Arax. It's a great shot. Now during this flight, both boys lose control of their dragons, and they both shout, "Serve me," to their separate beasts. Now this is very, very, very important. It goes back to what Viserys told Rhaenyra, that the idea that they control the dragons is an illusion. And look what happens here. Arax gets scared and attacks the bigger dragon, and Vhagar responds in kind. It's a testament to the power of fear, and how fear leads to misunderstandings that escalate into war. Afterwards, Aemond is in shock. He's a lot like Joffrey in this moment, another arrogant boy who killed on a whim and started a war.
What have I done?
This moment is what puts Rhaenyra over the edge. Now the ending is brilliant. We don't hear Daemon tell her or even see her face. We just see her silhouette stumble for a moment, and when she turns around, we see that it is now war. She doesn't care about the prophecy anymore. She just cares about strength and revenge. That's the lesson that Daemon taught her by the fire. So 2 conversations with Daemon by a fireplace changed the 7 kingdoms forever. And this look straight into the camera bookends the look that she gave the camera at the end of the first episode, with her looking right at us. First off, I love the new credits. Instead of seeing the bloodlines like last season, we see the history of the Targaryens represented on a tapestry. Now, using a tapestry is perfect and also refers to Helena's line in season 1.
Dragons of flesh, weaving dragons of thread.
There's blood soaking through the tapestry, also a callback to season 1. See, the season 1 opening credits followed the blood line, literally. At one point, we even got a point of view shot from the River of Blood. Also in season 1, we see blood spread across the sheets after Aemma gives birth. Another metaphorical way of extending the bloodline. Now, the blood on the tapestry represents that the Targaryen family tree is still growing and can change at any second, particularly through bloody means. The first scene we see is of old Valyria prior to the Doom. We see their giant towers and dragons flying through the sky. Then we see a woman kneeling in front of a dragon while a man behind her holds a knife. Now, I wasn't sure what this was, but a big shout out to our own Pavel T for helping us out. In Old Valyria, dragon riders practice blood magic. That's why they have such a strong bond with their dragons. Here, it looks like some type of blood sacrifice to gain control of the dragon. Then we see Daenerys the Dreamer on dragonback, presumably with her brother husband. Now, Daenerys the Dreamer actually had a vision of the doom of Valyria and prompted her family to move to Dragonstone. The other dragon lords mocked them, but After the Doom, the Targaryens were the only dragon riders to survive. You can even see Dragonstone toward the back of the frame. From there, we see the roots of a tree growing out from Daenerys that leads to the Doom of Valyria. Now, the Doom of Valyria was caused by 14 volcanoes exploding at once, taking out all of Valyria in a massive Pompeii-like fashion. It killed most of the dragons. You can even see them falling from the sky here. My guess is that the tree roots and swirls represent the Targaryens' connection to Valyria. Their roots are literally in the old world. It could also represent how they are the only surviving dragon riders, aka the only family tree. And then we see Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives, Visenya and Rhaenys, all upon dragons. Aegon's dragon is Balerion, the biggest dragon to ever reside in Westeros. Rhaenys' dragon is Meraxus, and Visenya's dragon is Vhagar, who is still alive during the events of House of the Dragon, and is now ridden by Aemond. Also, beneath them, there is a ship with House Valerion's crest. Remember, House Valerion is also the blood of Old Valyria and one of the Targaryens' first allies. Then we get a reference to the Field of Fire and Harrenhal's destruction. Now, the Field of Fire was a battle between Aegon the Conqueror and the Gardeners and Lannisters. You can see both crests here. Now, this was one of the most brutal battles in all of Aegon's conquest. The combined forces of the Gardeners and the Lannisters created a massive army that met the Targaryens in a field of wheat. A very flammable field of wheat. All three dragons attacked. You can see them surrounding the armies on the tapestry. Now, the entire field went up in flames, killing the vast majority of soldiers and ending the Gardener line. Harrenhal was another brutal win for Aegon. Now, it's best told by Tywin Lannister in Season 2 of Game of Thrones.
But an attack from the air with dragon fire, Harren and all his sons roasted alive within these walls.
Then we see other major houses in Game of Thrones bending the knee. Remember, prior to Aegon, these were actually kings in their own right. Now, it's a bit hard to make this out, but this is the Arryns, the Starks, and the Tullys. Then we see the Targaryen crest and the Red Keep, symbolizing Aegon's rule with his sister wives. Next, Maegor the Cruel. Now, Maegor the Cruel was a second-born son who took the throne once his father died. He was famously awful, as his name suggests, and he caused a civil war after he took the throne, represented by these two dragons growling at him on either side. Now, he died after falling on a sword on the Iron Throne. Now, it's still not clear if he was pushed or if he simply fell, or if the Iron Throne just metaphorically took revenge against him for his awful reign. Then we see King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne in their younger years. Now, notice the seven-pointed star and the bags of gold. The seven-pointed star represents the faith of the Seven, the main religion in Westeros. Up until King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, there was a lot of tension between the church and the Targaryens because the Targaryens practiced incest. King Jaehaerys worked with the Septs to create a rule of exceptionalism which stated that incest was bad unless you were a Targaryen. This finally mended the relationship between the church and the crown. On the other side, there's bags of coins. Now, prior to King Jaehaerys' reign, the crown was deeply indebted to the banks in the free cities. It's a long story, so I won't get too far into it, but what's important is that Pentos ended up with 3 dragon eggs. King Jaehaerys went to retrieve the eggs, but eventually agreed to let Pentos keep them, as long as they canceled all their debts. And though it's never confirmed, it's likely that these are the same 3 dragon eggs that are gifted to Daenerys on her wedding day that eventually grow to become her 3 dragons. Now, this made Westeros extremely rich, and the extra money went to building infrastructure such as the famous King's Road. Then we see the opening scene of House of the Dragon where the council decided that Viserys was King Jaehaerys' heir and not Rhaenys. We cut to a scene from Rhaenyra's wedding to Laenor when Alicent entered late in a green dress. Now, unlike the actual scene, in this depiction, both families are sitting across from each other while Rhaenyra and Alicent face each other on opposite ends. In the book Fire and Blood, this occasion is where the names the Greens and the Blacks originated, so it makes sense that they took artistic license to get that point across. Then we see both King Aegon and Queen Rhaenyra on their respective thrones, Aegon on the Iron Throne and Rhaenyra on the Dragonstone Throne. Also, the Dragonstone Throne is the same one that we see Daenerys use in Seasons 7 and 8 of Game of Thrones. Also, notice that underneath Aegon is a hand with ravens, while underneath Rhaenyra there is a hand with dragons. The green hand with ravens represents the hand of the king Sir Otto Hightower, sending messages throughout the realm. The black hand represents Daemon and Rhaenyra's children, flying across the realm to personally ask the great houses to side with them. There are also several crests around them. On Aegon's side, we see the Lannister crest, the Hightower crest, the Baratheon crest, and the Haraway crest. On Rhaenyra's side, we see the Valerion crest, the Tully crest, the Arryns, and the Beesbury crest. Remember, the Beesburys are probably on Rhaenyra's side because Sir Criston Cole murdered Lord Beesbury last season.
Well, I have no part. Down!
Then we see the attack upon Lucerys Valerion by Aemon Targaryen. We can even see the wing falling into the sea. Then we finally pan to the titles, but if you look underneath, the tapestry is still weaving. That represents how the story is still being written. In Game of Thrones, they often change the opening titles to represent where the characters were geographically in the story. So I wonder if we're going to see more and more scenes on this tapestry added as the season goes along. Now, the writer of this week's episode is Ryan Condal, who also wrote the entire last season, and the director, Alan Taylor, has directed several episodes of Game of Thrones, The Sopranos, and even Thor: The Dark World.
Ew, jeez.
No. Alan Taylor is a great director who did some of the all-time best Game of Thrones episodes. So we open in a forest following a raven. Now in Game of Thrones, ravens are harbingers of bad news. Literally. Ravens deliver messages throughout Westeros. When it's a good message, we usually just hear about it. But if it's a bad message, we're bound to see a raven ominously flying towards the castle. Obviously, this is the case here. The raven brings the message of Lucerys' death. Ravens are also associated with the Starks. In Game of Thrones, Bran Stark became the three-eyed raven, a being who could see the past, present, and future. Then we hear,
duty is sacrifice.
Now this is the perfect way to start the season. In season 1, the Hightowers framed themselves as the House of Duty and Sacrifice. But as we see later in this episode, they're hypocrites. The Starks, on the other hand, actually exemplify duty and honor. We get a mention of Torrhen Stark, better known as the King Who Knelt. After Harrenhal in the Field of Fire, Torrhen Stark bent the knee to Aegon. No Northerners perished, but he cost the North their freedom. And then we see the Night's Watch.
Yeah, what's the Night's Watch again?
Well, the Night's Watch is a group of men who guard this massive wall in the north. They protect against wildlings and nightwalkers. Not that they can say it openly.
What does it keep out? Death.
We cut to Jacaerys Valerion on the wall elevator with Cregan Stark, who was later known as the Old Man of the North. Jacaerys says,
"It pleases me to think that over a century ago our ancestors treated in this very place."
Now, Torrhen Stark surrendered at the Trident, not the wall, but hey, it's a great line.
That's kind of true.
As they walk along the wall, Cregan says,
"Starks do not forget their oaths."
Now, for those who didn't watch Game of Thrones, here's some context about the Starks. They are known as the most honorable house in all of Westeros. In fact, the head of the house, Ned Stark, died for his honor in Game of Thrones.
You think my life is some precious thing to me, that I would trade my honor for a few more years of war?
And that was an inciting incident for the War of the Five Kings. Also, notice that Cregan is carrying Ice, a Valyrian steel sword and the ancestral weapon of the Starks. And remember that Tywin Lannister would later have the sword melted down into two swords, one gifted to Jaime Lannister and the other to Joffrey.
A book every king should.
Cregan also says
that my gaze is forever torn between north and south.
That's because the North is geographically isolated from the South. They're also somewhat politically isolated from them. Instead of engaging in political games, they focus on protecting their own people from the harsh climate. When Jacaerys looks over the wall, he's speechless, a common reaction. Cregan talks about King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne's procession. Now in the book, Queen Alysanne says, "Thrice I tried to take Silverwing beyond the wall, but every time she veered back south again and refused to go. Never before has she refused to take me where I wished to go. I laughed about it when I came down, but it troubled me then, and it troubles me still." And, of course, after watching Game of Thrones, we know why the dragon didn't want to go north of the wall, because it probably sensed the presence of the White Walkers. And, as we saw in Game of Thrones Season 7, the Night King was able to turn a dragon to his side. Very cool little detail that paid off in the original series. Now, once the Starks agree to fight, we switch back to Dragonstone. Rhaenys and Daemon get into a fight about Rhaenyra, where Daemon says,
"The mother grieves as the queen shirks her duties."
Now, throughout this episode, the women urge caution and show restraint.
The Queen was wise to recuse herself. She has not acted on the vengeful impulse that others might have.
While the men want to burn everything to the ground.
If you'd have acted when you had the chance, Aegon's line would be extinguished, and Luke would be alive.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see the war escalate because it's the men who act on their impulses. And then we cut to Corlys Velaryon on Driftmark, walking among the wreckage of his ships. He talks to a new character, Adam of Hull. Now, Adam of Hull takes his name from the town of Hull, which is on the outskirts of the island of Driftmark, you know, like the hull of a ship. Now, no spoilers, but I will say, pay attention to this character. He'll be very important if this series follows the book. After seeing the dagger made for Lucerys, Adam says,
"'Tis the blackest of treacheries."
Now, most of Westeros follows the gods of the Seven, and one one of the biggest sins in that religion is kinslaying. For the Targaryens, it's especially bad. Maegor the Cruel began his reign by murdering his nephew, and it's believed that that murder is why his reign was so cursed. Along the walls of a castle, we see a weapon called the Scorpion, which is essentially a giant crossbow. Now, these are used to kill dragons, and most notably killed Rhaenys I and Meraxus in the First Dornish War. We, of course, also saw a scorpion used to cut down Rhaegar in the original Game of Thrones series. We cut to Helaena, who is embroidering a gold dragon. Now, because both the Greens and the Blacks have the same crest, they are going to use this color to differentiate themselves. The Greens adopted a gold dragon to represent Aegon's dragon, Sunfire. As Aegon leaves to get Jaehaerys, Helaena says,
I'm afraid, not the dragons, the rats.
Now, you might remember that Helaena had a bit of a prophetic streak last season.
You will have a dragon one day.
You'll have to close an eye.
Everyone thinks that she's crazy, but she's actually predicting what's going to happen at the end of this episode. Also, rats represent turmoil in House of the Dragon. We always see rats lingering around traumatic moments. Alicent sees rats when Rhaenyra has sex with Criston Cole, and there's also a rat lingering after Ser Joffrey's murder. Then we cut to Alicent having sex with Sir Criston Cole.
I wanted to scream.
Oh, hi Brianna.
Hi.
Brianna is the living consciousness of a movie given sentience through some dark power that we can't help to understand. So wait, why did Alicent and Sir Criston Cole make you want to scream?
Because they're hypocrites. I mean, we kind of already knew that. We saw glimpses of it last season, but Alicent could not get more hypocritical than sleeping with Sir Criston. Remember, Alicent turned on Rhaenyra when she found out they slept together, and Sir Criston harbored a grudge for years because Rhaenyra made him break his vows, and he still harbors that grudge. We see it with Aemond, but this is the exact same type of relationship. A queen with her knight. The Greens try to frame themselves as a house of duty and sacrifice, but really they're no more honorable than the Blacks. Also, Alicent is even wearing a 7-pointed star necklace. She's wearing a symbol of piety while sinning. And she helps Sir Criston put his white cloak back on, the symbol of the White Cloaks. The very order that forbids sex. Even their clothing denotes them as hypocrites.
Okay, fair, that is pretty annoying of them. We cut to the council room. Tywin Lannister says,
My brother is raising the strength of the West amongst the Golden Tooth.
Now, this is actually his twin who we met in season 1. He tried to court Rhaenyra Targaryen.
Why would you need a dragon pit?
To house dragons, of course. I'd do anything for my queen. Or lady wife.
Tyland also mentions Golden Tooth. Golden Tooth is a stronghold in the Westerlands. In Game of Thrones, it's where Jaime Lannister defeats the Riverlands in the Battle of the Five Kings. Orwyle also mentions that they need a new master of ships because, of course, their previous master of ships was Lord Valerion. He mentions the Greyjoys were a big player in Game of Thrones. They live on the Iron Islands, which are known for their sea prowess, but they are very unreliable allies.
We can defeat anyone at sea, but we'll never hold lands and castles against mainland armies.
Alicent also mentions that Rhaenyra wants revenge for her son, but we'll talk about that a bit later. We cut to Alicent in the bath, where, get this, she dismisses her handmaidens so she can wash herself.
Just leave me.
Now, it seems simple enough, but many highborn ladies would just not do this. That is why her handmaidens pause. But she's actually good at bathing herself because she helped bathe Viserys for years. She also scrubs one place multiple times, which might indicate that she feels dirtied by her affair with Sir Criston Cole. She could also feel guilty about the news from Larys.
They no longer breathe our air.
This is yet another thing that goes against her religion, and we saw last season that murder was difficult for her.
I did not wish for this.
Now, it's possible that she still privately feels guilty, even if she must outwardly act like this is necessary. Rhaenyra finds Arax's wing and Lucerys' cloak. Now, notice how public this is. We can even see people watching her as she cries over his cloak. We then cut back to Aegon on the Iron Throne. Now, if you look in the back, they're building a statue in honor of King Viserys. Remember, it's only been a few weeks since his death, but the Red Keep is filled with statues of every Targaryen king. I really like how this show is characterizing Aegon as a king. He can be crude and violent.
Fat old Lord Tully will either raise my banner or see his burn.
But he is much nicer to the citizens of King's Landing than I expected.
I shall make your flock of sheep whole.
I was expecting someone more along the lines of Joffrey.
Tell me, which do you favor? Your fingers or your tongue? If you got to keep one, which would it be? Oh, I could just cut your throat.
And while he might be bumbling or misguided at times, Aegon isn't that. He even goes against Sir Otto to pay the Smiths. This was a great choice for the writers. If Aegon was just a menace, it would only push us further toward Rhaenyra. By giving him this softer streak, it levels the playing ground just a bit. We cut to a conversation between Alicent and her father. Now, two things I find interesting here. The first one is this exchange.
These critical days since Viserys' passing haven't gone to plan.
That's not my fault.
Last season, it was Alicent's job to control Viserys. Otto said it loud and clear.
You must guide Viserys towards reason.
And now this season, it's her job to control both of her sons. Alicent is always responsible for the actions of others. She also says,
"We only need to mind Aegon until the novelty of rule is spent."
Now I have a feeling that they will not be able to rein Aegon back in like they planned. Like the great Tyrion Lannister once said in Game of Thrones,
It's hard to put a leash on a dog once you've put a crown on its head.
We switch to Team Black with this grand shot of Dragonstone, and the music cues us in that it is full-out wartime. They capture Massaria, Daemon's paramour in Season 1. Now she started the season off as a sex worker, but then later on became a mistress of spies.
You yourself are the mysterious white worm, I take it.
It's revealed that she was actually the one who led the Greens to Aegon the morning Viserys died, solidifying his spot on the throne. Also, I love how they have differentiated the Red Keep and Dragonstone. The Red Keep is much softer, the structures are round, there are less hard angles, the building itself has a warm red tone. Dragonstone, on the other hand, is much more intense and imposing. It has square pillars, geometric accents, and it's all black and gray. It's emblematic of the Greens and the Blacks themselves. The Greens are more deft politically. They have a softer touch, at least if the Hightowers have a say in it. The Blacks, on the other hand, are more concerned with might and strength. As Rhaenyra walks into the castle, we see this huge dragon head in the entranceway. Now at first, I thought this was Balerion, but Rhaenys passes Balerion's skull on her way out of King's Landing. So my guess is this is the skull of Meraxus. Now Meraxus was one of the 3 dragons who helped to conquer Westeros. It was ridden by Rhaenys I, Aegon's sister wife and, frankly, his favorite wife. Meraxus was huge, bigger than Vhagar even. Both Meraxus and Rhaenys died in the First Dornish War, and we know that Aegon eventually got Meraxus' skull back. It makes sense that he kept Meraxus' skull in a more private location to honor his dead wife. We follow Rhaenyra into the war room using this long tracking shot, and man, it is so good. It makes Rhaenyra look so regal and so strong. We just cannot tear our attention away from her. And notice that we actually close in on Rhaenyra until the shot matches the final shot of Season 1. For Rhaenyra, there was a break in war while she looked for her son, but now she's back. We cut to Alicent in the Grand Sept. Now the Grand Sept was actually the precursor to the Great Sept of Baelor that we see in Game of Thrones. It's also where Alicent took Rhaenyra to mourn her mother in Episode 1. We cut to Alicent lighting candles for the dead and the funeral for Lucerys. Now this really highlights the cultural differences between the Hightowers and the Targaryens. To sum it up though, the Hightowers are one of the oldest families in Westeros and the first family to accept the new gods, aka the Seven. They are Westerosi through and through. The Targaryens, on the other hand, are much more Valyrian than they are Westerosi. These cultural differences are part of the reason why a conflict between the Hightowers and the Targaryens was inevitable. Daemon goes to King's Landing. He gets through the gates with the help of the Gold Cloaks.
I'm told you bear a mislike for the Hightowers.
The Hightowers.
Now remember, in Season 1, Daemon actually founded the Gold Cloaks, and they were extremely loyal to him. Their loyalty was so intense that it concerned members of the Small Council.
Look at what he did with the Gold Cloaks. The City Watch is fiercely loyal to him, an army 2,000 strong.
And it seems that they were right to be worried because even now, the Gold Cloaks still choose Daemon. Daemon hires 2 men to kill Aemond. Now, this is interesting. In the book, Daemon never specifies who they should kill. He simply says, an eye for an eye, a son for a son. Now, I actually prefer the show's version. It makes a lot more sense for them to go after Aemond instead of an innocent child. We cut to Aemond inside the castle, brewing war schemes behind his brother's back.
My brother is hostage to my grandsire and mother. And they tell him that a war of dragons can yet be avoided.
Now, I actually find this funny because that's exactly what Daemon did at the beginning of the episode. And what can you say? Younger brothers, they have to scheme. I'm pretty sure that Aemond and Daemon will be mirrors all throughout this show. For example, Aemond says this.
She holds love for our enemy. That makes her a fool.
Which is in the same vein as this.
The mother grieves as the queen shirks her duties.
And they're both also second-born sons who wish to be in power and don't fully respect their leaders, even if they love them. Aemond also points out that
Her Grace speaks with two tongues.
aka Alicent's hypocritical. It holds even more weight because he's talking to Sir Criston Cole. Remember, they're both hypocrites for having sex with each other. And just to really drive home the point that the Hightowers are hypocrites, Sir Otto comes in and says,
It would concern me, grandson, if plans were being considered beyond the ears of your king and his hand.
Now, of course, Sir Otto schemed behind Viserys' back for years. So we cut to Blood and Cheese sneaking through the castle, and we see rats, which of course means that something awful is coming. In a bad twist of fate, they just miss Aemond, but in the war room, Cheese sees a tapestry of Harrenhal. Look at how horrified he is. Remember, this takes place in around 130 AC, so more than a century after Aegon's conquest. With the exception of Dorne, the people of Westeros have not seen dragons used for war in decades. To hear the legend of Harrenhal is one thing, but to see it depicted is another. And if dragon war breaks out between the Targaryens, the common people will see mass destruction once again. Then we get one of the most brutal scenes in the entire series. Helena is forced to tell Blood and Cheese which one is her son so they don't kill both of her children. It is just heartbreaking. In just 2 episodes, both the Greens and the Blacks have accidentally killed children. In the season 1 finale, it's clear by the look on Aemon's face that he did not intend to kill Lucerys. He lost control of Vhagar. This time, Daemon did not intend to kill Jaehaerys, but he lost control of his scheme. And that is where the premiere ends. And oh my god, what a start to the season. It's definitely going to be a very intense and bloody 8 episodes. The writer of this week's episode is Sarah Hess, who's actually a producer for both season 1 and 2. She's also written episodes for other great shows like Orange is the New Black, House, and Deadwood. The director is Claire Kilner, who's also directed a few other shows that we've covered on this channel like Fallout and Gen V. We open with a shot that slowly comes into focus as we see Jaehaerys' bloody sheets. Now, last episode ended with Helena completely shell-shocked. She was so out of it that she didn't even notice Alicent and Sir Criston having sex. This shot almost reflects her mental state, completely disassociated with only the bloodiest moments sticking out. But this also reminds us of the bloody sheets after Aemma gives birth in the first episode of the show. Remember, that was another Sophie's Choice moment. Viserys had to choose between cutting the baby out and definitely losing Aemma, or to wait and possibly losing both of them. Now, in both of these cases, innocent blood was spilled for the sake of the Iron Throne succession, but we'll get into that later. We see castle residents ushered out of their rooms. Now, this is actually a microcosm for what will happen in many of the cities in Westeros once fighting starts. None of these people know what's going on, they're just being jostled and pushed, caught in the crossfire of 2 warring families. One man even slips, sending gray dust flying, which could represent the ashes left by dragonfire. We cut to Aegon destroying his father's model of Valyria. Now, this was his father's pride and joy, but it represents more than that. Viserys tinkered with this model for years. The only reason he could do that was because Westeros was at peace. Other than the skirmishes and the stepstones, Viserys never ruled during battle time. Aegon destroying this model signals that peacetime is over. There's no more time for artistic models because they have to focus on actual battle plans. It also signifies Aegon's turn from his father ideals. Viserys strove for peace. He even went too far sometimes, acting completely conflict avoidant. Aegon, on the other hand, is itching for combat and bloodshed. The model also represents Viserys' obsession with the past. Rather than focus on building his current kingdom and the troubles around him, he preferred to turn his gaze backwards, to dream of what it would have been like to live in old Valyria. This is one of many reasons why Viserys was not a very good king. The destruction of the model also symbolizes how the glory of old Valyria is now truly gone and the dance of the dragons has begun. I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but let's just say that things don't work out great for the Targaryens after this show. Aegon also says, "I'll kill them all!" which is a reference to the Mad King Aerys. Burn them all! We also cut to Aemond, and once again we see the painting of Harrenhal's destruction over his shoulder.
Jeez, this guy gives me the creeps.
I know, right? And I will say there is some foreshadowing with the placement of this tapestry in Aemond. If you've read the book, you know, and if you don't, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but it's not that big of a deal. We pan up on Alicent, and notice now she's wearing her 7-pointed star necklace. When we last saw her in bed with Sir Criston, the necklace was off. Now we find out later in the episode that she feels guilty about her sins, so this necklace is a way to reaffirm her faith. She also has 7-pointed star candle holders. Remember, the Hightowers are one of the oldest, most pious families in all of Westeros, but their family motto is also, "We light the way." A 7-pointed star candle holder blends their religion and their house words. I also found this line very interesting. To make it. It's one of the few times Alicent openly puts her emotions before duty, even if it is just for a moment. Jaehaerys was the next heir to the Iron Throne. By Green Team logic, his death should be the hardest, not only because he's family, but because he was Aegon's legacy. Helena, on the other hand, is a daughter, oftentimes pushed aside and used only as an accessory to her brothers. Alicent's concern for her daughter, the so-called less important of the two, is a bold act for her. We cut to the small council, and we can see the war map they used last episode. It even has a small 7-pointed star at the top, undoubtedly a Hightower edition. Aegon says,
"I'm bad! Instead of safeguarding the sanctity of my family."
Now, this is actually a double meaning. In this case, Aegon means the life of his family. Sir Criston failed to protect his family from death, but sanctity can also mean holiness. We heard in the last scene that Alicent thinks this is a punishment for sinning.
The gods punish us They punish me.
And Sir Criston sinned with her. Not only did he fail to protect Alicent's sanctity, but he personally violated it. Aegon also says,
There she sits across the bay on her rock, laughing at me.
Later we hear Aemon lament about his childhood.
They used to tease me, you know.
Now, all of the kids teased him, but Aegon spearheaded it. His own cruel nature is affecting his worldview. He thinks that Rhaenyra must be so cruel that she laughs at the death of his child. I also love this small detail in Aegon's costume. His shirt is unbuttoned, which reflects that he's frantic and he just haphazardly threw his shirt on. But it also splits the dragon on his shirt in two. It can symbolize the warring sides of his family or a dragon being wounded. After all, the Targaryens often call themselves dragons, and Aegon just got a pretty nasty mental wound. He calls this guy Ironrod. Now, this is Jasper Wilde, the Master of Laws. They called him Ironrod because he was so strict about the laws. So Aegon means Ironrod as an insult, basically insinuating that he is too uptight and, too law-abiding.
Law-abiding. I'm done.
Then Otto says this.
If we in the keep are still in peril, in another sense, of course, it doesn't matter.
So last week I saw people complain about the fact that Blood and Cheese differed from the books, mainly that it was less brutal. But remember, in the books, we know everything isn't accurate. In universe, the book Fire and Blood is Archmaester Gillen's attempt to understand the multiple accounts and rumors about the Targaryens during this time. It would make complete sense that Otto and Larys exaggerated the brutality of Blood and Cheese in order to gain more sympathy from the small folk. After all, we got to see firsthand how brutal it was. They only ever heard about it. Otto also says,
Jaehaerys will do more for us now than 1,000 knights in battle.
And this is actually heartbreaking. Jaehaerys already died as a pawn in an adult war. Obviously, Daemon didn't mean to kill him, but he still did. Even in death, Jaehaerys isn't given peace. No, his dead body must be used as a pawn. Otto also mentions the Silent Sisters.
Let the Silent Sisters ready the prince for his final journey.
Now, the Silent Sisters are a special group of septas, which are basically nuns in Westeros, who prepare bodies for death, and, as the name implies, they have taken a vow of silence. We first saw them in the first episode of Game of Thrones when they were preparing Jon Arryn's body, and we also saw them last season when Vaemond Valerion died. We cut to Helaena. Now, notice that she is gripping the blanket that she was embroidering at the beginning of last episode. I think she was always embroidering this for her son, and now it holds special significance to her, a reminder of just yesterday when she had both of her children. She's also still in the room with Jaehaerys. Now notice Alicent is leaning on Jaehaerys' crib. It's subtle, but it shows just how disconnected Alicent is from her emotions. She's put everything aside to serve the crown. Much like Jaehaerys, Helaena is also a pawn.
The realm must see the sorrow of the crown, a sorrow best expressed through its most gentle soul.
She's been through one of the most horrific things imaginable, but she isn't allowed to grieve privately or even to make decisions for herself. Her grief has to be exploited, and the whole thing is just heartbreaking. Now, I love seeing all the common folk in the street gathering for the procession. It's in such stark contrast to the last time we saw this, right before Aegon's coronation. We see Jaehaerys carried in, and if you look closely, you can even see his head bobble out of time with his body. It's a small detail, but it sends a shiver up your spine. Also, I like that we see the gold cloaks. Remember, in the small council, they said,
"We would do well to ascertain if this is your sister's hand, or if there is a serpent nestled closer to our bosoms."
That's the gold cloaks. Even though only one person let Daemon into the city, many of them are still very loyal to Daemon, and these are the people who are sworn to protect the high towers. Also, notice that all the emblems have already changed to gold in order to signify the difference between Rhaenyra and Aegon. The gold dragon is a symbol of Aegon's dragon, Sunfire. It's also disgusting that they say this.
Behold the works of Rhaenyra Targaryen!
Otto said this child would be honored, but his own funeral procession is barely about him. Now, we have seen this path marched another time, and it was when Cersei was shamed by the church. Just like in Cersei's march, this is all political theater. When Helaena looks up, she focuses on the petals in the sky, which looks suspiciously like the ashes Daenerys saw in her visions in Season 2. Now, I also think it would make sense given this line from Alicent.
But what have you done to make her?
She's horrified by the trauma inflicted on her daughter, yet she inflicts trauma of her own when she insists that Helaena act in the best interest of the crown. Now, while all of this is happening, we're cutting to Aegon torturing Blood. Two things. First, notice that the knights are wearing Hightower sigils. This isn't officially sponsored by the crown. Two, Aegon beats Blood to death before he can even tell him that he was actually hired to kill Aemond. This is showing how people are acting rashly with high tempers instead of taking a moment to gather all all the information so they can avoid war. We cut to Dragonstone, and I love how everyone is suspicious of Rhaenyra while Daemon's just like,
don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
Also, notice how Rhaenyra's neckline actually does form a dragon, and her necklace looks like a dragon head but with 3 rings on it. One for Rhaenys, Visenya, and Aegon. That is such a brilliant little costuming touch. When they get into a fight, Daemon says,
I cannot be responsible.
Now this is actually a brilliant way to show that Daemon would not be a good ruler. If Aemon died, he would have taken all the glory. But when the plan goes wrong, he refuses to take responsibility. Rhaenyra says,
but now I have seen that your heart belongs only to you. And when I was a child, I took this as a challenge, but I'm older now. I have challenges enough.
So this is about so much more than just Jaehaerys. This is about the power that Daemon wielded over Rhaenyra, especially when she was a teenager. Putting the incest aside, Daemon went after Rhaenyra when she was still very young and pliable. Unfortunately, this isn't out of character for Daemon. Let me read this really upsetting passage from Fire and Blood. Nor should it be forgotten that, during Daemon's youth, every brothel keeper in King's Landing knew that Daemon took an especial delight in maidens and kept aside the youngest, prettiest, and most innocent of their new girls for him to deflower. This gives an unsavory picture of him as a man who wants inexperienced girls.
Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
Remember, Rhaenyra was inexperienced, both sexually and in life. She'd never been to Flea Bottom prior to her uncle helping her visit. Daemon literally guided her there. He liked that Rhaenyra was young because he could control her, but she grew into an adult without him when she married Laenor. Now, she is not only an independent person, but she's also the queen, the one person in all of Westeros who doesn't have to listen to anybody. And Daemon still wants to control her and by virtue control the throne. He even says,
to give up my brother's throne.
He can't view Rhaenyra as a full-grown woman, ready to rule. He still views her as a child. On that note, notice what he says here.
He made you heir because of your great wisdom, because of your virtue.
He ruined her virtue. So much of this entire show could have been prevented if he hadn't taken her to that brothel. And remember, even back then, people shifted the blame to her for going there.
It was foolish of you to place yourself in a position where your virtue could even come into question.
When he leaves Dragonstone, we get a look at his armor, and man, I love how far this costume department goes. Not only does he have a dragon helmet and 2 dragons on his breastplate, but he has actual dragon scales etched into his torso. Also, we find out later that he probably went to Harrenhal.
Yeah, why does he want Harrenhal so bad?
Well, Doug, Harrenhal is a giant castle in the center of the map. It borders the Kingslands, the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale. Strategically, it's very important, and it's a very difficult castle to breach. If the Hightowers got it, then they would be able to strike at Rhaenyra. But if Rhaenyra's forces take Harrenhal, it gives her forces a place together where they can strike outward against the forces of the Hightowers. We cut to Rhaenyra playing with her children. If you look closely, you can see their dollhouse is actually a replica of Dragonstone. Like Helaena with the petals, Rhaenyra is distracted by the dust, and the dust looks suspiciously like ashes. But it's also difficult to ignore the similarities between Rhaenyra playing with her children and Helaena playing with her children. We even take a moment to linger on the toys of each child. This shows us that this is fundamentally a mother's war. Every woman is trying to protect her kids, but ultimately this war is taken to extremes by men. We cut back to the Red Keep with Alicent and Sir Criston. Alicent says Sir Criston is
one who seeks absolution.
She's actually referencing when he confessed sleeping with Rhaenyra. Remember, she did not have to press at all for that information. He just folded like a deck of cards.
Rather lapses.
It happened, Your Grace. The sin you allude to. I have committed it.
Now, when Alicent strips down for her bath, there is a religious aspect to this, especially because she's completely by herself. In Game of Thrones, we saw the High Sparrow force Cersei to be stripped down to be absolved of her sins, and Alicent is undergoing something similar here, although her nudity is in private and Cersei was forced to bear her shame in front of all of King's Landing. Now, I love all of the shots in this next scene. They actually shoot this a bit like a horror movie, and it shows how much blood and cheese unnerved everyone in the castle. The Red Keep doesn't feel safe anymore. Horror movies often use weird angles and negative space to create a feeling of dread. The odd angles throw off our equilibrium, while the wide shots make us feel like something is lurking nearby. We even get this interesting, almost POV shot through Alicent's screen, as if someone is watching her. But this framing could also represent the ghosts of Alicent and Sir Criston's shared past. Now, I didn't realize it until I watched the house the dragons built, but Alicent is no longer in the Queen's quarters. Now she is in Rhaenyra's old quarters. The design team said this.
We changed a little bit
bit of the furniture, but we wanted it to be apparent. There was the constant memory of Rhaenyra being in this room.
And now Sir Criston is waiting outside that same door, committing the same sin. Talk about deja vu. Also, notice the dragon torch next to Sir Criston here. Now, the Red Keep was built for the Targaryens, but during the show Game of Thrones, we rarely got to see this influence because Robert Baratheon removed everything that had the image of a dragon. So it's great to see all of the little original architectural details. We cut to the next morning where Sir Criston is angry with Sir Eric.
What is this? It's a reminder of yesterday, I think. I'll replace it, Hans. Do it now.
Now, this is clearly a deflection. The White Cloak is supposed to represent all of those things, and we saw last season how important it was to Sir Criston.
I've soiled my White Cloak. It is the only thing I have to my name.
But the White Cloaks are just that, a representation. They mean nothing without the men's honor. Sir Criston feels guilty about betraying his vow, so he's turning to superficial things to absolve himself. But his sullied cloak also represents the work that he is asked to do. Instead of the noble work of a knight, Sir Eric has to do the dirty work of an assassin. In fact, the entire conversation is Sir Criston deflecting.
And why has Helena the Queen been granted no sworn protector? Surely once she ascended, she should have... brother is a thief and a traitor to the crown.
It's clear that Jaehaerys was unguarded, not because Sir Eric didn't do his duties, but because Sir Criston didn't give a personal guard to Helena or to Aegon's heir.
Instead of safeguarding the sanctity of my family.
As a commander of the White Cloaks, the responsibility was on him. That very night, instead of protecting Jaehaerys, he was off breaking his oath. We cut to Dragonstone with Baela. Now, it's interesting that she's wielding a crossbow when scorpions are basically giant crossbows that kill dragons.
Yeah, if you can't beat him, join him.
Good one, my guy. High five. Also, remember that these two are betrothed. Rhaenys betrothed them in a split-second decision to side with the Blacks over the heir to Driftmark.
As a matter of fact, the Princess Rhaenyra has just informed me of her desire to marry her sons Jace and Luke to Lord Corlys's granddaughters, Baela and Rhaena.
Baela says,
Sometimes I think I hate him.
Sheesh, that came out of nowhere.
Kind of, but it actually makes a lot of sense. Daemon was never the best father.
Father ignores me.
And he didn't comfort his children at all after their mother, Laena, died. In fact, he was cruel.
What are children but a weakness?
Laena also wanted to go back to Driftmark, but Daemon wanted to stay in Pentos. As a result, she died far away from her family, and maybe the Maesters of Driftmark could have saved her life. Then he shipped Baela off to her grandmother as a ward, so I'm not surprised that she resents him. Now, I really like how this show treats both Laenor and Harwin Strong.
He taught us to catch fish. He had a weakness for cake.
And Sir Harwin Strong?
He was gentle and fierce.
I've said before that the affair wasn't the smartest decision, but I don't think it was immoral at all. Laenor and Rhaenyra had an agreement, and who am I to judge what a married couple agrees to in bed? In a show with so many terrible parents, it's really refreshing to see children get two loving father figures, even if they both die. We cut to a brothel, and the first sex worker that we see has Targaryen white hair. Now, there's a small chance she is from across the Narrow Sea, and that's why her hair is silver, but it's much more likely that she is a Targaryen bastard. Judging by her age, I would guess either Daemon's or Viserys's. Remember, Viserys got around too.
When we were Rhaenyra's age, we our way through most of the brothels on the Street of Silk.
It's subtle, but it's a great way to show the damage that these royals are leaving in their wake. This girl was probably born in a brothel and never really had a chance to escape. This is her life, while for Daemon or Viserys, this was just one night that they probably don't even remember. Then we cut to Aemond cuddling with a brothel madam, the same sex worker who was implied took his virginity. Now, he is extremely exposed. For one, he is in the fetal position, which represents how he's still just an embarrassed little boy, but he's also not wearing his eye patch. Now, we've only seen him without his eye patch one other time, when he challenged Lucerys. We've never seen him without it in a moment of vulnerability. He's obviously taking comfort in this madam, and it's no coincidence that she's old enough to be his mom. He even ran to her when he was embarrassed by Otto.
I was out.
You were with me.
We'll get more into the Green's family dysfunction later on, but for now, let's just say that Aemond has some mommy issues. The madam says,
I would remind you only that when princes lose their temper, it is often others who suffer. A small fact.
Now, this is a reference to some things we may see later in the season. Now, I'm not going to spoil it for you, so I'll just leave it there. We've also already seen some common people murdered when Rhaenys burst through the sept floors, but I also want to focus on the actual word small folks. So far, the only casualties of the war were actual children, quite literally, small folks, and both of them died because of a prince who lost his temper. Even within their own family, the youngest and most vulnerable die first. We cut to a regular household in King's Landing, and in case you don't recognize him, he's actually the Smith from last episode.
If we could but
have the crown's coin before we started work.
His name is Hugh Hammer, and again, no spoilers, but this guy is going to be very important. But even now, Hugh is already serving an important role. It's very easy to get caught up in all of the royalty drama and forget who the royalty is actually supposed to serve, the common folk. It's something that our characters forget too. But as the ever-wise Tyrion Lannister says,
"You might find it difficult to rule over millions who want you dead."
Then we switch to Driftmark. Now, I made a mistake last week. We said that this guy was Adam of Hall, when really, he was Alan of Hall. I was watching without subtitles, and I misheard the name.
Are you sure you weren't just really excited about Adam of Hall? So then when you heard a name starting with A, your brain just filled in what it wanted to hear?
Maybe. My bad, guys. Now, this is the actual Adam of Hall. And like I said last week, keep your eyes on him. There is a reason that Corlys owes him a favor. Also, I love this line from Corlys in bed with Rhaenys.
Daemon flies when we most need his hand at the oar.
Instead of saying take the wheel or take the reins, he just has to show how much of a boat guy he is. We cut to Rhaenyra on Dragonstone, and notice she is consulting books. Remember, when he lived in Pentos, Daemon read history books about the Targaryens constantly. He was grasping onto the good old days, and I think that Rhaenyra is kind of doing the same thing here. And like I mentioned earlier, she's also taking after her father, who is desperate to relive the glory days of Valyria. Now, as she looks through the book, we see an illustration of Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys. On the next page, we see Visenya and Vhagar. Now, I think that she is fighting in Dorne because the page to her right mentions the Martells in the First Dornish Wars. Now, it was Rhaenys who actually met the Martells and began battle, but this could be after Rhaenys' death. Then Mysaria walks in, so it's really interesting to compare the Mysaria of Season 1, Episode 2, and the Mysaria of Season 2, Episode 2. In Season 1, she was supposed to become a lady. Daemon said that he would marry her, and remember how she said,
"I came to you to be liberated."
Liberated? From what?
Fear.
Well, now we see what she meant. Then we get this very interesting speech from Mysaria.
For too long, I made it my aim to be of consequence. But now, I see that was the wish of a child.
Now, of course, this isn't just about Mysaria's history. This is about the plight of all women in Westeros. There's nothing Rhaenyra can do that will make the lords of Westeros see her as the rightful ruler. There's nothing Alicent can do to make her father and children respect her. These women are trying to win the game without realizing the rules are rigged and it's impossible. The only way to truly win is to stop trying to prove themselves to men. We cut to Adam of Hall, who pulls a crab out of the sand, and then he sees sea smoke flying above. Now remember, sea smoke was Laenor's dragon, who he left behind when he died. And the first time we saw sea smoke was when Laenor helped Daemon defeat the crab feeder. I think this is a really clever scene because it shows where a lowly commoner like Adam of Hall is right now, digging his hands into the sand to survive. And then he looks up and he sees the glory of the royal family, the dragons. We cut to the Red Keep and all the rat catchers are hanged just to kill cheese. Now this actually has a very long and cool butterfly effect. Following this incident, only cats were used to catch rats in the Red Keep. And that's why, all the way in Game of Thrones, Arya has to capture a cat when she is training with Syrio. It's also why we have Tommen's beloved cat, Sir Pounce. We cut to Aegon and the ruins of the Valyria model are being wheeled out. He has officially turned away from the peaceful nature of his father. This scene pits two extremes against each other. The first side is extreme passion and recklessness, exemplified by Aegon, and the next side is near sociopathic levels of calculation, exemplified by Otto. Neither of them is portrayed as good. Aegon has just murdered innocent men, but it's hard to side with Otto when he says things like this.
With your child's blood, we bought their approval.
This scene also shows why the Targaryens and the Hightowers would just never get along. They are just too different. The Hightowers want planning, caution, spilled ink, while the Targaryens want power and fire and might and spilled blood. I will say though, it was kind of awesome to see Otto Hightower fight with his own grandson. He has been planning this for years, ever since Alicent was a teenager. Aegon didn't even want to be king.
I did not ask for this.
And now Otto's own plan has come back to bite him in the ass.
You are my father's hand, not mine.
It's also the first time we ever see Otto show any genuine admiration for Viserys. Now Viserys may have been weak, but that's better than headstrong and violent like his son. Also, I just want to stress how dumb it is to make Sir Criston Cole hand to the king. He has no official political experience. Oh, and yeah, Jaehaerys just died on his watch. Helena did not even have her own guard. He literally failed up.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
So we cut back to Dragonstone as Mysaria is leaving. Notice she even has a little smile smile. She's happy to be getting the hell out of Westeros. Now, of course, it's especially meaningful because she was pulled from her home city against her will. Now, she did not have to mention Sir Eric's twin. She could have just kept going, but she stopped. Now, this makes me think that she's actually going to hang around a little bit longer, and this will win her some favor with the queen. Also, notice that Rhaenyra keeps stepping forward as her handmaiden braids her hair. Braids can represent many things, but in this case, I think it represents family. With both Lucerys and Daemon gone, her family is rapidly falling apart. Also, notice that her handmaiden has a crest of 3 dragons on her chest, similar to the one that we see on the cover design of Fire and Blood. Then we get the Battle of the Twins, Sir Eric versus Sir Eric. Now, I just loved this fight. I thought it was great in every way. The way the music drops off and we just get the sounds of violence reminded me a lot of that famous fight in They Live. It's very grounded, no music, no slow-mo, no fancy speed grading. It's just a good old-fashioned knockdown, drag-out street sword fight with stunning choreography. But I will say, I kept thinking of this meme.
That man's an imposter. That man is the imposter.
Also, in the book, there are several versions of this fight, and no one quite knows which one is true. Some say that the brothers began with an I love you. Others say they didn't have a kind word for each other. Some say they died in each other's arms, wetting themselves with their tears. Others say that they died 4 days apart. But in the end, all of these accounts were just a little bit true. The brothers did say I love you, although not at the beginning of the fight. They do die together, but not in each other's arms. And most importantly, they don't truly slay one another. Sir Eric killed his brother, and then he killed himself. Now, one of my favorite things about this show is how they get to fill in the gaps of all these stories from the book and flesh them out. And they did that perfectly here. I also thought that it was interesting that Sir Eric killed himself. Now, in the book, it seems like they just had a bloody fight to the death where neither could prevail. But I think it's much more powerful that he killed himself because he couldn't stand murdering his brother. This show has a ton of kinslaying, but this one scene really gets across how painful it really is. Also, under the laws of the Seven, kinslaying is one of the most heinous crimes a pious person can commit. We cut back to the Red Keep. Notice that Alicent isn't wearing her 7-pointed star necklace anymore. Now she's wearing a necklace with multiple 7-pointed stars and 7-pointed earrings. It's a bit overkill. It's almost like she did something she feels guilty about she's compensating for.
You must be compensating for something.
We also get the first mention of Daeron, who I honestly was not sure would be in this show. Daeron is the youngest son of Alicent and Viserys, and it seems like he's been a ward of Hightower for his entire life. At least, we never see him with any of the other kids. Now, one of the most telling things in this entire episode is,
I have sinned.
I do not wish to hear of it.
all Alicent wants is comfort. She has done everything her father asked. Even now, she's trying to get him back to Aegon's side. But he still can't love or comfort her. He won't even try. And immediately, we see the same pattern played out between Alicent and Aegon. No one on the Greens can actually rely on their family for love. Alicent can't get comfort from her father, so she can't comfort any of her own children. She neglects both Aegon and Helaena emotionally in this episode, and Aemond literally buys motherly affection. The siblings can't even comfort each other, as we see with Aegon and Helaena. They're all under the same roof, but the entire family is emotionally estranged. Compare that to Rhaenyra and her children. When Lucerys died, Rhaenyra comforted Jace as soon as she saw him. Jace remembers not just one loving father, but two. Though Daemon is volatile and somewhat removed, Rhaenyra shows her children that she cares about them, not just as potential heirs, but as people. We start with the opening credits, but this time there's extra embroidery on the tapestry to represent new scenes in the season. Instead of depicting the death of Lucerys Valerion, we see Jaehaerys' funeral procession. And notice how this stain of blood actually goes through his neck. It's freaky. He's also surrounded by candles, likely to represent the prayer candles in the sept. We also see the rat catchers hung from the gates. Then we pan to the titles. Now, in previous episodes, there's been a thread still weaving under the titles, but this time there is blood. This represents that everything is about to get more brutal and history will literally be written with blood. We open on a farm in the Riverlands. A new knight says his sword is
well enough for killing Blackwoods.
So this is a Bracken. All last season we saw little crumbs of the Bracken and Blackwood rivalry. On Rhaenyra's marriage tour, a Blackwood and a Bracken got into a duel, resulting in a suitor dying. We also hear a complaint by House Blackwood against House Bracken in the small council.
It is Lord Blackwood's contention, therefore, that the Brackens moved the boundary stones at the dead of the night,
and put their horses to graze in his field.
Now, their rivalry is legendary and intense. Think Hatfields and McCoys. But they actually changed this battle from the book. In the book, this is a planned military offensive. But here, it's just a land dispute gone wrong.
More similar to Bloody Kansas.
Yeah, it is similar. How do you know about Bloody Kansas?
I read.
Now, this is great because it's a microcosm for the entire war. Fundamentally, this is all one big misunderstanding. Alicent claims that she would have never pushed for Aegon to take the throne if it wasn't for Viserys' words the night he died.
He told me he wished for Aegon to be king.
But there was so much bad blood and bad will between the Greens and the Blacks that the mumbled words of a drugged-up, dying man started a civil war. Also in this scene, we see how the rumors about Rhaenyra and Aegon are spreading to the other houses. The Blackwoods say that Aegon is
no true king,
while the Brackens call Rhaenyra
is a kinslayer.
Now, when they cut to the battle aftermath, to me it actually looked like an American Civil War photo with the bodies bloodied and strewn everywhere on the landscape. It's a nice reference point for our fantasy Civil War. The American Civil War was one of the bloodiest wars in our history, and this will be one of the bloodiest wars in Westerosi history. This shows us how anger becomes like an addiction for these characters. Rage becomes this self-defeating cycle where anger just feeds and creates more anger, like two fires that feed off of each other. Now back to House of the Dragon. We cut to Sir Eric and Eric being buried in the same grave. Now it's very symbolic given that they came into the world together.
We were one soul in two bodies, yes.
This is also metaphorical, showing how both sides of this war are leading the dynasty of the Targaryens into the same place, into the grave. Notice that Rhaenyra throws a handful of dirt to the grave. Now remember, burial is not a Targaryen tradition. Targaryens are cremated by dragonfire. Allowing the brothers a proper burial and contributing to it is a sign of respect to both knights. I also love that Rhaenyra's overcoat is black. Obviously, the Targaryen colors are red and black, but it does add another level of respect to the burial, like Rhaenyra is in mourning clothes. Also, if you look really closely, her jacket is quilted and resembles dragon scales. Two things to note here. First of all, Jacaerys is becoming more angry and vengeful like Team Green.
He is the basest of villains, not of those who sent him.
Now, I'm not saying he's wrong for this or that it doesn't make sense. After all, they killed his brother and just tried to kill his mom. But it highlights how war brings out the worst in people. Before the fighting, Jacaerys seemed like a nice kid, or at least nicer than his uncles, Aegon and Aemon. But after dealing with loss and fear, he's slowly turning vicious. I also want to highlight this line from Rhaenys.
The young men have taken the bit in their teeth they wish to punish, to avenge.
Throughout the season so far, it's constantly women trying to rein men in. While the men are brazen and reckless, the women urge caution. Now, I've said it before, but at its heart, this is a mother's war. Alicent is scared of what will happen to her kids if Rhaenyra takes the throne.
If Rhaenyra comes into power, your very life could be forfeit.
And Rhaenyra, especially now, knows that her kids are in danger. While the men run headfirst into war, the women try to prevent it because they want to protect their kids. She also says this.
Soon they will not even remember what it was that began the war in the first place.
Now, if you remember, all the way back in the first episode, Rhaenys said that these soldiers have never seen real battle. They view it all as a game because for them, it's always been a game. They've cosplayed combat through tourneys and jousts.
These nights are as green as summer grass. None have known real war.
So now, these men don't understand the gravity of real war. We see that later in the episode with Sir Gawain Hightower when he insists on staying at an inn. He doesn't even understand that he is in real danger.
I assure you, my nephew will not begrudge me a night of comfort.
Part of the reason this war gets so bloody is because no one really can grasp the ramifications of actual combat. Rhaenyra also mentions the Raven from the first episode.
My letters to Rhaenyra, has there been any answer?
An apology for her dead son?
I do not care to read her message.
Then we cut to Sir Criston Cole. Now notice that he is shot from below, almost as if he's looking down at Sir Eric and Sir Eric's grave. Fitting, since he is the one who sent them both to their deaths. When he stands up, we see that he's fashioned a new symbol of the hand for himself. Most hands wear a small pin, but Sir Criston is wearing a chain, more befitting of his armor. It's also more conspicuous, probably to compensate for his actual lack of experience. Also, I loved these grand shots of the gates and the entrance hall to the Red Keep. It is such a good way to tell us where we are in the story. At the beginning of the show, it was decked out in red and gold with Targaryen crests everywhere. When Alicent took over, it's muted and she installed a giant 7-pointed cross in the entranceway. And now it's decked out in green to represent Team Green as well as the Hightowers. When he sits down, we see this cool emblem on his chest. Now at first glance, it's the same pin, but when you look closer, you'll notice these two swirls in the same style as the Targaryen crest on the cover of Fire and Blood. These probably represent Visenya and Rhaenys as they were Aegon's closest advisors. There's also an eye which could represent how the hand is supposed to be truthful with the king, i.e., seeing through all his bullshit. Notice that there are cupbearers again. In Alicent's small council, we never saw wine or food. That is a luxury that Aegon has brought back. Sir Criston says,
You've appointed new knights?
To the Kingsguard, your grace.
Now, if you remember in season 1, becoming a White Cloak was an exhaustive process, but Aegon did it in less than a day, which probably explains their less than stellar work ethic. And to make it worse, the new knights are actually his friends that we saw in the throne room in episode 1. Yep, they nepo babied their way into the White Cloaks. Now, when Aegon hears about the Battle of the Burning Mill, he is thrilled.
Good. First blood in our name.
It just goes to show how differently Aegon and Rhaenyra approach this conflict. For Rhaenyra, war is inherently bad, while for Aegon, war is inherently good. The Maester suggests that they go to the Tullys, and Lord Jasper says,
Lord Grover Tully is a flaccid old fool.
It's kind of funny because the Tullys also had a completely incompetent lord in Game of Thrones. It's like the Baratheons are always going to be headstrong, the Lannisters are always going to be greedy, and the Tullys will always be just a little bit dumb. Also, notice that when Lord Jasper curses, he adds,
Begging your pardon, your grace.
And that's just so insane given the scheme of things. They're talking about fighting with dragons, the potential deaths of millions of civilians, and they're still worried about being too impolite in front of a woman. One thing I really like about this show is that it's actually given us a sense of how large Westeros is.
And your brother Darren's dragon nears fighting age. Call on them to suppress the Riverlands.
Alas, they are months away.
We really lost that in later seasons of Game of Thrones, and it just made the show feel less grounded. Here, we have the best of both worlds. The show feels real. Militaries can't just materialize overnight, but the dragons allow the main players to travel wherever they want, pretty much at will. We see that Aemond is playing with a coin, and it's actually the same coin that he found the Night of Blood and Cheese. Even though he's serving as hand, Cole's real duty is wartime consigliere. He's not fit to run the kingdom, but he knows combat. Very similar to The Godfather when Michael pushed out Tom as consigliere.
You're out, Tom.
Remember how earlier I said that all these knights are just playing at war? Well, that's not the case with Cole. He saw real combat in Dorne. It's one of the reasons Rhaenyra picked him.
I fought for a year as a foot soldier against the Dornish incursions.
He may not be learned, but he has real-life fighting experience. Also, Sir Criston and Alicent's relationship is adding a really interesting layer to their interactions here. Sir Criston spent most of his life at the bottom of the social ladder. Even as a White Cloak, he was subservient to the monarchs around him. But as hand to the king, he's getting his first taste of real power. Alicent's aware that her grip on power lasts as long as her sons heed her. She says so in episode 1.
But if you undermine my voice, both those boys will grow deaf to it.
But if Aegon sees Sir Criston's advice as more valuable than hers, Criston could usurp her in importance. Of course, Alicent will always be the Dowager Queen, but that doesn't grant her a say in anything. When the council tells Aegon not to fight, he makes it about his ego.
I'm as fearsome as any of them.
Now, yes, no one thinks that he's the strongest fighter, but separately, it's also just a bad idea for him to go. If he dies, his cause could die with him, especially since he now no longer has a son. But he's not thinking with his head, he's only thinking with his ego. And then we see Mysaria. She says she wants to stay at royal court, and Rhaenyra says,
One turn for another then.
And I gotta be honest, guys, every time a game metaphor comes up, I turn to Peter Griffin.
He said it! He said it!
Now, it's clear that Mysaria is a mirror of Varys from Game of Thrones.
Who's that again?
Well, Varys was the master of whispers for several kings, including the Mad King, King Aerys II. He used his vast spy network to get information and secrets for the royal families, and he's very similar to Mysaria. Like her, Varys came from nothing, but grew into one of the most powerful men in King's Landing, always having a direct line to the king, like Mysaria just obtained. And because of his upbringing, he always cared about the small folk.
Millions of people, many of whom will die if the wrong person sits on that throne. We don't know their names, but they're just as real as you and I. They deserve to live.
Just like Mysaria claims here.
I know the struggles of the small folk of King's Landing. They will be ruled either by you or by the usurper. And only one of you has shown yourself to be merciful.
He truly wanted the best for the realm, not for the monarchs, but for the common people.
Who do you truly serve?
The realm, my lord. Someone must.
They're both from Essos, and I believe they're both from the city of Lys. And also, they were both born into servitude. Varys was the prisoner of a magician, and here, if you look closely, you can see a scar around Mysaria's neck. This is from her slave collar, similar to the slaves that we saw Daenerys liberate in Game of Thrones. Big shout out to Heavy Spoilers for that observation. We cut to Rhaena. Now, Rhaenyra says,
She has pledged an army in return for a dragon.
Now, Lady Arryn asked for a dragon for protection, so sending Tyrax is kind of sketchy. Also, a quick note about the Arryns. The reason the Arryns are Team Black is because they are ruled by a woman, Lady Jane, Maiden of the Vale. In the book, she told Prince Jacaerys, "Thrice have my own kin sought to replace me. My cousin Sir Arnold want to say that a woman are too soft to rule. I have him in one of my sky cells." Rhaenyra remains our rightful queen. In this world of men, we women must band together. She also asked Rhaena to write to Prince Reggio. Now, in case you don't remember, Prince Reggio was the man who offered Daemon and Laena a spot in his house. Daemon wanted to take it, but Laena didn't, and then she died there. Also, notice that Rhaenyra says this:
"It is safer than anywhere in Westeros."
That's because Westeros would never go to war with the Free Cities, as we heard in Season 1.
I am not prepared to start a war with the Free Cities.
In all of its history, my lord, the Seven Kingdoms have never entered open war with the Free Cities.
So Rhaena isn't happy that Baela gets to stay.
I need Baela here because she has a dragon.
This is a sore spot. Like Prince Aemond, Rhaena's egg never hatched, but she still hoped that it would well into her childhood. When her mother died, it was assumed that Vhagar would become hers, but Aemond took her first. Daemon arrives at Harrenhal, and I love these flying shots. You get a sense of just how massive Harrenhal is, and I love that you can see where the stone actually melted.
What kind of fire melts stone?
Dragonfire.
Now, in case you don't know, Harrenhal was destroyed by Aegon the Conqueror after Harren the Black refused to bend the knee. We even see it depicted on the tapestry in the opening credits. As Daemon walks through the castle, we hear the wind whistling through the walls.
It's creepy.
Well, it's supposed to be. In Game of Thrones, there is a lot of talk about the ghosts of Harrenhal. In fact, it's even an episode name in Season 2. So many people died in this so-called impenetrable castle that the whole area seems haunted. And people have been saying for hundreds of years that the castle is cursed, and not for nothing, everybody who became Lord of Harrenhal was either killed or exiled. Also, notice that Daemon looks over this meeting hall. This is where Jaehaerys called the council of all the great houses to decide his successor. I think their banners are even still up, although they're in tatters now. In a way, the council is a ghost itself. Without that council, this war would have never happened. If the crown went to Rhaenys, then there would be no precedent for the oldest male to be heir. It's also fitting that that council took place in a burned out hall when ultimately that council was responsible for the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty. Also, when Daemon burst in on the dinner, I couldn't help but laugh.
I'm claiming Harrenhal.
Apparently so.
If you look on the walls, there's actually a painting of Harrenhal. Yes, they literally painted the castle inside of the castle. That's hubris, my friend. When Lord Simon Strong calls Daemon my prince, he corrects him.
So no, you will find no loyalty to Larys Strong here, my prince.
Your Grace.
Now, we've seen time and time again this season that Daemon is struggling with the fact that he is not on the throne.
It is a command.
Would that you were the king.
And this is a great way to show him struggling with his lower status. Now, I doubt that he would ever do this in front of Rhaenyra, but she'll find out about it anyway because Lord Simon will say, "Your Grace," in front of her, and that is going to lead to yet another fight. We cut back to King's Landing. Queen Alicent has a new 7-pointed star belt to go with her 7-pointed star necklace. Also, Sir Criston's equine armor has a 7-pointed star as well. They are decked out in religious drip. Sir Gawain says,
"No one is more delighted than I to march out to war with the Dornishmen."
So there's historical beef between Westeros and Dorne. When Aegon the Conqueror took over, Dorne was the last to submit. It took years of fighting to take Dorne, and Rhaenys, one of Aegon's sisters, even died in the process. After that, there were 4 different civil wars. So the bad blood runs deep. We even see it in Game of Thrones.
There's bad blood between the Martells of Dorne and the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, has been for years.
Then we get the most lackluster send-off from Alicent.
May the Seven guide you. Good night, and lead you not into shadow and death.
It's really interesting that their flame fizzled the second he became Hand to the King. Did Alicent feel like it was a betrayal since he replaced her father, or is she simply upset that she no longer has the upper hand in their relationship? He tried to change the tide with this,
and request that she grant her favor,
which actually mirrors his and Rhaenyra's first interaction at the tourney all the way back in the first episode. That tourney actually foreshadowed a lot of stuff that happens in the episode that we're going to talk about in a little bit. We cut back to Dragonstone. Now, I love how they talk about dragons the way we talk about nukes.
If dragons begin fighting dragons, we invite our own destruction.
It just makes the level of destruction that they cause so much clearer. Rhaenyra says,
"The Vale and the North will send men. We must give Daemon time."
Now, I cannot overstate how far away the North is. For reference, it took Sir Gawain 3 months to get from Old Town to King's Landing. The North is double that distance and through much, much worse terrain. And that's a big logistical problem for the Blacks. Northmen are fierce fighters for sure, but that doesn't mean that they can get to the South quick enough to fight. Now, remember earlier when Lord Jasper apologized for cursing in front of Alicent? Well, Rhaenyra gets a more intense version of that.
Perhaps it is time for you to think about secreting yourself somewhere safe.
Now, among all these men, there's still a belief that women are too delicate for war, even when they are the ones leading the damn war. We cut to Rhaena leaving the castle. Admittedly, I'm traumatized by Game of Thrones. Whenever I see a family split up, I start screaming at the screen.
Don't do it! Don't do it!
There's also a lot of foreshadowing, but no spoilers. If you know, you know. We go back to the Red Keep. Now, on top of everything else, Helena now has survivor's guilt.
I warrant they thought I had no more right to grief than they do.
Surely they lose their babes more than highborn ladies.
But I think it's really important that Helena is one of the only people considering the small folk, but she's not involved in the war at all. The last few episodes, they've really tried to highlight that the small folk will be the most affected by the war. They're going to suffer the most. Helena is like the legend of Cassandra. She predicts things, but no one listens. In her own way, she's recognizing that the small folk will suffer the most from war, but she has no way to stop it. Alicent says,
The stranger comes for us all.
Now, the stranger is one of these 7 faces of the new gods. It represents death. Then Helena says,
I forgive you.
But what for? She didn't kill Jaehaerys.
She didn't, but she may have made it easier. I don't think Sir Criston is solely at fault. He wasn't supposed to be guarding Helena, but it isn't good that he was having sex with Alicent when he was murdered. If he was patrolling or even stationed outside Alicent's door, he might have heard something. Or if he wasn't so infatuated with their mother, maybe he would have given Helena her own guard. After all, Sir Arey said that she asked for one.
And why has Helena the Queen been granted no sworn protector?
The White Cloaks are sworn to chastity so they can fully focus on the royal family safety. When Jaehaerys died, Sir Criston wasn't protecting them. And you can tell that Alicent hadn't even considered that. In past episodes, I've talked about how the Hightowers are emotionally estranged from one another. This is another example of that. Alicent can't see the situation from Helena's perspective, even when caught red-handed. We move on to Aegon and his new armor. Now notice how the new White Cloaks are cheering him.
Aegon the Conqueror reborn.
While the old White Cloaks were stoic and composed. They would never say something like this.
A sight to stir the passion.
The White Cloaks are supposed to be completely devoted to their cause. It's why they're good protectors, at least when they're honoring their vows. But these guys aren't even pretending to take their job seriously.
Of course, Your Grace.
Also, Aegon's armor is too big for him because it was originally crafted for Aegon the Conqueror. It's the same thing as a little kid dressing up in their parents' clothes, pretending to be an adult. Or in this case, playing at being a war general. Then Larys comes in and does what he does and stirs that pot.
Another is that his grace was outwitted by his counsellors and persuaded to fly to war with Sir Criston, so the Queen Alicent may reign in his absence.
If it wasn't clear already that Sir Larys had no loyalty to Alicent, it's clear now. He just used her as an in, but as soon as someone more powerful and more pliable came along, it was on to the next thing. Criston Cole has already pushed Otto out his hand, so my guess is that Larys will replace Alicent as his most trusted advisor. Just like Mysaria is a mirror of Varys, Larys is a mirror of Grand Maester Pycelle. He was the original Maester in Game of Thrones and pretended to be super feeble. He would even pretend that he could barely string a sentence together, but in actuality, he was really smart and secretly served the Lannisters. Larys exaggerates his disability so people will think he's weak when in reality he's been pulling all the strings. Then we get this great shot of King's Landing. I love how they have all these dragon trinkets and souvenirs. It's like an old-timey version of Times Square where you're just accosted by vendors. Now, we get a long tracking shot of a brand new character, Ulf White. This immediately cues us in that this is going to be a really important character for us to follow. And the woman who brings their drinks is actually the same maid that Aegon sexually assaulted in Season 1. In Episode 1, we saw a kinder version of Aegon with the small folk, but the reappearance of his victim reminds us that his vicious side is lingering just below the surface. And then Ulf reveals that he is the son of Balon the Brave.
Wait, who's he?
He is King Viserys' father. He was renowned for his skill in battle. In fact, that's probably where Daemon got his skills from. Now, after his older brother Aemon died, Balon was supposed to inherit the throne, but unfortunately, his father outlived him. And that is how we get the whole weird succession situation that opened up this series. Then Aegon walks in and notices that he is with his knights. Even though he half-heartedly scolded them, he still indulges them in their bad behavior. The next scene takes us into a brothel. When Aegon walks in on Aemon, notice how he immediately curls up. He is literally called Aemon the Fierce, but he still acts like a little boy when his brother teases him. He's never been able to grow past his childhood embarrassments, and now everything he does is to make sure that he's never embarrassed again. Even when he says this,
is as good as another.
It shows how insecure he is. We've seen other characters have favorite sex workers in Game of Thrones. Tyrion Lannister fell in love with Shae and protected her for several seasons. I'm just saying, a stronger man would have been unashamed that he liked her instead of literally running away like a little boy. We switch back to Dragonstone and we finally get to see that raven from Alicent. Now, I can't make out all of it, but from what we can read, it seems like Alicent apologized for the loss of Lucerys, but also potentially asked for a truce. You can see that she wrote "might wish to spare" and "along with the hope." I can't say for sure, but it certainly seems like that could be what it's saying. We cut to Criston Cole. As they argue about plans, a dragon covers the sun. Fitting because this dragon is actually Moondancer. He created an eclipse. That is such a cool detail. We switch back to Harrenhal with Daemon. In his delusion, a teenage Rhaenyra says,
"Always coming and going, aren't you?"
This probably refers to his frequent exiles and returns during her teenage years. And then she says,
"And I have to clean up afterwards."
At that moment, she's referring to Jaehaerys, but this actually points to a larger pattern. At the very beginning of the series, Daemon returns, makes some very cruel comments, is exiled, and Rhaenyra becomes heir. When he comes back 3 years later, he takes her to a brothel and almost has sex with her in public. Now because of this, her father forces her to marry Laenor. Even as a teenager, Rhaenyra suffered for her uncle's actions. Also notice that Jaehaerys looks like a baby doll. Throughout the last few episodes, there's been emphasis on children's toys. We see both Helena and Rhaenyra holding their children's dolls. But toys, of course, are eventually thrown away and discarded, just like the unfortunate children in this war. And then he wakes up in the Godswood. The Godswood is where people pray to the old gods, and we frequently see Ned Stark praying there in Game of Thrones.
Person, what just happened?
So I think he had a complete delusion caused by this woman, Alice Rivers. No spoilers, but let's just say
she's weird.
Now, just like Tyrion in Season 7, Rhaenyra sneaks into King's Landing on a fishing boat. Also, she disguises herself as a septa. It's a great choice of disguise, but why couldn't they cover her roots? Now, I know, there's other people in King's Landing with white blonde hair that aren't royal, but still, they could have pulled her hair cover a little tighter, I'm just saying. Also, notice that Rhaenyra walks down the same street as the funeral procession. It's ironic that they called out this.
Behold the works of Rhaenyra Targaryen!
And just days later, she's there incognito. Then they enter the Sept, and just in case you don't remember your Game of Thrones lore, here's a quick reminder. The Seven is actually one god with 7 different aspects or forces, and each aspect has a corresponding statue in the Sept. When Alicent enters, she kneels in front of the Mother. According to Game of Thrones history featurettes, the Mother's prayed to for mercy and peace. Fitting that Alicent is praying to her when they're on the precipice of war. But it also highlights, once again, how this is fundamentally a war between mothers about keeping their children safe. Rhaenyra kneels next to her. And remember, the last time we saw them at this sept was when Alicent comforted Rhaenyra about the passing of her mother. This location really highlights how far they've grown apart. Where they used to comfort one another, they now talk at knife point. Now, this meeting was not in the book, and that makes sense because the book is an in-universe history book. It only contains known history. Since this is a secret meeting, there is no way it would have ever been recorded. Also, directly behind them is a statue of the warrior, prayed to for protection and skill in battle. This staging of the queens between the mother and the warrior is brilliant. They're facing peace, but if they walk away, they're headed straight towards war. Their conversation is really interesting. On one hand, it's their motherly side that wants to stop the war, but their fierce protectiveness towards their children also breeds it. They pan out again, and this time we see the Smith. Now, the Smith is prayed to when something needs to be fixed. Remember, Catelyn Stark prayed to him in Season 1 of Game of Thrones. In this case, Rhaenyra and Alicent's relationship needs to be fixed, especially because Alicent has some false information. Alicent swears that Viserys changed his mind. When she was younger, we saw that she still grieved her mother.
When my mother died, people only ever spoke to me in riddles. All I wanted was for someone to say that they were sorry for what happened to me.
And even after all these years, she still lights a candle for her at the sept. And then, the truth comes out.
But he spoke Aegon's name. He said he was the prince that was promised to unite the realm.
And see, this is why you're supposed to give people different names.
Exactly. Now, this says a lot about Alicent. For all she proclaimed that Rhaenyra should be queen, she immediately listened to a dying man's ramblings. Remember, Viserys was not clear at all, but she wanted him to pick Aegon, so she let herself believe it. And she proves that here. She says,
"There's been no mistake."
She's desperate to convince herself that Viserys actually wanted Aegon on the throne, but this also implies that she thinks Aegon is the better choice. Even if it was a mistake, then Aegon was still meant to be on the throne. This is also because she couldn't handle the embarrassment. Aemond never admitted to anyone in the Red Keep that he accidentally killed Lucerys because he would look weak and out of control. Well, Alicent is in the same position. If she admits that she was mistaken, then she'd lose all power, and she cannot handle that humiliation. She just knowingly continues the lie. When Alicent walks away, notice that she turns her back up to the gods. Up until this point, religion is a guiding light for her. From a religious point of view, the right thing for her to do is to try to stop the war. After all, she lied that Viserys wanted Aegon on the throne. It wasn't an intentional lie, but it was still a lie nonetheless. She should try to correct this, but she's not going to. She says herself that it is too late, and now she is literally turning her back on her religion. And just like all the men, she has decided to play a war game. She is no longer thinking about the real ramifications or the people who will die. For her, it's just about winning. So this week's episode is written by Ryan Condal, one of the producers and writers for the show since season 1. And it is directed by the great Alan Taylor, who helmed the first episode of this season and also directed some great shows like Deadwood, Mad Men, and The Sopranos. We open on Daemon entering Dragonstone. Now from this angle, we see the face of one of the many king statues in the throne room. It's hard to tell from this angle, but my guess is that this is the King Viserys statue that we saw being built in the first episode this season. Now, this scene mirrors the first scene between Daemon and Rhaenyra in season 1. However, this time their places are switched. Rhaenyra is on the throne and in the position of power, while Daemon has to walk to her. It mirrors their current positions in life. Rhaenyra is the queen, while Daemon is only king consort. But this scene also reminds me of Daenerys' vision in season 2. In that vision, she walks into a throne room that is dark and empty as well. Remember, this vision was foreshadowing the ending of the show. The snow in the throne room represented Jon Snow and the ash that was falling amongst King's Landing. Now I bring this up because one of the gifts that some Targaryens have is second sight. Daenerys the Dreamer foresaw the doom of Valyria, and of course Helaena has visions that we've been talking about all throughout our coverage of the show. And of course, everything in the show hinges on the prophecy that Aegon saw in a dream. Two things to notice about Rhaenyra here. Firstly, her dress resembles the outfit that she wore to confront Otto in the season 1 finale. This could represent that, just like her father, Daemon never really stopped seeing Rhaenyra as a child. Even when she proclaimed herself as queen, he still saw a child arguing with Otto. Secondly, the crown is too big for her. Remember, Rhaenyra was about 14 when she was named Viserys' successor. The too large crown represents that she was really young to take on that responsibility. And of course, she only ever took on that responsibility because of Daemon's actions.
Styling him the heir for a day.
She says,
Stop.
Now this could be a reference to how he groomed her or how he forced Viserys to make her heir after he was callous about Balon's death. After he beheads her, she says, before Viserys had children with Alicent, Daemon would have been next in line for the throne if Rhaenyra had died. Now we know that Daemon wanted the throne all his life, so secretly he might have wanted Rhaenyra to die so it would pass to him. Currently, if Rhaenyra dies, he could probably argue that he should be crowned before Jace. Rhaenyra's severed head speaking to him could also imply that he feels guilty about Jaehaerys, especially since we saw Rhaenyra and Jaehaerys together in his last vision. But he's also beheaded another person in this throne room, or like, sort of beheaded them.
He can keep his tongue.
And then he wakes up.
So why does he have blood on his hands?
Well, it's probably not blood. When we last saw him, he was in a godswood touching a weirwood tree. Now, the crazy thing about weirwood trees is that they have red sap. In a godswood, there's almost always a heart tree with the face of a god carved into it, and occasionally it will look like it's crying because it is leaking sap. My guess is that Daemon touched the heart tree and got the sap on his hands. Lord Simon Strong mentions Rosby and Stokeworth castles. Now, these are both minor castles in the Crown Lands, so at this point, they think Sir Criston's campaign is headed toward Harrenhal, which is fair. They are getting closer, but they're also getting closer to Dragonstone. It's a great diversion. While they're worried about an assault on Harrenhal, they'll actually turn towards Rook Rest like we saw at the end of the episode. That way, they can stake their claim right across the water from Dragonstone. It's brilliant. Lord Strong also says,
both houses cited that sad business with the usurper's son in their declarations.
Remember how Rhaenyra said to Daemon,
You have wounded me, weakened my claim to the throne, my ability to raise an army.
Now this is proof. Every single house has an easy reason to turn on her now. And then we see a black goat. Now in European mythology, black goats often represent witchcraft, demons, or Satan himself. This is because the Knights of Templar were accused of worshiping a satanic goat named Baphomet. Here it could represent the cursed nature of Harrenhal, or it could signal that there is a witch in their midst. And then we're introduced to Oscar Tully, the heir to Riverrun. Now is it just me, or does it feel like Riverrun never has an able-bodied lord? In Game of Thrones, we see the exact same situation.
I could have that head on a spike by now. Instead, I have a mill.
His armor looks like the Blackfish's armor from Game of Thrones. That's right, they have not changed it up in 150 years. So even on his deathbed, Lord Grover Tully won't side with Rhaenyra for one simple reason: sexism. Fire and Blood says he had favored the rights of the male claimant in 101, and the years had not changed his views. But House Tully hasn't officially declared because, well, Grover's about to die.
Perhaps you might place a feather pillow over his head and speed along your inheritance.
We also see this gaggle of shaggy dogs that look like a fur rug. Now this really highlights the state the castle is in. Even things that look like luxuries are actually just animals. We cut to Driftmark where Rhaenys meets Alan. Now, in case it's not clear when she says this,
But I was not told his saviour was so comely.
She's not just saying that he's attractive. She's saying that he looks like Corlys and therefore is probably a bastard. Rhaenys really parallels Catelyn Stark here. She doesn't like bastards, maybe even hates them. Her husband's infidelity makes her angry, but she still acts honorably toward them.
Yeah, but didn't Cat pray for Jon to die?
Well, yeah, but then she made that little protection thing for him. Look, she came back around. Here, Rhaenys isn't thrilled about Corlys's bastard, but still thinks that he deserves honor.
He should be raised up and honored, not hidden beneath the tides.
We cut to Alicent holding a dragon from Viserys' old Valyria model, as she must have saved it from Aegon's wrath. And then she drops it, mirroring her dropping his model dragon in Season 1. However, in Season 1, she fixes it, symbolizing how she would fix the line of succession and give Viserys more dragon riders. This time, it remains broken, foreshadowing that dragon and dragon riders will die. The Grand Maester brings Alicent the abortion tea. Now, if you remember, Rhaenyra used this exact same tea in Season 1 after her tryst with Criston Cole, but Alicent also gave it to a girl that Aegon had sexually assaulted.
It's best to be certain.
Now she's using Aegon's past actions to cover for her own indiscretions.
I shall observe the girl closely.
And let's not forget that when Rhaenyra drank that moon tea, Alicent took it as proof of her own indiscretions with Daemon. And this was the beginning of the divide that would follow them into their adult lives that actually seeded the Dance of Dragons we're watching right now. So Alicent's actions here drinking moon tea are deeply hypocritical, and it shows how she started off very idealistic, trying to be pious, but now she's just looking out for herself and her own political power. This also mirrors the ending of last episode. Alicent truly believed that Viserys changed his mind at the last minute, but when Rhaenyra makes it clear that he did not change his mind, Alicent stands her ground and says the war is coming and neither of them can stop it. Alicent asks the Maester if he thought Viserys wanted Aegon a successor, to which he says,
His Grace never raised the matter with me.
Now, let's be clear, that means he doesn't. Remember, most of the small council didn't care what Viserys wanted. They were going to install Aegon anyways.
Am I to understand that members of the small council have been planning secretly to install my son without me?
Alicent is the only person who's been holding on to this belief that Aegon is who Viserys truly wanted as heir. Even Otto doesn't believe his daughter.
He made me king.
Is that what you think?
And then Alicent drinks the tea, and notice there's a slight reluctance. George R.R. Martin has stated that the seven gods are inspired by medieval Catholicism, and dating back to the 1st century writings, the Catholic Church believed that abortion and contraception were a crime. We saw her literally turn her back on the gods at the end of last episode, and now she's metaphorically turning her back on them as she commits yet another sin. We cut to the Black Council. Now, much like the Green Council at the beginning of this season, they're now infighting.
I believe.
But she believes.
You should have burned them when you had the chance.
A lord says,
If I know the Riverlands, he has more disentangling ahead of him than the end of a Lysini orgy.
Now this is important. Even though the Riverlands are strategically placed and have good armies, they are not reliable, partially because they often have incompetent lords, like we saw with Daemon and future Lord Tully. Then Lord Corlys steps in.
My lord.
The only reason the lords submit to him is because he's a man. He isn't next in line for the throne. That's Jace. And he isn't Rhaenyra's most trusted advisor. That's Rhaenys. The only difference is that he is an adult man. Notice that Rhaenys says,
An end to this conflict.
She didn't say when. She's still trying to preserve peace, unlike everyone else on the council. We cut to another bloody scene. This is Duskendale, another kingdom in the Crownlands. On the shield, that's the crest of the Darklands, the Lords of Duskendale. We also see the Stokeworth crest and the Rosby crest, the two houses that Lord Strong said fell to Sir Criston. Also, this scene reminded me a lot of Daenerys.
You can earn back your honor by raising his banner and fighting in his name. All who refuse will have their death.
Bend the knee and join me, or refuse and die.
Bend the knee or die is always a cruel and maniacal way to go about war. Remember, Robb Stark kept tons of political prisoners because he refused to kill people who wouldn't side with him.
We've nowhere to keep all these prisoners. Barely enough food to feed our own.
We're not executing prisoners.
It was a logistical nightmare for him, but he managed because it was the honorable thing to do. Criston Cole wants to believe he's honorable and worthy of a white cloak, but this is inherently dishonorable. Lord Darkland calls Cole Kingmaker as an insult.
Kingmaker. Wait, but wouldn't that be a good thing?
You would think.
Who's that?
That is Brianna. She's the living consciousness of a movie given sentience through some dark power that I cannot help to understand. But yeah, why is Kingmaker an insult?
Well, Game of Thrones has a habit of making complimentary names into insults. Think about Jaime Lannister. Like, Kingslayer sounds like a cool action hero name. You don't want to tussle with Kingslayer. But in reality, they call Jaime that because he stabbed the Mad King Aerys in the back. It was sarcastic, to point out his weakness and dishonor. Kingmaker sounds good. But in reality, it's highlighting Sir Criston Cole's betrayal. He's making a king instead of supporting the rightful queen. I mean, later the Greens say it as a good thing because, of course, they want Aegon to be king. But even then, the title undermines Aegon's authority and legitimacy. He shouldn't need to be made king. He should just be king.
Got it. Then Sir Criston says,
"This is a better death than a traitor deserves."
Now this highlights how he still has to believe that he's in the right. He is not the traitor. It's everybody honoring their oath to Viserys. He's the good guy. This is also an interesting reversal of fantasy tropes. Normally, we expect the hero to be the knight in white, taking down the evil queen with the dragons and a castle. But here, the knight is the villain. We also see this later in the episode when Sir Criston gives his army a pep talk.
Your king has joined you! Hold to your courage! Hold to your wits!
We almost never see that kind of thing from the villain. But of course, Sir Criston doesn't think he's the villain. In his own mind, he's the hero. He also beheads Lord Darkland himself, which is the honorable way to execute somebody.
The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword.
He has to believe he's doing the right thing. Also, notice how Gawain Hightower talks down to him.
I realize you were neither born nor bred anywhere near the Crown Lands, my good Lord Han. But Harrenhal is to the west.
Now, this is a sore spot for Cole. He did not come from a noble house and is desperate to be taken seriously. But he doesn't realize that no matter how many battles he wins, the upper class will always view him as inferior. So, ceremonial actions like executions or the cleanliness of his white cloak really matter to him. We go into the small council where Aegon is raging. Now, pay attention to this line from Larys.
It's like to drive Daemon to madness as he attempts to make use of it, which is beyond his faculties.
Last week, we talked a bit about the ghosts of Harrenhal. Basically, because so many people died there is a widespread belief that the castle is haunted. There's even a crazy rumor that Harren the Black put blood into the mortar. Because Daemon is temperamental, he's easy fodder for these ghosts. If you look at the partition next to Aegon, you can see that it's adorned with snakes, which symbolize how people in his own council are working behind his back.
How do you know this?
You sent word to me.
The two of you have been plotting.
I'm a slithery little sneaky snake.
Aemon switches to Valyrian to say, and in case you were like me and you didn't know what a sobriquet meant, it is a nickname that each king gets. Aegon the Conqueror, Jaehaerys the Conciliator,
The Magnanimous.
Aemon switches to Valyrian specifically to humiliate Aegon because he can't really speak the language. Remember, it's not a language that's spoken much. It's pretty much dead outside of the highly learned and the Targaryen family, so the children have to learn it like a second language. We see Jaehaerys practicing it in season 1.
Perhaps that's enough for this morning.
No, I want to keep going.
But because Aegon was never serious, and also he wasn't sure he would ever rule, he never bothered to actually learn it. Aemond is getting back at Aegon for humiliating him at the brothel, and honestly, for humiliating him his entire life. Aegon always thought it was fun to prank his brother, but never thought that Aemond could prank him. Now, when he's ruler, Aemond has the perfect chance to show his brother's weakness. So we cut to Alicent.
Yeah, why is she collecting rocks?
She left them by the fire to heat them, so she's making a medieval version of a hot water bottle. Honestly, it's kind of genius. But she isn't smart enough to put away her plan BT, so maybe not that genius. Also, we get a lot of game metaphors in this conversation.
See it as a loss for our greater good.
Last week, I talked about how Rhaenys knew these men didn't grasp the gravity of war because they'd only ever played at combat in tourneys. Well, now we're seeing that firsthand.
Also, it's the Game of Thrones.
Yes, it is also the Game of Thrones.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win, or you die.
And then Alicent says,
he's covered himself in glory, to be sure.
Now, their flame fizzled pretty much immediately when Cole became Hand, and I wasn't sure if it was because Alicent felt betrayed that he replaced her father, or if she was angry that she no longer had more power than him. Here, it's pretty clear that it's the latter. Even though he is helping her son, she's not happy because every win he has strengthens his standing in the council and thus lowers hers. Now, Alicent is being way too transparent with Larys, and that's because she hasn't realized that he's now serving Aegon. She knows that he's the Master of Whispers, but she thinks that he's still loyal to her. Larys is using the emotional distance between her and her son to his advantage. Because Alicent and Aegon don't speak, she has no way to know that Larys is using her words as leverage. We also see that Alicent has done a complete 180 since her conversation with Rhaenyra. Until now, Viserys' final words were of huge importance to her, but now They mean nothing.
The significance of Viserys' intentions died with him.
It really just highlights how much of a hypocrite she is. We go back to creepy Harrenhal, where Daemon has another vision. This time he sees Aemon, but when he turns around, he has his face. Aemon and Daemon are complete mirrors this season. They're both second sons who lust for power. They both accidentally killed a child. They're both eager to fight, and they both keep humiliating their leaders. But in case we didn't understand that they were mirrors, they really spelled it out for us right here. The single eye also reflects how both Aemon and Daemon are completely unbalanced. They can only see one point of view. For example, the family dinner. Aemon couldn't fathom letting the family heal and move on. In his head, Jace and Luke were bastards. That was wrong, and that was all there was to it. Daemon is the same way, and Harrenhal is a great example. He had a one-track mind and was set on the castle. He couldn't even listen to Rhaenyra's ideas. We officially meet Alice Rivers.
I'm called Alice.
Strong?
Rivers.
Bastard.
How did he know she was a bastard?
Well, in Westeros, every region has a specific last name given to bastards. So in the north, it's Snow, and in Dorne, it's Sand, and in the Riverlands, it's Rivers. Her appearance really surprised me. In the books, she is described as very, very old, just like Melisandre. But in both cases, men retroactively assigned them creepy features after they heard that they were witches. Alice says,
Black hadn't felled the grove of weirwood trees that grew on these lands.
Thus far in House of Dragons, we focused on the Seven because that's the main religion and the religion that the Hightowers follow. But there is an older religion known simply as the Old Gods. The Old Gods are nature gods that have a specific connection with the weirwood trees that I mentioned earlier. In Game of Thrones, we see that almost every major house has a godswood, and in the center of the godswood is a heart tree that is a weirwood tree with the face of an old god carved into it. It's believed that people can actually speak to those gods through these trees. So, felling an entire grove of trees to build a castle would be an utmost insult to the old gods. Weirwoods actually used to cover all of Westeros during the time of the Children of the Forest and during the First Men. But when the Andals came, they brought the faith of the Seven. They slaughtered the Children of the Forest and cut down nearly all the weirwoods in the south. And this actually led to the creation of the original Night King. While they were at war with men, the Children of the Forest created the White Walkers as a weapon, and of course, it totally backfired. Weirwood trees also store the past, present, and future because they're part of the gods. Now we see this when Bran touches the heart tree in Game of Thrones. So Daemon sleeping in a weirwood bed would give him these visions that mix the past and present and future. Then Daemon blacks out and he wakes up talking to Lord Bracken. So this is the same Lord who killed a Blackwood during Rhaenyra's marriage tour. Of course, back then he was a lot smaller. Also, notice that Daemon's chair is broken, further highlighting that this is a decrepit castle. Then Daemon sees Laena. Just like Rhaenyra, he feels guilt over Laena. He wouldn't agree to go back to Driftmark, and then she died in childbirth and Pentos. Not only was she away from her family, but there's no way to know if the Maesters of Driftmark could have saved her life. It's like Harrenhal is using his own guilt and shortcomings to torture him. We cut back to the Red Keep. Now notice the cupbearer has to refill Aegon's cup, but Larys says no more. Aegon's literally the only one getting drunk at his own council. Also notice that Alicent isn't there. In the next scene, we find out that she was in Aegon's room. Now I'm wondering if she excused herself from the small council once Larys found out about the tea. Back in his room, Alicent says,
In the hope that you might be half the king your father was.
Now, one thing I want to point out is that Aegon is so petulant and bad at ruling because he was never trained to be king. Viserys said Rhaenyra was his heir, and therefore all of his attention went to her. She was always in council meetings. When she was younger, she was a cupbearer, and when she was older, she had her own seat. Aegon never had any exposure to power. Now because of this, he still behaves like a little kid. Even the way he's sitting is childish. It's exactly how Captain America sits when he's trying to be relatable and hip in Spider-Man Homecoming.
So, you got detention.
To be fair, Alicent didn't help him. She told him when he was a teenager that he would become king.
You are the king's firstborn son. One day you will be our king.
But it never seemed like she actually tried to counsel him or give him the skills necessary to be king, probably because she thought it wasn't important. In her mind, it would always be her and Otto who were ruling the kingdom. We go to Criston Cole's campaign. Now, I'm honestly not sure if he was drinking liquor or water here. I'm tempted to say liquor just because this is such an insanely hubristic plan.
We shall move now and strike by day. They will not expect it.
Just to orient everybody, Rook's Rest is right across the sea from Dragonstone. Harrenhal, on the other hand, is right in the center of Westeros. So right now, the Greens are attacking here, and they have Vhagar. Syrax, Arax, Moondancer, and Meleys are here on Dragonstone. Sunfire is in the Red Keep, and Caraxes is in Harrenhal. Back at Rhaenyra's council, she says,
I inherited 80 years of peace from my father.
I want to highlight that because it's so different from how the Greens are looking at the war. Members of the Greens claim love for Viserys, but don't actually want to honor him. In fact, they only mention their fondness in regards to Aegon. But Rhaenyra truly loved her father. She wants to protect and honor his legacy, and one way to do that is to keep the peace. Even her resistance to war is a sign of respect for her dad. And then she says,
Either I win my claim or die.
Which of course echoes the famous line from Game of Thrones.
When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die.
In private, she tells Jacaerys about the Song of Ice and Fire, and notice she is in front of this giant dragon head. This can't be Balerion's skull because his skull is in King's Landing. We saw it when Rhaenyra was a child, and again when Rhaenys escaped the castle. I think this is actually the skull of Meraxus, the dragon of the original Rhaenys Targaryen. They died together when they fell from the sky in Dorne, and it is perfect foreshadowing to see Meraxus' skull here when Rhaenys Velaryon is about to suffer the same fate as Rhaenys Targaryen.
And they all seem to have the same name.
Back in King's Landing, Aegon is drunk by himself.
Not a good look.
Not at all. And notice that he knocks his dragon decanter over, foreshadowing how he and Sunfire are about to fall in battle. Both teams suit up for battle. It was so mean of the creators to give us these sweet shots of them cuddling and nuzzling their dragon. That just, why? It's already sad. Why make it worse? Why hurt us like this?
Are you okay there, person?
I'm fine. I just don't take dragon death well, which is why we mock dragon death in our new shirt at our merch store. Rhaenys says to Jace,
The horrors I have just loosed cannot be for a crown alone.
Now the show is really painting the Greens as the bad guys. Rhaenyra's justification is that she is fighting for the fate of the world. If she truly believes the Song of Ice and Fire, then she is trying to save all of Westeros. But the Greens are just fighting so a drunk kid can stay in power. We cut to Aegon on Dragonback. Now notice how shaky this shot is. We have seen tons of dragon riding thus far, and we usually get very smooth shots, almost like the dragons are just gliding. But here, the camera is swaying. It's not because the ride is rockier, it's because Aegon is so drunk that he has the spins. Now, I love how they camouflage Vhagar and Aemond. I was wondering why we weren't seeing them and they just went full guerrilla warfare. It's brilliant. Also, Aemond speaks to Vhagar in Valyrian.
Boss, Vhagar, see el daor.
That is the best language to command dragons because of ancestral Valyrian blood magic, but Aegon speaks to Sunfire in the King's English.
Forward, Sunfire!
So I kind of wonder how much control he ever even had over him. When Aegon attacks Rhaenys, he says Dracarys. Now, fire can do a lot of damage. We see that later in the episode, but it has to be very close and very big. If not, fireballs are kind of harmless. In fact, we even saw Laena have Vhagar launch a fireball at Daemon for fun. It was a cute little moment, and this shows just how little Aegon actually knows about battle, specifically with other dragons. It's also the command they use for party tricks in Season 1.
Can I say it? Dracarys Vermax.
It highlights that Aegon is just a kid playing at war. He's never actually been in battle. But Rhaenys has actually been in combat. When she says attack, we get this. Also, you may have noticed that, like Aegon, the wounds are steaming. Dragon blood is boiling hot, so even their wounds can cause friendly fire, like we saw here. This isn't the first time we've seen something like this happen. We saw Caraxes step on a Westerosi man in the Battle of the Stepstones, and this is fitting. The characters talk about dragons like they're nukes, and nukes are not precise. They just knock out everything. Dragons are kind of similar. They won't attack their own side, but they're liable to accidentally hurt them because they're just so big and so dangerous. And then in comes Sky Godzilla, aka Vhagar. So I'm going to be honest, I never actually understood just how Vhagar was until this scene. Seeing him fly across the sky with just the noise of his growl sent shivers up my spine. When Aemond does this, he definitely meant to hurt his brother. Unlike Aegon, Aemond is very trained in battle. He knows how to use Dracarys. And I think the fact that Meleys and Rhaenys were relatively unscathed by this attack just proves that he wanted to kill his brother. And then Rhaenys comes back with Meleys.
Did she think that she could beat Vhagar?
I don't think so. Vhagar is massive and really old. I think she wanted to wound him. He's so big it would be really hard for any one dragon to take Vhagar from 100% to dead. But she knew that Meleys could hurt him and make it easier for another Team Black dragon to finish him off. I also love seeing the harnesses and saddles they have for their dragons. It shows that the Targaryens were really at a high point. Daenerys pretty much only rides her dragons bareback. She didn't have the knowledge or monetary resources to make anything fancy like this saddle. But at this point in their reign, the Targaryens have enough wealth to deck their dragons out. One of the advantages small dragons have against Vhagar is that they're much more maneuverable. Vhagar is very cumbersome. A smaller dragon can do a lot of damage if they can get to Vhagar's soft belly, like Meleys does. Also, when you see them fighting from the ground, it makes total sense why everybody says the Targaryens are closer to gods than men. After Vhagar falls to the ground, we get a slow-mo battle shot, and I just want to highlight that this is all friendly fire. Rhaenyra had no army in this fight, so Vhagar is stepping over Team Green's own men.
Ah! Friendly fire!
And then we see this body that is curled up and burned. In the book, that's how Rhaenys' body is found. And then Vhagar swoops in and kills Meleys. Now, the way Rhaenys and Meleys fall is very symbolic because it's the exact same type of fall that killed the original Rhaenys Targaryen. Fire and Blood says Meraxus came crashing to earth in mortal agony, destroying the tower and a large section of the Hellholtz curtain wall in her death throes. Some say Rhaenys lost her seat and fell to her death. Others say that she was crushed beneath Meraxus in the castle yard. For Aegon, Rhaenys Targaryen was his favorite wife. Her death sparked a brutal war against Dorne, and Rhaenyra clearly looked up to Rhaenys and valued her opinion. Also, look how much Aemond has changed. The first time he killed another dragon, he was horrified, but now he's proud. Cole wakes up and goes to a fellow soldier who disintegrates into ash. Now, they've drawn a lot of parallels between dragons and nukes, so I wonder if this is a reference to the victims of Hiroshima and Nagasaki who died so quickly they only left shadows. I think there's also symbolism here with Westeros itself. When dragons fight one another, the continent still remains, but everybody inside of it burns. Aemond finds Aegon and takes the notorious cat's paw dagger. I also love that we'll never know if Aemond was going to kill Aegon. Maybe, maybe not. The show has done some interesting things with rumors where even we can't be sure what's happened. For example, we never actually see Daemon say Balon is king for a day. We only hear about it after the fact. And similarly, I doubt if we'll ever know exactly what Aemond was thinking. Also, did this remind anyone else of the Emperor finding Darth Vader?
He's still alive.
The lesson here is, kids, don't drink and fly. Your dragon could pay the price. Now, we opened the episode with a shot of the backside of High Tide. Now remember, last season when we saw High Tide at a better point of view for the Valerians, we opened with a grand shot of the castle that was brightly lit. But now, we only see it in shadow. The sun is setting on High Tide, showing that Rhaenys' death is ushering in a darker era for the Valerians. Corlys hobbles to the Driftwood throne. Now this mirrors when Rhaenys found out that Corlys may have died at sea. Earlier this season, she was worried about him returning to his ships and dying at war because of her experiences in season 1. Now, he finally understands why. And then we cut to Rhaenyra. It looks like she's staring at the sky, but remember,
Dragonstone and their dragons are just across the bay.
she's actually staring across to Rook's Rest. It's also where we've seen the unclaimed dragons play in earlier episodes, so she might still be expecting against all odds that she'll see Meleys in the sky. And also her looking toward these unclaimed dragons is foreshadowing the ending, but we'll talk about that a little later. Also, if you look closely, her necklace looks like a dragon's teeth with drops of blood, a subtle nod to how Meleys tragically met her end. Then we cut to King's Landing, where the multi-week shipping blockade has taken its toll on their food.
But person, isn't the Reach the biggest source of food in Westeros? And isn't the Reach Team Green?
You really know your lore, Doug. Good job. High five. The Reach is the biggest source of food within Westeros, but that's the thing. King's Landing didn't get all of its food from Westeros. You see, King's Landing is right on the water, so they imported a lot of food from Essos by ship. Since House Valerion has the most ships, Corlys blocked all trade into King's Landing, causing a food and supply shortage. Then we see Meleys.
The traitor dragon Meleys!
And I will say, it's kind of insane that they call the dragon a traitor. Clearly, the dragons have minds and wills of their own, but I'm not sure they understand monarchies or lines of succession.
Well, yeah, but Drogon melted the Iron Throne after Jon killed Daenerys.
Yes, and that sentence reflects the writing quality of Season 8. Now, I should also mention that Meleys and Vhagar were once written by husband and wife. Their previous writers were Balon and Alyssa Targaryen, the parents of Daemon and Viserys Targaryen. Now, when the head of the procession says,
"Slain at Rook's Rest by your king!"
they pan to Cole, who looks guilty because, of course, he knows the truth about what happened. Last week we talked about how Cole has to feel like he's the good guy in all this. He's very self-righteous, so even he doesn't feel good about lying to the public. And this lie is also the version remembered by history. In the book, it says that Aegon and Sunfire fought until the bitter end and never mentioned that Aemond was really the one who killed Rhaenys and Meleys. And I love the details here that they put into Meleys' head. You can even see tiny flies swarming around her skull because she's rotting. Behind her, we see banners of Stokeworth and Rosby, two Crownland houses that fell to Sir Crispin prior to episode 4. There are some new additions though, mainly House Duskendale, who lost their lord to Cole's blade, and of course House Staunton, whose seat was at Rook's Rest. Also notice that there's no 7-pointed star on Cole's new equine armor. After seeing the horrors of the Battle of Rook's Rest, Sir Crispin seems to be turning away from religion. We hear a kid say,
"I thought the dragons was gods."
And this actually reflects the myths around the Targaryens themselves.
Everyone says Targaryens are closer to gods than to men.
It also shows how this war is actually disillusioning people against the Targaryens. Dragons were magical beings, but now that they can die, they're...
It's just me.
And then we see the rat catchers who have been reduced to skeletons. Throughout this show, we have seen their bodies at various points of decomposition, and their bodies have also reflected Aegon's reign. When he first killed them, they were dead, but still in good condition, signaling that he was just starting to lose control. Later, we saw them rotting just as Cole leaves for his military campaign. Of course, it's ultimately the military campaign that leads to Aegon's injuries. And now, the bodies are completely gone, just as his reign is completely over. They carry Aegon into the castle, but in secret to highlight that there were no real victors in the battle. Also, notice that his crate actually covers the 7-pointed star as they rise. For this entire conflict, the Greens have turned to the God of the Seven to protect them.
May the Seven guide you. Good night, and lead you not into shadow and death.
For the Seven have blessed and shielded this host with divine purpose.
And this is a great visual metaphor to show that their conflict has eclipsed any protection the gods could give. When they pass by Helena, she is wearing black. Now, originally, I thought she was still mourning for Jaehaerys, but in episode 3, right after he was murdered, she still wears green. And this makes me think that she knew Aegon would get seriously injured in the battle. After all, it's not the first time she has predicted the future. They set him down in the same spot where Viserys' old model of Valyria once stood. The model highlighted a legacy yearning for the past, and Aegon's crate signifies that the future is going to be much, much darker. Also in the corner, we see the Silent Sisters. Now, the Silent Sisters are Septas who specifically handle the last rites and dead bodies, which highlights just how perilous Aegon's condition truly is. We've seen Alicent in this dress before, but the last time she wore it, she also had a 7-pointed star belt on. This time, she's just wearing a simple rope belt, showing that she also seems to be turning away from her religion like we saw in the last episode. Now, Alicent must be having deja vu right here. For years, she watched King Viserys languish in bed, and now she's watching her son near death in the exact same bed. And don't forget, this is where Viserys whispered the prophecy to her.
The prince.
Prince Aegon.
To unite the realm.
And let's just say, it's very clear that Aegon is not the prince who was promised anymore. They're even having to pull away the burned skin and rot from him, just like they had to cut away the rot from Viserys' flesh for years. Notice how Alicent looks at Aemond when he walks in. She may not be a good mom, but she knows her boys. And earlier, she noticed the dagger, so she knows that Aemond had to have pulled it from Aegon's body. I love that they gave her this insight, despite that she is emotionally estranged from her children. We cut to Criston Cole meticulously cleaning his blade. Now, we've mentioned in previous episodes that his cleanliness directly ties to his honor. As he feels more dishonorable, either for breaking his vows or rushing people into an ill-advised campaign, outward signs of purity become more important.
The procession was muddy. I'll replace it, Hans.
Do it now.
His cloak and blade have to be spotless to compensate for the dirtiness of his actions. He's also in the Hans chambers, aka Otto's old chambers. Now, Alicent's relationship with her father was strained toward the end.
I have sinned.
I do not wish to hear of it.
But he definitely had her back more than Sir Criston Cole. The fact that she has to walk into her old lover's chambers shows how far she's fallen in status since the war started. He says,
Sunfire was long in the dying.
Now, I'm going to go with superhero rules here. If we didn't see him die, he ain't dead. Also, guys, we made a mistake last week. We thought that Vhagar was a male, but actually, she is a badass grandma. She's like House of the Dragon, Helen Mirren. We're really sorry about the mistake. We can't exactly check under the hood of every flying nuke in this show. But don't worry, guys. From now on, we're going to put some respect on Grandma Vhagar's name. Now, back to Sir Criston Cole. Alicent asked if Aemond had any part in Aegon's injuries, and Cole says,
I could not say.
So this proves that he has completely ditched loyalty. He is now focused on just serving the person with the most power. Since Aegon's out of commission, the person with the most power now is Aemond.
Or isn't it his duty to protect the king?
Well, it is, but how much did that matter when Jaehaerys died? We cut to Dragonstone, where they topple Rhaenyra's pawn on Rook's Rest and replace it with the Hightower pawn, like it's a game of chess. And man, I just love when they do little game metaphors in this show. It just makes me feel like Peter Griffin.
He said it! He said it!
Rhaenyra is back in her regular necklace, a triangle to represent a dragon, and then the 3 red stones, most likely to represent the 3 original conquerors, Aegon, Visenya, and Rhaenys. But notice now there is a camera filter that creates spikier bits on the chain that looked like barbed wire. This is representing how a metaphorical noose is closing around her neck as the Greens have more and more victories. Then we get the sexism.
It is merely that the gentler sex, heretofore, has not been much privy to the strategies of battle.
Her council has always been a little sexist, but it's getting way more bold since Rhaenys died. Remember, Rhaenys was the only other adult woman to serve on Rhaenyra's council. All my love to Baela, she's a badass, but she still is a child. Without Rhaenys, Rhaenyra stands alone, a position that hasn't gone well for her Team Green counterpart. Now, Rhaenyra is quick to point out that
you've seen no more battles than I have,
which mirrors what Rhaenys said in the very first episode of the series.
These nights are as green as summer grass. None have known real war.
It also highlights that there is no legitimate reason a male ruler would be better than a female ruler except for sexism. Comparing Rhaenyra and Aegon, only one of them was actually prepared for the throne, and it's not on the basis of who's seen combat because hardly anyone in this realm has seen combat. Their fitness to rule is entirely based on who King Viserys prepared to rule. Rhaenyra says,
"Send to Maidenpool and to Cracklaw Point."
Maidenpool is one of the biggest settlements in the Crown Lands, and it's between Rook's Rest and Harrenhal. Cracklaw Point is a smaller settlement to the west of Rook's Rest, but they have a really interesting history. Multiple different groups tried to subdue them, including the Andals and the Darklands, but no one succeeded until the Targaryens. Even then, the Lords of Cracklaw just saw what happened to Harrenhal and then swore allegiance. No one's ever actually beat them in a fight, and they're known as half-wild. Now, there is a lot going on with Rhaenyra's council, so here's just a quick breakdown. This guy, the one who keeps questioning Rhaenyra, that is Sir Alfred Broom. He is from House Broom of the Westerlands. This is Sir Laurent Merbrand. Now, he was born to House Ashmark, a ward of the Lannisters, which you would think would make him Team Green. But he was also Kingsguard to Viserys for years, which is why he has chosen Rhaenyra's side. This is Steffan Darkland, also a member of King Viserys' Kingsguard. His house just fell to the Greens, and we saw his reaction here.
Duskendale. The city has fallen. Many Darkling men declared for Aegon.
This is Maester Gerardus, and he has been chilling at Dragonstone for a while. He taught Jace High Valyrian.
Aegon Undas.
Aegon ordered that the tree should be killed.
This is Lord Massey. His house declared for Queen Rhaenyra immediately, and one of his daughters was a lady-in-waiting for Rhaenyra when she still lived at King's Landing. This is Lord Simon Staunton. His house seat was at Rook's Rest, so it's a rough day to be him. And finally, this is Lord Bartimos Celtigar. The Celtigars are another house with Valyrian descent. It's one of the reasons why they side with Queen Rhaenyra. Their seat is Claw Isle, another small island relatively close to Dragonstone and Driftmark. We cut to Jace and Baela, so there's two cool costuming details here. One, Baela is wearing a necklace that looks like dragon teeth with drops of blood, just like Rhaenyra in the first scene. Two, Jace has a little pin with a knife on his chest. Now, the hand of the kingpin is a hand holding a knife that is much bigger. So I'm wondering if the tiny knife represents that he's like a mini advisor. Also, I love when Baela says,
"You are the succession."
I just immediately heard the succession theme, but you know, with Targaryens. We cut to Daemon on Caraxes. Now, obviously, what he's doing to the Brackens is similar to what Daenerys did to the Tarleys.
Bend the knee to me, or your house burns.
Bend the knee and join me, or refuse and die.
But instead of refusing to bend the knee for honor, they won't bend the knee because they really just hate the Blackwoods.
I would sooner be the Lord of Bones and Cinders than bend my knee before some heathen Blackwood.
Person, why do they hate each other so much?
It is a long story that goes all the way back to the Age of Heroes. Basically, they both claimed they were rightful kings and the other usurped them. I know, it sounds familiar for Game of Thrones. But in short, they've now been feuding for thousands of years and have a river of bad blood between them. Now, for once, Daemon did not want to fight directly.
There are things that Crown itself must not be seen to do.
He's learned from his mistake with Jaehaerys. He doesn't want another scandal, but his plan is stupid. It was a bad idea to set two rival houses against each other. It was always going to go too far. This whole plan shows why Daemon needs Rhaenyra and why Rhaenyra needs him, but we'll get into all of that in just a bit. We switch to the Vale. So in case you didn't watch Game of Thrones, let me fill you in. The Vale is a region of Westeros that is ruled by the Arryns and is surrounded by mountains. In order to get into the Vale, you have to go through the main castle, the Arey. Now, the actual mountains are pretty inhospitable, but beyond the Arey, there are valleys that are nearly as fertile as the Reach. So the Arryns don't have to depend on anybody. They have their own food and they are impossible to attack.
The Arey itself is impregnable.
Also, let me just say, their castle is sick. We saw it in Game of Thrones and it has all these great and terrifying features like moon doors and open wall wall cells, very cool. Also, this is Lady Jane Arryn. So a quick TLDR on her. She is the ruler of the Vale, and multiple male family members of hers have tried to usurp her. They all ended up in those scary sky cells. She sided with Rhaenyra specifically because, in this world of men, we women must bend together. Also, notice her dress. The Arryn crest is a white bird on a blue background, hence the blue dress and bird embroidery. In the book, Lady Jane Arryn rules with a bit of an iron fist, understandable given that her own relatives tried to overthrow her. But this was a mean way to tell Rhaena that her grandmother died.
My sympathies for the death of your grandmother.
We cut back to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra says,
I am now the sovereign. I cannot do as I please.
Now this has been a long-running theme for the Targaryens. As a child, Rhaenyra lamented the lack of control that she had in her own life.
How lucky you are to have a say in your own life.
Alicent felt chained to her duties as the queen.
I like to believe I'm still the Lady Alicent, but all anyone sees when they look at me now is the queen.
And we even saw Viserys struggle with it.
I never asked to remarry.
As king, you have a claim on all things, even those you don't want. Marriage is not an obligation you can put off for long.
Rhaenyra also says,
And war has ever been for men to make.
Which shows that, in many ways, she's more Westerosi than she is Valyrian. In Valyria, women were just as strong warriors as men. Two of the first Targaryen conquerors were women. Visenya specifically was a great warrior, winning several battles for her brother. In Fire and Blood, it says Visenya was as much a warrior as Aegon himself, as comfortable in ringmail as in silk. She carried the Valyrian longsword Dark Sister and was skilled in its use. Women have served in wars, just not in Westeros. However, Rhaenyra was also raised to be a diplomat and not a warrior. But as highlighted by Daemon's failures, diplomacy is important. Like Rhaenys said, every boy in Westeros was trained to fight, so they are excited for war. The Targaryens have several warriors, but they lack strong diplomats. Rhaenyra's feminine upbringing is actually one of her greatest strengths because she can be the diplomat that the Blacks need. Separated from Daemon, Rhaenyra is now listening to Mysaria, just as Daemon is listening to Alice. It's a really cool switch up, and it shows how these two characters are parallels to one another. Mysaria says,
There is more than one way to fight a war.
Now, I've mentioned this before, but Mysaria is very similar to Varys in Game of Thrones. They both cared about the small folk of Westeros, but also knew how to leverage those small folk during times of war.
Do not underestimate your subjects. They are 1,000 living in the shadow of the Red Keep and forgotten.
You wish to know where my true loyalties lie? Not with any king or queen, but with the people. The people who suffer under despots and prosper under just rule.
The Greens have forgotten the small folk completely, as exemplified by the rat catchers and Meleese's head. So if Rhaenyra uses a traditionally feminine tool, gossip and rumors, she has a new tool in her arsenal that the Greens are completely ignoring. Also, notice that she sent her own servant to King's Landing. She's even using the small folk of her own household. We cut to Baela and Rhaenyra mourning Rhaenys. Baela says,
She snuck into the dragon pit, his own mother's dragon. The fastest beast ever known, and she'd have none of him, but bent her neck to Rhaenys.
Now that's really interesting because it mirrors how Aemond claimed Vhagar. If you remember, Rhaena was planning to claim her since she was her mother's dragon, but she never got the chance. That's why Aemond lost an eye. Rhaenyra says,
I do not wish to stand alone.
Which highlights the differences between her and the rulers on Team Green. Both Aegon and Aemond isolated themselves from their support systems. Aegon fired and then exiled his grandfather. Aemond just usurped his own mother. The Greens want power, whereas Rhaenyra wants to protect her lineage. We cut to Daemon in Harrenhal, where he is having another vision, this time that he's having sex with his own mother.
Ew.
Now, metaphorically, it shows that he truly wants to be father of the realm, but still, gross. She says,
My favorite son.
In Season 1, Daemon and Viserys argue over who was the favorite.
I will not revisit this debate. You were always mother's favorite.
But the truth is, neither of them really knew their mother. She died when they were both really young. If Daemon truly was the favorite, then it would also explain why he's dreaming of her. Viserys got his father's attention because he was prepped to rule, but Daemon lacked parental attention because of his mother's passing. We know that Daemon craves attention, and it makes complete sense to me that this stems from his childhood. He leaves blood on her chest. Now that is probably from the wound on his hand that we see later in the episode, but metaphorically it represents the literal blood on his hands from the actions of the Brackens. Also, they shoot the scene with a fisheye lens, so it gives it a dreamy, warped look, as well as making us uncomfortable because people are looking straight into the camera. So Daemon comes to in Harrenhal's dining room. Sir Simon Strong says,
The roof alone has needed tending since the reign of Aenys.
So King Aenys was the son of Aegon the Conqueror and Queen Rhaenys. He was a famously weak king. In fact, as soon as he died, his brother, Maegor the Cruel, usurped his son and began a bloody 8-year reign. He also mentions the Wailing Tower. So the Wailing Tower is a massive massive pillar in Harrenhal. When Aegon the Conqueror attacked, Balerion's fire was so hot that it cracked the stones. Now, wind whistles through the tower, creating a wailing sound. Also, Team Black is broke.
There's, of course, the matter of payment.
But how? They're royalty.
Well, remember how the old Master of Coin was killed in Season 1? Well, the new Master of Coin is Sir Tywin Lannister. In the books, he immediately seized the treasury and divided the money up in different places. So Rhaenyra does not have access to most of her family's funds. When Daemon gets up to leave, you can see a painting of weirwood trees in the corner. Remember, Harren the Black felled a whole acre of these holy trees to build his castle. So memorializing them with the painting is pure hubris. I think it could also be implying the strange control these weirwood trees are exerting over Daemon through Alice Rivers. We cut back to King's Landing and Alicent brought back her religious drip. She has a 7-pointed star on her dress, 7-pointed star earrings, and a 7-pointed star ring. Later, we even see that she has a 7-pointed belt.
Now I'm feeling so fly like a G6.
The Maester says,
"The armor was Valyrian steel, but His Grace suffered grievous burns over much of his body."
This really shows how strong Valyrian steel is. Remember, Dragonfire melted stone back at Harrenhal, but his Valyrian armor kept Aegon alive, even if he is pretty messed up. Alicent suggests herself as the regent ruler.
I myself served in this role for my husband. I am well prepared to do it again.
But of course, this doesn't work out for her.
The obvious choice is his immediate successor, Prince Aemond.
She spent a lot of time weaponizing sexism against Rhaenyra, but she never expected it to come back and bite her in the ass. We saw a bit of it earlier in the season.
An ally would not repeatedly cut my legs from beneath me at that table of men.
But it's fully realized here.
What would it say if in response to Rhaenyra's crowning we raised up a woman of our own?
She had power in the old regime, but it was only because her husband granted her that power. The same husband who thought that his daughter should be queen. The king wasn't sexist, so he allowed Alicent to rule in his stead. Now that these sexist ideals of Westeros are back in place, the very ideals that she has upheld, she now has no power. It's like that meme, "I never thought the leopards would eat my face," sobs woman who voted for the leopard eating people's faces party. And then we get a minute-long shot just slowly pushing in on Alicent as the council chatter dulls around her. Really, it was her who started this war, and now she has been forced out of it. The talk muffling around her represents that she is unimportant on this council now. She doesn't even need to listen because they would never value her opinion. Prince Aemond ends his first meeting by saying,
"Someone cut down the rat catchers."
So Aegon hung the rat catchers, independently. So taking down the bodies shows that Aemond is erasing his reign. We switch to Hugh Hammer and his family. His wife mentions Templeton, which is actually a very important city in the books, but it happens later on, so no spoilers. Hugh says,
"The king has promised payment."
Of course, that's not going to happen now since Aegon is in a coma. Hugh perfectly encapsulates the small folk that Mysaria mentioned.
They are afraid. Bread is scarce. The king has fallen. They whisper to each other that when Viserys lived, there was peace.
Hugh's portrayal in the show is really interesting. In the book, he's a complete asshole, but he's super sympathetic in the TV show. So I love how they've expanded on this character and let us see into his personal life. Fire and Blood only recounts the remembered history. The beauty of the show is that we get to see these rich character moments that actually shape the motives that made history. And then we see the rat catchers being taken down. And look, the little dog still being followed by its owner. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen since that episode of Futurama. And if you know the episode I'm talking about, fine, but don't show a clip of it. It's too sad. Cole says to Alicent,
"We have given the war to the dragons."
And honestly, that's the reality everyone is facing right now. Aegon the Conqueror took over Westeros because he had dragons. He simply lit his enemies on fire. But it's been 130 years since his conquest and 80 years since war. In common memory, dragons faded from flying nukes to pretty magical creatures. But ever since Maelyse's head got carted through the street, everybody has to face that dragons are inherently creatures of destruction. And then Cole hits her with more subtle sexism.
"Have I not spared you?"
Instead of outright saying that women shouldn't be leaders, he frames it as an act of service. Women don't have to deal with the tragedy of war. Of course, that's not true. Maybe they aren't allowed on the battlefield, but they still have to deal with the fallout. After all, Alicent watched them remove her son's burned flesh. This line of thinking is just another way to keep women out of power. Aemond instructed the Gold Cloaks to seal everyone inside the city, which is exactly what Queen Cersei did in Season 8 of Game of Thrones.
But why would he do that, person?
Well, it's really messed up. Cersei shut people inside King's Landing to use them as human shields. Daenerys couldn't attack without an insane amount of civilian casualties, and I think Aemond is doing the same thing here. Also, I loved this line.
Aemond, Does he mean the king?
Even people in King's Landing don't know if they're mixing up the names. We're all in the same boat. We cut to Jace with the Freys. Now, the Freys played a huge role in Game of Thrones. They famously murdered a ton of Starks at the Red Wedding. The reason they're so important is because of their castle, the Twins. The Twins consist of two small castles that form pillars for this bridge to cross the Green Fork of the Trident. It is the easiest way to move from the north into the Riverlands. The Freys were originally small lords, but after they built this bridge, they gained prominence because they essentially controlled all travel from the north into the south and vice versa. Notice that Jace's shoulders are barely above the table to highlight that he is an inexperienced kid. But I'll be honest, he's not bad at this.
Our fear lies in Vagar.
You fear a dragon, leagues away, when mine own sits outside your walls.
At Harrenhal, Alice forces Daemon to confront what he's done by forcing him to hear.
And once again, in the name of power, it's the weak and the women who must endure.
Just as Mysaria showed Rhaenyra a way forward, Alice showed Daemon the error of his ways. Together, Alice and Mysaria highlight why Daemon and Rhaenyra need each other. Daemon is objectively a great fighter and a combat strategist.
We don't have enough men to surround the island, but we can make ourselves appear stronger than they are.
And Rhaenyra is a great diplomat. Together, they form a powerhouse of military strength and political knowledge, but only if they, Daemon, can put aside their petty differences and their personal quest for power. We cut back to Lord Corlys. Baela says,
I am sad to have missed its highest days.
Prior to Corlys, Valyrion was only a small house. Their only claim to fame was their Valyrian blood. For most of their lineage, they only had one castle in Driftmark that was pretty unimpressive. But then, Lord Corlys became super wealthy from his voyages and built a much nicer castle on High Tide.
Then why does he say that High Tide is a tomb?
Because he did everything to raise up his family, just for most of them to die. Corlys was relentless in pursuing the crown.
I never wore the crown, because the realm would not have it so.
And I would remedy that small-minded error by any means necessary.
And it led directly to the death of his son and wife. His daughter also died away from home because of her marriage to a Targaryen. In trying to raise his family up, he lost everything. His luxurious castle now only serves as a reminder of his ultimate failure. Baela says,
The wealth you brought back from Yi Ti and a shy, inspiring awe.
Yi Ti is an extremely wealthy nation ruled over by a god emperor. It's also an ancient civilization. Westeros mainly interacts with them through trade because they export a lot of spices and wine. Also, Mysaria is originally from Yi Ti. Asai is another city in Essos. It's at the end of the known world and it is super freaky. Nothing can grow there, there's barely any sunlight, all animals die quickly, and there are no children. It is a huge hub for magic and is filled with sorcerers. Melisandre, the Red Woman from Game of Thrones, is originally from Asai, which explains her magical abilities. Corlys says,
Rather I would sail into the west and be lost.
And Baela responds,
You have done so before, at great cost to yourself and those who loved you.
This is a reference to his departure following the death of Laenor in Season 1. Baela also says,
The queen who never was, and she flew to Rook's Rest of her own will, in defense of her kin.
So for years, that was Corlys' excuse for chasing power, and it's what ultimately draws him back to Team Black. That also explains why he tries to name Baela as his successor.
I would make you my heir.
It was another one of Rhaenys' final wishes.
Would displease neither Rhaenyra nor the gods. Rhaena were named heir to Driftmark.
Also, cool little costuming detail, Baela has earrings that look like dragon teeth. Back at Harrenhal, Daemon is awoken by Lord Strong.
Now, what godless hour is it?
The wolf.
What's the hour of the wolf? Oh, I know. Is it my hour? Hour.
It's actually the hours between 3 and 5 a.m., supposedly when the most people die. Then we learn the full extent of what happened to the Brackens.
The sacred septs on Bracken lands were looted and burned.
As were the fields and farms.
And it happened under Targaryen flags with Rhaenyra's red sigil. Remember, Daemon said this,
There are things the crown itself must not be seen to do.
but that isn't exactly clear instructions. Lord Blackwood probably just thought that Daemon himself couldn't participate, not that Targaryen flags couldn't fly. Like I said earlier, Daemon passed the job to the Blackwoods so Team Black wouldn't have another scandal, but he failed. It's like young Rhaenyra said,
And I have to clean up afterwards.
We cut back to King's Landing. The servant is able to get inside the gates because Mysaria's name still carries weight.
I have an errand for the Lady Mysaria.
Similar to how the Gold Cloaks still respected Daemon in the first episode this season.
Commander. Never gone for long.
This highlights that the Blacks may seem isolated from King's Landing, but they actually still have a lot of pull. And then we see Diana, a servant highlighted a few episodes ago, as well as the girl that Aegon sexually assaulted. We cut to Aemond staring at the Iron Throne. The music almost sounds like it's whispering to him. Just like Daemon heard whispers in Harrenhal. Again, highlighting the two similarities between these second sons. Aemond is also confronted by Helaena, who knows what he did because of her gift. Daemon spent nearly this entire season being confronted by women from his own past because of the woman in his present, the witch Alice Rivers.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
We cut back to Aegon, who is definitely rocking the Anakin post-Obi-Wan look. And in case you missed it, right as Alicent is leaving, he says... So he is officially out of his coma, which means that Aemond may never get to sit on the Iron Throne. Back at Dragonstone, Rhaenyra is still staring at the warrior Queen Visenya, but Jace says,
I hope you do not mean to use her as an example.
Which echoes Mysaria's earlier advice.
What you cannot do, let others do for you.
Rhaenyra doesn't need to be a warrior, she needs to be a diplomat. Jace says,
we have no dearth of dragons.
So let me go over all the unclaimed dragons at Dragonstone. We'll start with Vermithor. We saw him at the very end of Season 1. His only rider thus far was the great King Jaehaerys. There's also Silverwing. She was ridden by Alysanne Targaryen, King Jaehaerys' wife. And there's also Seasmoke, who was formerly claimed by Laenor. So those are all of the tamed dragons. There are also 3 wild dragons named Grey Ghost, Sheepstealer, and Cannibal. Grey Ghost is super reclusive. Sheepstealer is mainly known for, you guessed it, eating livestock, and Cannibal is a massive dragon that feasts on its own kind. So he's not too personable either.
Cannibal? Whoa!
Jace mentions that all the Dragon Lord legends came from
Valyrian histories, written to gild us in glory.
So we actually don't know how true they are. It's possible that anyone could ride a dragon, and there's no way to know because only the Targaryens know how to raise and train them. Remember, Rhaenys was half Baratheon, and she was able to claim Meleys. Rhaenyra says,
there are records here, surely, of our line, and of those who fell out of it.
And we have seen a lot of bastards this season. There's Corlys's bastards, Adam and Alan of Hull. Ulf White also claimed to be a bastard, so there's actually plenty of dragon blood right on their doorstep. So I really like this episode, and it seems like the tide is definitely about to turn for Team Black. There is a new scene in the opening tapestry. First, we see soldiers dying, clad in black, representing House Staunton's small garrison. House Staunton was pledged to Rhaenyra. In fact, Simon Staunton is even on her small council. But Rhaenyra has no ground army yet, so these soldiers were just her own personal guard. The white soldier represents a white cloak from the green side. We switch to an injured Sunfire and a dead Meleys. Now, I love these little details. Meleys is covered in arrows from the greens, while Sunfire is covered in scratches. I think Aemond is standing in the middle. After all, he's the only one who made it out of the fight. We can even see Vhagar flying above him. And then we see black ink stretching out towards the opening titles. Remember, in the last episode, this was blood, so the black ink represents the loss for Team Black. We open on the Lannister army, who we have been hearing about for weeks.
My lord brother Jason is raising a great army at Castle Rock.
Notice that there are lions on everything. Their saddles, their pauldrons, even their helmets look like a smushed lion's face.
Gathered that from all the lions.
They are headed to Golden Tooth, a major stronghold for the Lannisters. It acts as a natural barrier between the Westerlands and the Riverlands. As the name implies, it's also located on a ton of gold and a key reason the Lannisters are so rich. It's also the location of the first battle in the War of the Five Kings in Game of Thrones.
Jaime smashed the River Lords of the Golden Tooth.
And then we meet the Levers, the house that controls Golden Tooth. We briefly saw them at the Heirs Tournament in Season 1. Jason Lannister says,
by the time we are finished with the Riverland scum, the Red Fort will have earned its name.
The Red Fort is a castle in the Vale. In Fire and Blood, Lady Jane Eyre is very close with House Redford. Then Jason says,
as soon as Prince Aemond is able to join us on Vhagar.
So this is a problem both sides are running into.
In return for protection, a dragon.
All their armies are afraid to fight without dragons, and there simply aren't enough dragons, as Lady Frey said.
Though it occurs to me that dragons cannot be in 2 places at once.
Or 3.
As we saw last week, a regular army cannot defeat a dragon. Team Green literally got smoked by Meleys until Sunfire and Vhagar swooped in. So both sides have to tactfully manage their dragons or no one will fight for them. Jason invites himself into the keep, showing that he hasn't changed at all from Season 1.
He's arrogant and self-serious.
So back to the House of the Dragon. We cut to Aemond reading the letter from Jason. Notice he says,
I am the Prince Regent, not a dog to be called to heel.
His entire life, he's been the spare. He's the one that they can send off to fight and trust to do his duty.
That is precisely why you must remain, brother. It's a brave thought. We cannot risk your loss.
So this touches a nerve. He is the Prince Regent. He should be protected just like Aegon, but instead he's still viewed as a placeholder. Also, let's pause to appreciate his costuming. For a lot of the season, I thought he was wearing black, and while I thought it was weird, I assumed it was just because he was so militaristic. But actually, he's wearing green so dark that it appears black in certain lighting. Compare that to the rest of the family who wear bright, bold greens. Now, I'm not saying they're good people by any means, but their intentions aren't quite as dark as Aemon's. His dark wardrobe symbolizes his dark motives. And then Aemon says,
We will make an alliance with the Triarchy.
So the Triarchy is a group of 3 free cities, Tyrosh, Lys, and Myr. They were actually all once colonies of Valyria during its heyday and became free after the Doom. They were also behind the War of the Stepstones last season, but they hid it behind pirates and bandits.
These pirates are not the free cities.
Who do you think provides them with their ships and tender?
That is why Alicent says,
The Triarchy may play at accepting terms, but they are not to be trusted.
And then Alicent says,
What has come of our letters to the Greyjoys?
The Greyjoys were a big player in Game of Thrones, and in this show they're important because they are the second most powerful navy in Westeros. Lord Jasper mentions the Red Kraken, a reference to Dalton Greyjoy, the current head of House Greyjoy. The name reflects his bloodthirsty nature as well as the Greyjoy crest. He also says,
An offer of marriage, perhaps, to the Dowager Queen.
And notice how he looks at Alicent when she says no. He knows her opinion or preference no longer holds water. She was once a powerful member on the council, but she's backed herself into a corner where she serves the same sad purpose of most Westerosi women, a pawn for political alliances. Also, one of the reasons Alicent is so disgusted is because the Greyjoys are really bad to women. Yara Greyjoy was a major exception. Most of the time, women are pushed to the side, if not worse. The Greyjoys have a tradition of salt wives, women who are kidnapped during raids and forced to be concubines. Marrying into the Greyjoys is a rough fate for any woman. Sir Criston says,
Your Grace, if Daemon prevails in the Riverlands, I no longer have the numbers to challenge him.
And this highlights how Rook's Rest was a hollow victory. Yes, they took the keep, but at what cost? It wasn't strategically important. It was just a stunt on the Blacks, and they lost a good chunk of their army. It also implies that he knows that Aemon intentionally hurt Aegon. Also, notice how Aemon says,
My uncle is a challenge I welcome, if he dares face me.
Earlier in the season, he actually said he was glad that Daemon tried to kill him.
In truth, I am proud that he considers me such a foe.
This shows Aemon's arrogance. Daemon wasn't scared of him. He just wanted revenge for Lucerys. Then Alicent is kicked off the council.
Never thought the leopards would eat my face.
And this scene tells us a lot about Aemon's mommy issues. Alicent was never a real mother figure for him. She was emotionally distant and cold, so he sought motherly love in the form of a prostitute, and that has fundamentally shaped how he views love. It's completely transactional, so when Alicent no longer has any use for him, she is immediately kicked out. We cut to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra walks in, and I love her outfit details. Her belt shows 2 dragons breathing fire, and then on her lapels, there's embroidered smoke identical to the smoke on the opening tapestry. Awesome. You can also say these 2 dragons represent the dragons of Team Green and Team Black. They bring in Sir Darkland, who accompanied Rhaenyra on her secret visit to King's Landing. Rhaenyra says,
Your grandmother's grandmother, Ariana, was born a Targaryen princess.
Now, I could not find any reference to Ariana Targaryen in the books, but Fire and Blood details the Targaryen dynasty from Aegon the Conqueror on. The Targaryens are an ancient family. Their lineage goes back way further than that. In fact, the Targaryens lived on Dragonstone for 112 years before Aegon's conquest, and we know that they traded with Westeros. From that time, we don't have the entire family tree, only the rulers. So yes, it is entirely possible that there was a Targaryen sister who was married to a Darkland. Lord Darkland says,
I well understand the risk, and I accept it with gladness. I swore to ward my queen with all my strength and to give my blood for hers.
Some of this definitely has to do with his loyalty to Rhaenyra, don't get me wrong. But remember, his house fell to the Greens and they murdered his father.
Many Darkling men declared for Aegon. Those who refused were put to the sword.
What of my father?
He kept his oath. Cole took his head for it.
He's also got skin in the game. We cut to Daemon's Scooby-Doo arc over Harrenhal, and he is haunted. Just kidding, he's not haunted by his Morbius scene, but rather by his own guilt and failures. Once again, he's in the throne room at the Red Keep, but this time he's reliving a memory, a scene we saw in the first episode of Season 1.
The heir for a day. Did you say it?
Now, there are a few differences between the original scene and the memory. For one, King Viserys is much less angry in the memory. Compare how he says this.
You have no allies at court but me. You have no allies at court but me!
This reflects Daemon's own guilt. Instead of remembering as enraged, he remembers his brother's sadness. Also, the coloring is much darker and muted. This was one of the darkest days of his life, so of course the lighting also becomes dark. And lastly, King Viserys never cried in the original scene. He felt incredibly hurt, of course, but it's all channeled as anger. When Daemon tries to leave, the doors are locked, because Daemon's been trapped in this moment ever since it happened. He was officially removed as heir. His hopes and dreams vanished before his eyes, but he also feels guilty about emotionally abandoning his brother. This one moment exemplifies both his failures and his guilt, and he's never been able to move on. When Daemon comes to, he's fully losing his mind. Notice that Lord Strong says,
"I do wonder, Your Grace, if you're getting enough sleep."
And Daemon has massive bags under his eyes. As he leaves the dining hall, Daemon walks through this cracking facade with the weirwood root growing through it. Harrenhal is built on a grove of these holy trees, and it's part of the reason the castle is haunted. This cracked facade represents Daemon's shattered mind and the ghosts that are causing it. We cut to Daemon fleeing Harrenhal, so if you look closely, he has the same clasps on his jacket as Aemond. Last week I theorized that Alice might be related to the Children of the Forest. After all, she has a Scottish accent like the wildlings. And look, now she has actual vines and leaves embroidered onto her vest. Alice says,
"The ghost of Harren the Black moaning his curses from Kingspire Tower."
Kingspire Tower is the biggest tower in all of Harrenhal, built for Harren the Black, and it's actually the tower that Daemon first landed on with Caraxes. Then she says,
"When something does not please you, you run,"
which echoes what Rhaenyra said in Daemon's first hallucination.
"Always coming and going, aren't you? And I have to clean up afterwards."
We also get a game metaphor, which, as you guys know, is my favorite thing.
"You are not the player, but a piece on the board."
On top of just being a nice little reference to the title, it also reflects the predetermined nature of Game of Thrones. People are acting with free will, but the future is already prophesized, and there's very little they can do to change it. After all, we know how this story ends.
"You are my queen, now and always."
It's also interesting that Alice, a common-born woman, understands the theme of Game of Thrones better than any of the nobles.
It's not a prize to be won, but a burden to bear.
If we look back at Game of Thrones, a huge early mistake was King Robert treating the throne like a prize. Instead of protecting the common people, he used his power for his own enjoyment. Every time someone has treated the throne like a prize instead of a duty, it's led to suffering and war, for the lords and common folk alike. After asking for help, Alice says,
House Tully is not the largest house in the Riverlands, nor is it the richest.
Then why are they one of the great houses? Well, two reasons. One, their seat, Riverrun, is very strategically important. It lies in the center of the Riverlands and is one of the biggest functioning castles. Remember, Harrenhal is massive, but as we've seen, it's not really set up for armies. The second reason is exactly what Alice said. They just happen to be more stable. Prior to Aegon the Conqueror, the king of the Riverlands came from House Hor, the house of the infamous Harren the Black, and the Tullys weren't even the biggest house under his rule. The most prominent houses were actually the Brackens and the Blackwoods, but their incessant fighting eventually pissed off Harren the Black and he punished them. So when Aegon the Conqueror burned Harrenhal, the biggest house at that exact moment was the Tullys, and they became a great house. Then an owl flies into Alice's arm, and this is perfect symbolism. Owls mean very different things across cultures. In some cultures, they represent death and doom. In other cultures, they represent wisdom and victory. It's not really clear at this point where Alice falls. Is she a good guy? Is she a bad guy? Is she neither? So an owl is the perfect animal to represent her. If it's a good symbol or a bad symbol depends entirely on who you are and what you believe. She even says,
"In 3 days' time, the winds will shift."
And later it's implied that she killed Lord Tully.
Our own healer, Alice Rivers, volunteered her renowned skills. She plied her craft, but there was not more to be done.
This just makes the owl even more fitting. She literally brought death, but she also gave a victory to Team Black. We go back to Dragonstone. Now before we even get into this scene, let's talk about Rhaenyra's hair. At the end of season 1, her hair was down and free flowing, but now it's in one of its most complicated braids yet. In Game of Thrones, Daenerys' hair represented how well she was doing. At her lowest point, her hair was loose. Think about season 1 when she was under the control of her brother, or when she was a prisoner of the Khalasar. Compare that to the intricate braid of season 8. She may have been crazy, but she was at a high point power-wise. After all, she sat on the Iron Throne. I think House of the Dragon is using hair in the same way. In season 1, Rhaenyra was more naive and less tested. She started from a place of disadvantage because she was on Dragonstone instead of in King's Landing. But now, she's hardened and actually forming a game plan to take down the Greens, and her complicated braid reflects that.
Person, why are they storing dragons in a big cave?
Well, it's not a cave. It's actually a volcano. Unlike the Dragon Pit, which was built especially to house dragons, the Dragon Dragonmont is just a good environment for dragons that the Targaryens built a stone plank into. It's also a rich source of dragon glass, which was really important in Game of Thrones. When Sir Darkland tries to get close to sea smoke, he's set on fire. And this actually does a great job of exemplifying how differently people think than dragons. The Targaryens supposedly understand their dragons, but they're still stuck in their Westerosi mindset. They instantly search for noble blood instead of closer bastard blood. Dragons, on the other hand, don't give a shit about titles, they just want that strong dragon lord lineage. We cut to Driftmark, and I love the foreshadowing of Alan's turban. As soon as I saw it, I knew he was hiding silver hair. Corlys invites Alan to his side, but he's not thrilled about it.
Or why not?
Well, because he's smart. For one, right now the families are at war. That's a lot to get involved in. Secondly, bastards have it rough, whether or not they're legitimized. I mean, look at Jacaerys and Lucerys. If you're a bastard, you're in constant danger of people trying to oust you.
No one would question me being heir to Driftmark if I look more like Sir Laenor Velaryon.
Corlys says,
Well, we all set course for Sharp Point. Lord Bar-Emmon wishes to send his nephew aboard as a bosun.
Sharp Point is a castle at the very tip of Massey's Hook, just across from Dragonstone. Back at King's Landing, we check in with Ulf White. He says,
Nothing but fish in this damn city.
Now, the only reason they even have fish is because they are a port city. They can provide that internally. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have anything to eat. We then see Diana and the Madam having a staged conversation to promote Rhaenyra. Two things I find interesting here. One, that these are both women that were hurt by the crown. Diana was sexually assaulted by Aegon in season 1, and the Madam was unceremoniously dumped by Aemond earlier this season. But secondly, the Madam specifically asked Aemond to remember the small folk earlier this season.
When princes lose their temper, it is often others who suffer, the small folk.
She warned him, and now that he's forgotten, she is getting her revenge. Ulf says,
King Viserys loved his feasts and his wine, but never while our small folk went without.
Which mirrors what Mysaria said earlier this season.
They whispered to each other that when Viserys lived, there was peace.
So I want to point out that there is a risk here. Mysaria could very well stir up discontent for all the royals and not just for the Greens. We cut back to Dragonstone, where Rhaenyra is hounded by a member of her own small council. Now, this is Lord Celtigar. The Celtigars control Claw Point, another island in the Narrow Sea. But more importantly, they also have the blood of old Valyria in their veins. That might explain why Lord Celtigar is so bold with Rhaenyra. He may think that his Valyrian blood grants him more goodwill. And I just loved when Rhaenyra finally slapped him. After weeks off being around by her council, she is finally taking back control. And that's why Team Black gets some victories in this episode. We switch to her testing weapons. All season she's been worried about her lack of combat training, and we see that here. When she lifts the sword up, she looks badass for a second, but then she petulantly drops it like a little kid playing dress up. She knows that she is playing at soldier. It's also why she puts it down embarrassedly when Mysaria points it out.
This becomes you.
Mysaria says,
But it is harder to wage war abroad when you must also keep peace at home.
Now this happens repeatedly in Game of Thrones. During the war, leaders forget the small folk, and that becomes their biggest problem. Also, notice how Mysaria is dressing more and more like a Targaryen. There's red accents on her gown, and her hair is in a complicated braid. Back on King's Landing, lambs are carted through the streets. Just to add insult to injury, remember that not all of these lambs are actually for the royals. A lot of them are for Vhagar.
We already made a promise to all the Crown lands that a tithing of livestock would be necessary to sustain the dragons for their increased activity.
And this scene is a great prelude to the riot at the end of the episode. Notice that the crowd isn't just jeering, they actually stop the gold cloaks from passing. When Aemond hears about this, he says,
Why is this anger directed at us? It is Rhaenyra the Pretender who ordered the gullet closed and left them all to starve.
And it just shows how childish he is. He's still looking for someone to blame instead of realizing that it's his burden to protect them no matter what else is happening. Also, look at how much smaller the council is. Aegon at least pretended he had a real council even if he didn't listen. Aemond doesn't even worry about pretense. When Aemond tells Larys Strong to call for Otto Hightower, he says,
My grandsire may be overcautious, but his devotion to his family has never been in doubt.
Implying that he knows that Larys killed his own father. We switch to the bandages getting pulled from Aegon's wounds, similar to how they cut the rot from King Viserys in season 1. Now we can see how scared Aegon is of Aemond. He literally tries to scoot away from him, even with his injury. He says,
I remember nothing.
And let me be clear, total lie. He's just saying that so Aemon doesn't hurt him. We cut to Rhaena in the Vale with Prince Joffrey, and to be honest, it is a little bit funny that Rhaena is venting to a child. I actually don't mind it at all because it is so fitting for a teenager. There is so much war and fighting going on that it's easy to forget that a lot of these kids are young and they're just prone to the same hormones, mood swings, and temperaments of regular teenagers. Then we see a burned field, clearly from a dragon. Because we see burnt sheep corpses, our guess is that this was done by a sheep stealer, one of the wild dragons that's renowned for killing and eating livestock. We cut to the Arey, and look, baby dragons. Aww. Among their toys, we also see a pig figurine, a callback to the pink dread that Aegon and his cousins gave Prince Aemond in Season 1. Remember, the pink dread is what basically set Aemond on the path to claiming Vhagar and setting this entire war into motion. Lady Jane says,
Prince Reggio has answered your letter. He'll be most pleased to shelter Rhaenyra's youngest sons in Pentos.
Now, as a reminder, Prince Reggio is a man who offered Laena and Daemon a spot in Pentos in Season 1.
I wish to offer you a permanent residence here in Pentos.
When Laena mentions the dragon, Lady Jane says,
Rumour of it began shortly after the war.
And I think this is actually a reference to the Burned Men from the World of Ice and Fire. The Burned Men was a clan in the Vale that worshipped a fire witch. It says they might have originated in the years after the Dance of the Dragons, when an offshoot clan of the Painted Dogs was said to have worshipped a fire witch in the mountain, sending their boys to give her gifts and risk the flames of the dragon she commanded. It could be that this is not a wild dragon, but a tame dragon with a rider. There's also a potential spoiler from the books in here that we just won't say for now, but if you've read the books, you know what I'm talking about. Back on Driftmark, Alan uses a plate to shave his hair because he can't afford a mirror. It's subtle, but it shows how they're a much lower social class than their father. One thing I should note is that both Adam and Alan are Corlys's bastards. In the book, Adam also has white blonde hair, and I think they chose to not give him the blonde hair here because, as we've seen throughout this show, hair isn't the only thing that determines Valyrian lineage. After all, Aemond and Aegon are both half Hightower, yet they have silver hair. Meanwhile, Lucerys and Jacaerys end up with dark brown hair even though their mom is Rhaenyra. Genetics are weird, guys. Back on Dragonstone, we see Rhaenyra on her thinking patio. Seriously, guys, every time she has a big setback or loss, she comes back to the same lookout. Rhaenyra says,
He's lucky I did not have his tongue.
Which mirrors her father's common threat.
Will have your tongue for that.
When Jacaerys brings up Daemon, she says,
May I be free for even 1 hour of the constant refrain of Daemon, Daemon, Daemon.
Now, this isn't about this exact moment. It's about her whole life. As a child, she took Daemon's spot as heir. As a teenager, there were well-founded rumors about her and her uncle. Then there were the rumors that they killed Laenor. And now, her rule is constantly plagued with questions about him. Even though she's the queen, she's still in his shadow. And then, Rhaenyra's food ships arrive at King's Landing. It is so poignant that the first people to see the food are the lowest social class. The ones who literally have to dig in the sand for food. This is as close as she could possibly get to handing out food in Flea Bottom. Back on Dragonstone, Alicent is stuck in more domestic pursuits, mainly watching over her son. Not to say that it's a bad thing that she's with him, but would she still be there if she was on the council? Questionable.
What would you have me do, Mother?
Do simply what is needed of you. Nothing.
Grand Maester Orwyle says,
His Grace sleeps 9 hours of every 10.
Which is almost a direct quote from the books. The book says, Maesters attended him with potions and milk of the poppy, but Aegon slept 9 hours out of every 10. Alicent says,
And what will he be if he lives?
Which is a reference to Larys's point. If he lives, he'll be crippled. Orwyle says,
House Beesbury has raised arms against the Hightower host. Retribution for their lord's demise.
Lord Beesbury was killed by Sir Criston Cole in the night of the King Viserys' death. It's actually ironic that the man now leading the ground campaign made a reckless decision that might cost the Greens the Reach. As a reminder, the Reach is very important to the war. For one, the seat of House Hightower, Old Town, is in the Reach. It is a bad look if your own region won't support you. Secondly, the Reach is the most fertile place in all of Westeros. The Greens are already struggling with food distribution. If they lose the Reach, the problem will only get worse. Alicent says that she's sorry, and I don't think that she's apologizing for his current injuries. She's apologizing that she pushed him to take the throne. In Season 1, she told Aegon that he would be killed if he didn't take the throne.
If Rhaenyra comes into power, your very life could be forfeit.
But now she realized that she was just brainwashed by her father. Aegon didn't even want the throne. If she'd let him step aside, he would have never gotten these injuries. Then we get this long shot of Alicent in the Red Keep, highlighting just how alone she truly is. She raised 2 sons, one who ousted her father and the other who ousted her. On top of that, she's basically orchestrated her own downfall. By saying Rhaenyra couldn't be queen because she was a woman, she gave the men around her a good excuse to push her out of power. And now she has no one by her side. We cut to her in the courtyard and notice her hair is fully up up again. This is the hairstyle she wore when she served as Queen Regent. Ever since her sons took over, she's literally let her hair down, but now she's put it up again, possibly to look more serious and gain more respect. Also, as she talks to her brother, she keeps looking back at Sir Criston Cole. It used to be that his eyes just followed her. It was literally his job to watch and protect her, but now he doesn't even notice her. Allison says,
I often wonder what life could have been if he had brought you to court instead.
And that's a big theme of this episode. The characters are all imagining different futures. Alicent wonders what would have happened if she stayed in Old Town. Daemon wonders what life would have been like if he hadn't said heir for a day. Even the small folk wonder what it would be like if Rhaenyra was queen.
And his rightful heir denied her seat. Well, no use wondering what might have been.
Alicent asks,
My son Daeron, what's he like?
Now, I always thought it was weird that they literally never mentioned Daeron in season 1 and then bring him up in season 2. But this is the explanation. She is emotionally distant from all of her kids, but the added physical distance with Daeron means that she literally knows nothing about him. Now, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. This is Dragon Succession. This scene reminded me so much of this scene between Shiv and Kendall.
I don't think I'm a very good father.
You are. You've tried. That's all we can do.
Was it the court? Was it their mother?
I'm sure you did your best.
Allison says,
I shall pray to the warrior for your safe return.
The warrior is one of the faces of the Seven, and he protects people in battle and in war. And we cut to Hugh Hammer, and I love the detail of him scratching the dog's ears. It shows that he has a soft side. He comforts a stray that most would ignore, and that's in great contrast to his behavior during the food riot. Hugh Hammer is not a naturally mean man. He's a desperate man who is acting violent to protect himself and his family. Also, notice how this guy says,
She thinks of us even now!
Just gotta say, Mysaria is the PR agent of the century. Just a few weeks ago, everyone hated Rhaenyra for killing Jaehaerys, and now they're exalting her kindness. We cut to Helaena and Alicent and the Sept. Now, the Sept has always been a refuge for Alicent. It's where she could go to be alone and feel safe, much like the gods would for Sansa in Game of Thrones.
Will you pardon me, my lord? I'd like to visit the Godswood. I don't pray anymore. It's the only place I can go where people don't talk to me.
We saw that peace broken by Rhaenyra in episode 3, but now any safety she felt at the Sept is shattered. There is nowhere safe for them in the city any longer. A commoner screams,
"'Tis the Queen of Fishes!"
a reference to the fact that no food is coming in because of the blockade. Alicent tries to stop her knights before they cut off a man's hand, but it's too late. The temperatures are running too high. Earlier this season, Lord Strong said,
Sin begets sin.
That was true of the war, but it's also true here. This riot didn't come out of nowhere. The small folk are starving, and starving your own people, intentionally or not, is a passive act of violence. The commoners are responding to that violence with their own violence, which makes Alicent's own Kingsguard respond with violence in turn, and so on and so on. It's a cycle that does not end. It's the proverbial wheel from Game of Thrones.
They're all just spokes on a wheel. This one's on top, then that one's on top, and on it spins, crushing those on the ground.
Now, I love that Alicent instinctively protects Helaena. Alicent isn't a good mother. She knows that. But she does care about her children, particularly her daughter. It's a nice juxtaposition. When she gets into her carriage, she has a cut on her arm, and coincidentally, it's the same place where she cut Rhaenyra in season 1. Also, when they pan out, you can see that this is the same place that Helaena and Alicent last dealt with rambunctious crowds, because this was the route of Prince Jaehaerys' procession. The tide has turned so much for them in the last 4 episodes. We cut to inside of the Red Keep, and one thing that I noticed is that the men in this family always lose their eyes. Viserys' eye rotted out of his head. Aemon's eye was cut out, and now Aegon cannot open his eye. Lord Larys said,
My foot so twisted that my father named it sorcery, accusing a member of our household of casting malign spells.
Now, in the book, Alice Rivers has been in Harrenhal a very long time. No one even knows how old she is. So, who knows? Maybe she had something to do with this. He also says,
And they will underestimate you.
Which was his game plan for the entire series. He knew no one saw him as sneaky and conniving because they pitied him. He would even play up his disability sometimes to manipulate people more easily, such as convincing Aegon not to fly out to war.
Another is that his grace was outwitted by his counsellors and persuaded to fly to war, so the Queen Alicent may reign in his absence.
And I think he's doing that even now. He's using his disability to relate to Aegon to stay on his good side. That way, he can help Aegon get back on the throne and regain his status in court. Back at Harrenhal, Daemon has another vision, this time not of a memory, but of an event he wasn't there for. Viserys grieving Aemma. Daemon wasn't by his side that night, and it's something he deeply, deeply regrets. Alice is giving him a chance to redo this moment, well, at least in his head. And now he can finally move on. He's no longer trapped in the throne room. When he wakes up, he finds out Lord Grover is dead.
Our own healer, Alice Rivers, volunteered her renowned skills.
Now in the book, Lord Grover was sexist. He would never side with Rhaenyra, but his grandson is more open-minded. So now the Riverlands could actually side with her. We cut to Dragonstone, where Rhaenyra is bemoaning her position. Mysaria says,
"He has ever done what suits Daemon."
Which mirrors what Rhaenyra said to Daemon earlier this season.
He could not trust you any more than I can trust you.
She also says this.
He was everything I wanted to be, and I was what he wanted.
And this is important to understand their entire relationship. They were brought together by admiration and desire. Now, while that's a powerful attraction, that isn't the basis of a relationship. I think they truly love each other, but they don't have a foundation of respect. That's why Daemon feels free to go behind her back, like with the murder of Jaehaerys, as well as just leave. He doesn't fully respect her, but, like she says,
we were halves of a whole.
If they could build an actual foundation, then they would be a powerhouse. Then Mysaria reveals her backstory.
And when after many months of this, it became evident that his seed had taken root, there is a scar here as well.
So one thing I found really interesting here. One, we actually found out Mysaria was infertile last season, but she made it sound like a choice.
I ensured long ago that I would never be threatened by childbirth.
It just highlights that she's always been spinning narratives, even before she was officially an information broker. Secondly, I've pointed out in the past that Mysaria is very similar to the character of Varys in Game of Thrones. This scene really solidifies that. Varys was also rendered sterile by sexual abuse in his childhood.
With a hooked blade, he sliced me, root and stem, chanting all the while.
And subsequently had to turn to sex work to keep himself afloat.
I sold what parts of my body remained to me.
I think Varys is one of the best characters in Game of Thrones, so I am loving these parallels. Then Mysaria and Rhaenyra kiss. This is something new that the showrunners have added. It wasn't in the book, but again, the book is only recorded history. Now this obviously happened in private, so there's no way anybody would have known. It also highlights the similarities between Rhaenyra and Daemon. Rhaenyra just pointed out all their differences, but now she's kissing the same woman that Daemon once wanted to marry. She's also cheating on him. And when Daemon was with Mysaria, he was cheating on his own wife, Rhea Royce. The episode ends with Rhaenyra flying out to meet Seasmoke's new rider. She's ignoring everyone's advice and finally entering the battle herself, and I am here for it. This episode is written by David Hancock and directed by Loni Perister. Now, Perister has directed some great horror TV shows like American Horror Story, Castle Rock, and Scream Queens. You can really feel his horror influence in the episode, but we'll get into that in just a little bit. We open with Syrax and Seasmoke on the same beach that Adam first saw Seasmoke earlier this season. Also notice that Rhaenyra is wearing a belt depicting two dragons fighting, symbolizing the greens and the blacks. When Rhaenyra walks over to Adam, Syrax follows her closely, a callback to this line from season 1.
Take care not to startle Syrax, my lords. She's rather protective of me.
Adam says,
and if the gods call me to greater things, who am I to refuse them?
And I love the double entendre of this line. He could be talking about the gods of the Seven. After all, maybe they guided Seasmoke to him. But he could also be talking about Seasmoke himself. Remember, in Westeros, people think that dragons are gods.
I am but a man. The dragons are gods.
With that logic, Adam was literally chosen by a god himself. We cut to Queen Alicent. Now in this scene, she is basically haunted by Rhaenyra. Not only is she in Rhaenyra's old chambers, but she's being treated for a cut identical to the cut that she gave to Rhaenyra the night Aemond lost his eye. And let's not forget, they also both slept with Sir Criston Cole in this room. For so long, Alicent considered herself above Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra was sacrilegious, whereas she was holier than thou. But Alicent ended up in the exact same place with the exact same wounds as her counterpart. Alicent says,
all my life, I have endeavored to serve both my house and the realm, and somehow none of it matters. We are cast aside.
Now, we're led to believe that she's talking about the riotous townsfolk, but I don't think she is. She's actually speaking about everyone in court who used her and systematically pushed her out. I mean, think about it. Weeks ago, her and her daughter were used as props for their grief because it made the crown more sympathetic. But they were pushed aside the second they weren't useful. They were out in the city because Aemon told his mother to do
domestic pursuits.
And even though neither of them have power anymore, they were the ones assaulted by the crowd. Alicent also says,
"Nothing is clean here,"
while looking at a rat on her table. Now, rats have pretty heavy symbolism in House of the Dragon, but they hold particular weight with Alicent. In Season 1, Alicent sees a rat climbing the banners of her bed after King Viserys beds her. It symbolizes that, while it looks like she's been taken into this life of great prestige, she's actually been sold off into a diseased house. But we also see rats when anything bad happens. We see rats after Criston Cole kills Joffrey. There are rats when Rhaenyra sneaks out of the castle, and King Viserys sees a rat just before his disease gets really bad. A rat in Queen Alicent's chambers tells us that something bad is going to happen to her very soon. She tells her new knight that she wants to go to the Kingswood with...
Does she?
Which mirrors Rhaenyra's surprise adventure in Season 1, but more on that in just a bit. We cut to the courtyard where the 2 White Cloaks from last episode are being sentenced, and just in case you missed it, these are actually the same White Cloaks who were Aegon's buddies. This also explains why they acted so rashly last episode. Larys says,
"The Prince Regent is merciful,"
which is a reference to King Joffrey's speech in Game of Thrones.
"My mother wishes me to let Lord Eddard join the Night's Watch, and my Lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father. So long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished."
Lord Beesbury tries to tell Larys about sea smoke, but he clearly doesn't believe it. This highlights that, once they get riders, Team Black has a huge advantage. The Greens know how many dragons the Blacks have, but they count on the fact that they can't find riders. But if Team Black could utilize all their dragons, the war would basically be over, but no one believes that could happen. So they are wholly unprepared for what's to come. We cut back to Dragonstone, and when questioned about Adam, Rhaenyra says,
"Lucky. Or somehow ordained. Seasmoke chose him."
Again, the dragons are like gods to people in Westeros, even the Targaryens. Remember, Targaryen blood does not guarantee you a dragon. Rhaenyra herself tried for Seasmoke. So for Adam to claim him literally seems like an act of God. When asked if she trusts him, she says,
"What choice do I have? He has a dragon."
This is so fitting because that's how everyone else feels about the Targaryens. The only reason they conquered Westeros is because most of the great houses were like, hey, we have to let them rule because they have dragons. It's the first time a Targaryen is getting a taste of their own medicine. Rhaenyra is also obsessed with his bloodline.
He surely has Targaryen blood in him somewhere. The dragon must sense it.
So, quick genealogy lesson about Adam. In the book, the bastards are supposedly Laenors, which would give them Targaryen blood by the way of Rhaenys. But even in the books, pretty much everyone knows that they're actually Corlys's bastards. They just pretend like they aren't for Rhaenys' sake. In the show, it seems like there's no pretext. Now, Corlys himself doesn't have any Targaryen blood, so Adam breaks the precedent that only Targaryens can ride dragons. Mysaria says,
"There are 80 of their bastard progeny at least that are known to me."
Which is a callback to all the times we've seen silver-haired sex workers at the brothels. Adam of Hull is uncomfortable around the finer things in Dragonstone, which reminded me so much of Melisandre and Gendry in Game of Thrones.
I've never seen anything like any of this. Not in my life.
It's shocking, isn't it? First time you encounter real wealth.
Now, pay attention to how Corlys acts in this scene. He's not actually happy for Adam. After all, Adam claiming Seasmoke stings doubly. For one, as a dragon rider, he's very important and Corlys is a proud man. But secondly, that was his son's dragon. He's embarrassed by his bastards. We see that earlier in the season. So, having a common-born claim the very dragon his son rode must hurt a little bit. Then why is he being so nice to him? Well, partly for Rhaenys. He's trying to honor her wishes and she thought that they deserved to be treated well.
He should be raised up and honored, not hidden beneath the tides.
Last episode, he raised Alan's position, and now he'll support Adam even though his heart isn't completely in it. But he also looks at Adam and he sees somebody who, like himself, is a self-made man. So there's a little bit of pride when he looks at him and says,
"Well done."
We cut to Harrenhal, where we're greeted by the banners of House Tully. As Daemon waits, he wears a pinky ring with 3 circles, probably representing the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen. Now, it is super funny that Daemon gives his condolences when the last thing he said to Oscar was,
"Perhaps you might place a feather pillow over his head and speed along your inheritance."
Oscar says,
"It does seem to me that you've made rather a mess here."
Which mirrors what Rhaenyra said to Daemon in his first vision.
"And I have to clean up afterwards."
So this entire scene, and really this entire season, is to prove that Daemon could never be a good ruler. I mean, think about it. Rhaenyra's over on Dragonstone running the PR campaign of the century, while Daemon got a region notorious for infighting to come together just to hate him. He is fundamentally bad at politics. He's great at war, but he can't make people like him or inspire loyalty. We head into the Godswood, where we see several river houses. Now, of course, there's the Blackwoods and the Brackens. Behind Grover, there's House Piper of Pink Maiden and House Mallister of Seaguard. There's also House Derry of Derry.
You're a Derry girl, no, James?
And of course, House Strong. And I love that you can actively see Daemon thinking about Alice's advice.
Then I can do nothing.
You
No.
And then Lord Grover says,
It is true that he made clear his base desires, but you did not have to pursue such savagery. You did it because you wanted to.
So this is actually a brilliant political move made for the Targaryens. Yes, Daemon just got out politicked by a 14-year-old. In saying this, Lord Grover removed the blame from Daemon and by extension, the Blacks, and instead put the onus on the Blackwoods themselves. Thus, the Blacks can be absolved of their crimes by the River Lords. When Daemon walks through Harrenhal, he's stopped by a black goat. Now we've seen this goat once before, and I mentioned back then that black goats are often associated with witchcraft. The association rises from the demon goat Baphomet, worshipped by the Knights of Templar. In this case, the goat represents Alice, and honestly, it might even be her familiar. Then, Daemon hallucinates Viserys on his bed. Instead of seeing him in his younger and healthier days, like last week, he's remembering him as he was the last time he saw him, at the family dinner. This was actually a brilliant choice for this character, and it was Paddy Constantine's idea. I also love the detail of the vines growing on the windows. Alice says that the reason why the castle is haunted is because Harren the Black cut down a grove of weirwood trees, and Daemon's room is literally entrapped by these haunted trees. Viserys says,
Crush it, whoever wears it.
Now it's interesting that he's holding the exact same crown that Rhaenyra wears. By this logic, she'll get crushed too. The crown also specifically led to King Viserys' death, although not through political troubles caused by the crown, but by sitting on the Iron Throne. Remember, Viserys' first ever infected cut came from the swords on the throne.
It's a small cut from sitting the throne.
Also, if you look closely at the crown, you can see the crests of House Arryn, Stark, and Martell, representing their subjugation. King Viserys asks,
Do you want it still?
Now, I've struggled to figure out exactly what Alice wants this season, but now I think she really wants the best for the common people. She is rightfully angry when she finds out about the Blackwoods and scolds Daemon for it.
This is not war. These are crimes against the innocent.
And I think she's given him all of these visions to convince him to stop chasing the throne. He sees a young Rhaenyra, highlighting the mistake that he made chasing the crown. Alice makes him relive the moment with Viserys where he lost the crown.
The heir for a day. Did you say it?
He sees his dead wife, urging him to leave Harrenhal and check on his children.
Have you looked after our girls?
But what about the one where he had relations with his mom? I don't want to talk about that. All of his visions highlight how many of his personal failures come from his quest for power. And the mess he made in the Riverlands shows that he did not have the skill for politics. I think the visions were just to convince him to stop chasing the crown so that no more small folk get hurt. We cut back to King's Landing, where Prince Aegon is relearning how to walk. Now notice that he is walking where the old Valyria model used to be. He destroyed it out of rage, and it's ironic that his broken body has to heal in the same space. He also looks so much like his father here. His white hair is patchy because of the burns, and his burned skin also mimics the look of Viserys' rotting flesh. We go back to Driftmark. Corlys implies that Alan should also try for a dragon, but he replies,
I am of Salton Sea.
Now remember, Baelys said she couldn't be heir to Driftmark because
Driftmark must pass to Salt and Sea.
And Rhaenys wanted Corlys to honor his bastards. So it seems like Alan would be the perfect fit for the Driftmark throne if he was legitimized. Over at the Vale, Lady Rhaena and her party are leaving for Pentos. Now as a quick reminder, Rhaena did not want to go back to Pentos because of bad memories.
When my mother died.
She hates the Vale, and I doubt that Pentos would be better. I also love this costume. Typically, Rhaena wears subdued, simple outfits. They pale in comparison to the outfits of other members of her family, symbolizing how she's overlooked. But now she's wearing an ornate jacket with wings on it. This could be a sign that she is about to step into her own. Then Lady Jane shuts the gate on them, solidifying that she will no longer have the Targaryens in her home. But then Rhaena runs away from her party. Yeah, why'd they let her do that? Well, Doug, honestly, no one was paying attention. For one, Rhaena is older than her half-brother. She doesn't need to be watched so closely. But also, she's less important to the crown. Now, things are going to get a little weird here because of all the incest. Laena is technically Rhaenyra's stepdaughter, but because she's not her biological daughter, she's not really in line for the throne at all. She's also not really treated like a stepdaughter. She's treated much more like a younger cousin, which is also because Daemon is Rhaenyra's uncle. Again, incest makes for weird family trees.
This whole thing is a circle, but not a real circle. More like a freaky circle.
We cut to the Kingswood. Now, before we get into this scene, I want to point out Alicent's dress. The costume department did a great job slowly changing the hues of her dress from a vibrant green to now what's really more of a bright blue. Her entire married life, Alicent dressed in the colors of the house she served. Right after marrying Viserys, she wore red and black to show her new allegiance with the Targaryens. And then we get the notorious green dress at Rhaenyra's wedding, showing her allegiance to the Hightowers. Ever since then, she's always wearing green. Even when she's mourning after Jaehaerys' death, she's still wearing a a dark green instead of black. But before her marriage to King Viserys, her favorite color was blue. Almost all the dresses she wore in the first episodes were blue. It was only after Viserys that the color left her wardrobe. But now she's wearing blue again. She is gaining some autonomy back, autonomy she hasn't had since she was a child and when she was unimportant to men. The scene mirrors when young Rhaenyra ran out of Aegon's party all the way back in episode 3. In that scene, Rhaenyra bemoaned her lack of autonomy.
How lucky you are to have a say in your own life.
While Alicent did her duty despite being very pregnant and clearly uncomfortable.
Should you be traveling in such condition?
The maester said that being out in nature would do me well.
Now, Alicent spent years doing her duty, and she's still in the same position as 17-year-old Rhaenyra, sulking in the woods because she has no control in her own life. All of her good behavior did not grant her any more autonomy in a world that fundamentally will always favor men. We cut back to Dragonstone and notice that Rhaenyra still has the book about Aegon the Conqueror and his sister wives on her desk. Jace says,
"Yet I may argue my legitimacy to succeed you because I have a dragon."
Earlier, Rhaenyra said that they would raise an army of bastards, but didn't consider how it would affect her son's claim. Now, at the end of the day, there's no heir to the Iron Throne if they lose, so I can't say she's wrong. But I wonder if there'll be animosity between the highborn bastards and the lowborn bastards. And then we see the handmaiden spreading the news across King's Landing. I love her red cloak. It is a visual representation of a Team Black threat within the Green's territory.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
We also see a gold cloak pulling down a Targaryen symbol with a line through it. Now, this is not in the Green's color, so this sign was most likely condemning the blacks. But remember, the gold cloaks are loyal to Daemon Targaryen specifically. He created them, and even though they serve Team Green right now, they're always ready to help Team Black. It's why they let Daemon into the city, and why they spread the news that the blacks want Targaryen bastards. We also find out Hugh's parentage.
She worked in a pleasure house. She was granted more freedom than most, and because rich men paid more to a woman with silver hair.
So, unlike Ulf, he's a bit more removed from the Targaryen dynasty. Instead of being a Targaryen bastard himself, his mother was a Targaryen bastard. So that means that his grandfather was King Jaehaerys.
She used to tell me I was no different to her brother's boys, Viserys and Daemon.
In the books, King Jaehaerys does not have a reputation for sleeping around, so this is totally new lore. However, it does say that he wasn't always honest with his wife, Queen Alysanne, about the sexual happenings of House Targaryen. Fire and Blood says the ancient rite of First Night had been invoked mayhaps more often on Dragonstone than anywhere else in the Seven Kingdoms, although good Queen Alysanne would surely have been shocked to hear it. Now, the rite of First Night was an ancient rite that said the Lord of the Land can have sex with a newly wedded bride on their wedding night. Super gross, I know, and Queen Alysanne worked hard to change the realm's policies regarding this. But if Jaehaerys was lying about that, maybe he was secretly getting around and just really good at keeping it under wraps. We go back to Alicent in the Queen's Wood. She's actually at the same river where Rhaenyra and Sir Criston Cole stopped in episode 3. This shot of her floating in the water is a reference to the iconic painting Ophelia by Sir John Everett Millais. Who's Ophelia? So Ophelia is a character in the Shakespearean tragedy Hamlet. In the play, she's incredibly obedient to her brother and father, which allows Hamlet to manipulate her. Eventually, after being rejected by Hamlet and realizing that she was only a pawn, she goes crazy and eventually accidentally drowns or commits suicide, depending on who you ask. Alicent clearly represents Ophelia in this scene. Having done everything that was ever asked of her, she's now been cast aside. She thought she was gaining ground for herself, but really, she was just used. And like I said, Ophelia dies in the play. Remember what she said to her White Cloak.
When does your grace mean to return to the city?
I'm not yet certain I do.
She was considering suicide here, but then she saw a bird. Now in literature, birds usually represent freedom. She realized that being cast out of the political game means that she can actually be free instead of listening to whatever her father or husband or son says. Now that's not to say she has complete autonomy. She's still a woman in Westeros and her psycho child is still the king, but she's free from serving her house or the realm. She's free to serve herself, however that looks. Back on Dragonstone, there are scores of Targaryen bastards in the castle, and man, the costuming in this episode was just amazing. Here, Rhaenyra is wearing one of the most extravagant gowns that we've ever seen in Season 2. Don't get me wrong, Rhaenyra always dresses nice, but this is a different level. She's wearing additional adornments such as the shoulder pads and the cape. Additionally, her hair is even more elaborate than usual. Even her necklace is nicer. Throughout the season, she primarily wore a metal triangular necklace, but here, her necklace is adorned with a huge stone in the middle, and there are metal teeth surrounding it. She uses the clothes to signal to the common people her status, so that they will respect her. They may be here to try to claim a dragon, but she is the only heir to the Iron Throne. The Dragon Keepers say, So let me explain a bit about the relationship of Westeros to the rest of the world. Essos honestly does not care about Westeros that much. They trade, of course, but Westeros isn't really that important to them. Tyrion even talks about this with Daenerys in Game of Thrones.
There's more to the world than Westeros, after all.
Even the Targaryens did not care about Westeros for over a century. In Fire and Blood, it says, for the best part of 100 years after the doom of Valyria, House Targaryen looked east, not west, and took little interest in the affairs of Westeros. In many ways, Essos was more advanced, and Valyria was one of the most advanced civilizations of all time. In Season 1, Viserys says,
"The glory of old Valyria will never be seen again."
And from the period of Fire and Blood through Game of Thrones, there's never been any civilization that came close to rivaling it. The Dragon Keepers romanticized this period, so the thought of a regular lowborn riding a dragon is sacrilegious. When Rhaenyra talks to the common folk, you can actually hear the dragons growling in the background. Now, we know the Dragon Keepers aren't raiding them because they just walked off. I think they sense so much Targaryen blood nearby that they're getting restless. Now, Rhaenyra really proves her adaptness with the small folk in this speech.
These 2 dragons added to our number. The enemy will have no choice but to give way, and peace will be restored.
Now, I won't pretend that this is all from the goodness of her heart, but from a rhetorical perspective, it is a masterful speech. She knows her audience are people of King's Landing who were ignored by both kings. One save face a bit more than the other.
Our victory depends on the efforts of the small folk.
But at the end of the day, neither Aegon nor Aemond cared if they lived or died. Not only does she address these issues,
Privation, starvation, war. This is our purpose. To end those hardships.
But she weaponizes them. She doesn't say that claiming a dragon will help her win the war. Instead, she says claiming a dragon will give the common folk peace. She equates fighting for her with fighting for themselves. It's brilliant.
It's smart, sophisticated propaganda.
As Rhaenyra is speaking, she walks up to a disfigured man. Now, the timeline is a bit off, so it can't be the same kid that we saw in the fighting pits last season, but my guess is that he's one of his brothers. After all, Aegon started going to brothels pretty early on, and I got the sense last season that it wasn't the first time one of his kids was forced to fight. Rhaenyra says,
The dragon, named Vermithor, is the largest in the world after Vhagar.
So, quick history lesson here on Vermithor. Vermithor was claimed by King Jaehaerys. In fact, his egg was placed in the king's crib. He didn't have any riders during King Viserys' reign, and now, at almost 100 years old, he is ready to come out of retirement. Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks? As they go to the Dragonmont, Rhaenyra says,
May the gods bless you.
And again, I love the double entendre. Is she talking about the gods of the Seven, or is she talking about the dragons themselves, who are often equated to gods? Now, remember how I said the director Lonnie Perister did some great horror TV shows? Well, it really shows in this scene, and it's awesome. For the first 8 episodes of season 1, dragons were always majestic. They have some intense action scenes, but they are filmed like magical beasts instead of scary ones. We start to see their more ferocious side at the end of season 1, but this season, we really saw how terrifying they are, and this scene completely severs them from their more whimsical roots. This is not a majestic beast. This is a horror movie monster. From the get-go, the sound design is amazing. We hear these thundering footsteps, reminiscent of giant monster movies like King Kong or Godzilla. Instead of showing us the cavern, there is a close-up of Rhaenyra, and we see her fear, and that immediately makes us anxious. If Rhaenyra can control these monsters and she's nervous, then we're going to be nervous too. We even get the addition of the wind from Vermithor's breath, so we know just how large he is. Then we get almost a POV shot from Vermithor. We see all of the humans on the plank, and they look tiny. They're inconsequential in front of this beast. And when Vermithor steps out of the shadows, it's just awesome. It sends shivers down my spine. It makes it all the more impactful when Rhaenyra calms him. This literal monster healed to her almost immediately. It makes complete sense that people think that the Targaryens are closer to gods than men. Rhaenyra leaves the bastards to claim him, and damn, we get one of the most savage dragon scenes of all time. It almost looks like it's done found footage style. When we're following Hugh, we're not just following his character, but his gaze, much like the camera would if he himself was holding it. It reminded us a lot of Cloverfield, one of the best found footage monster movies of all time. And the reason this works so well is because we feel his panic. We're not in the viewing area with Rhaenyra, watching it objectively. Instead, we are down on the ground. We're running, waiting for the moment that our anchor, Hugh, gets burned alive. Also, the fire comes so close to the camera that at times, it even seems like the camera could go up in flames at any moment. In fact, Vermithor lunges almost directly at the camera at one point, and his bite splashes water into the lens. The direction does everything to make us feel like we're in the Dragonmont with them and in danger of dying scene at any moment. I also loved how Hugh claimed Vermithor by attempting self-sacrifice. With Lord Darkland, they said he couldn't show fear. I think that Hugh's lack of fear, or rather his readiness to die, is why he was finally able to tame him. And that really ups the contrast between him and Ulf. Ulf literally stumbles through shit into Silverwing's path. He doesn't even seem to realize that she's there because she blends in so well with the rock face. But Silverwing instantly likes him. She does the same little nuzzle gesture that we saw with Sunfire and Aegon. She really said, "Oh, he's kind of stupid. Can I take him home?"
Can we keep him, please, please, please?
I think this is showing how the different dragons have different personalities that would attach them to different riders. For instance, they called Vermithor the Bronze Fury, and she's claimed by a blacksmith, a man who's full of rage and works with bronze, whereas Ulf is a bit more simplistic and stupid. So a mother dragon like Silverwing would take to him because she feels like she needs to protect him. Now, there is so much symbolism with Ulf breaking the eggs. In the previous seasons, the eggs were cherished. They were also retrieved by Daemon, who isn't there to get them. Their very existence in the Dragonmont highlights how the blacks are already fractured, but Ulf stepping on the egg shows that any of these bastards could break the blacks, even by accident. Masarius says,
They are as like to serve you as highborn lords or ladies, perhaps more.
but the truth is, none of these bastards really owed the Targaryens anything. They were cast aside as indiscretions until the exact moment they became useful. Rhaenyra is trusting that these bastards will be so grateful to her for lifting them up out of normalcy and into the royal court without considering how they'll resent her family for abandoning them for so long. Honestly, this entire scene shows us a very dark side of Rhaenyra. Her elitism is hinted at throughout the entire episode, but it's on full-on display here.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
She gave Lord Darkland a good chance. She taught him some High Valyrian, and she was transparent with the risk. I don't blame her for his death, but she was not transparent with the small folk. Sure, she hints at the fact they could die.
Some of you may welcome the prospect of change, even death.
But she never outright explains that it's incredibly likely. She also doesn't give them any preparation, and she doesn't even let them leave when they try to flee. She talked a good game about caring for the small folk. But at the end of the day, she's fine if they die, as long as it means that she can achieve her goals. In this case, she wanted dragon riders, and all the bastards who died were worth the price. But most importantly, why would this make Ulf and Hugh want to fight for her? They just saw tons of small folk just like them get barbecued while the queen watched from high above. How would that inspire loyalty? And then we get Silverwing flying above King's Landing, and boy, is it awesome. Now, this was not a sanctioned flight. I doubt Rhaenyra even knew that someone claimed Silverwing, and honestly, I doubt Ulf could really control where she went. So already it highlights that the bastards are wild cards. We also see a weakness of Vhagar's. He cannot be reached quickly. Most of the dragons live in the Dragon Pit. It's not super close to the Red Keep, but it's within city limits. But Vhagar is kept outside of King's Landing because she is simply too large for the pit. She's the only dragon the Greens have, so lack of easy access is a huge disadvantage. Aemond is much better at controlling Vhagar now, which is good because there won't be any more, like accidental child murder. But we also know from this point on, everything Vhagar does is intentional. Then we end this episode with Rhaenyra standing with her 3 dragons behind her, contrasting the first shot of her this episode where she stood with just 1 dragon behind her. Now she has 5 dragons, 6 if you count Caraxes. The tide has finally turned for Team Black. Vhagar is surrounded by all of Rhaenyra's dragons. The first one we see is Syrax, Rhaenyra's own dragon. I think the second dragon is Virmax, Jacaerys' dragon. Then we see Caraxes, next is Seasmoke, and the large yellow dragon is Vermithor, the Bronze Fury. And then Moondancer and Silverwing. And then I think this massive dragon has to be Cannibal, who we have yet to see in the show. For the first time, we don't see anything underneath the titles. Originally, we saw thread to symbolize the story was still being written, and then there was blood and black ink. But now, there's nothing to symbolize the story is coming to a close, for now. We open on Tyrosh, one of the 3 Triarchy cities. Now, this is a bit different than the book. In the book, Otto Hightower actually forms an alliance with the Triarchy. We cut inside to the Triarchy leaders. They say,
"Whose very stables and sculleries are carved into a mountain of gold.
And we will need it before this war is done."
So, just like Westeros has legends about Essos, Essos has legends about Westeros. But is it true? It is, actually. We only briefly see Casterly Rock in Game of Thrones, and we don't get to see its mines. In the World of Ice and Fire, it says, hundreds of mine shafts penetrate the lower parts of the rock, where many veins of red and yellow glow gleam untouched. The Casterlys were the first to begin to carve halls and chambers from the mine shafts. The Lannisters are so rich because their castle is literally on a gold mine. I love that you can tell exactly where each member of the Triarchy is from. This man is Lyseni because of his white blonde hair. The people in Lys are the most closely related to the Valyrians, and even the small folk have silver hair. This man is from Tyrosh since he's dyed his beard blue, and Tyroshi people are known for their extravagant and eclectic style. That means this man must be from Myr. The Myrish man says,
"Do you think that we lack for buyers for our tapestries and perfumes?"
Myr is renowned for their artistry and sell the best tapestries in the world. It actually got me thinking that the tapestries in the king's quarters are probably from Myr and depicting a Liceni pleasure house. The Tyroshi man says,
"Give us the stepstones."
Now, it makes sense that he would say this because Tyrosh is actually part of the Stepstones. The constant war and Westerosi taxes would affect this city the most. Tylan says,
"Those rocks have been disputed for a generation."
Which is a callback to the fact that Viserys literally was dealing with the Stepstones for his entire reign.
We should address the latest developments in the Stepstones, my lords.
Ever be shut of that blasted place.
And then we meet Lord Lohar. He says,
"Well met, Lord Tywin."
Which is definitely a callback to Tywin Lannister in Game of Thrones. Also, Lord Lohar is played by fellow YouTuber Abigail Thorne from PhilosophyTube. I'll even wager that's why Lohar says this.
"What sort of man are you? A poet? A philosopher?"
Then we cut to Aemond and Vhagar. The city we're looking at is Sharp Point. Now, Sharp Point is just across the bay from Dragonstone, and it's controlled by House Massey. House Massey's been sworn to Dragonstone for years, and in fact, the handmaiden in King's Landing is actually Alyssa Massey. I love the symbolism of cutting from Aemond's war crimes on Sharp Point to a burned Aegon. Now look, I'm not pretending Aegon is a great guy. He did awful things, but Aemond didn't maim him because he was a threat to the small folk or even because he was a bit of a tyrant. He hurt him because he was embarrassed and angry. In his mind, his brother embarrassed him at a brothel, so he deserved to be burned with dragonfire. And Aemond thought the same thing with Sharp Point. Rhaenyra embarrassed him, so the people of Sharp Point deserved to die. He never grew past his childhood embarrassments, and now his only real aim is to prevent himself from ever being embarrassed again. Now, on a separate note, I love how they've used Aegon's healing as a timeline for us. We can gauge how much time has passed between episodes based on how bad his wounds are. Another interesting thing is that his face is actually injured on the opposite side of King Viserys. He's not a spitting image of his father, but rather a mirror image. And that makes sense because they're opposites. Viserys was too cautious, and that made him weak, while Aegon was too hot-headed, and that made him reckless. Aegon says,
"My is destroyed. Did they tell you that?"
Now, he isn't just saying that because he lost the pleasure of sex, but because he is now unable to produce a male heir. In the book, he had 2 sons, but it seems like here he only had Jaehaerys. So, even if he were to take the throne, his heir would always be Aemond, or, if he was imprisoned, Daeron. But Aegon's legacy dies with him, no matter what. Larys goes through a list of new monikers for Aegon.
Aegon the Peacemaker, Aegon the Rebuilder.
Which is a callback to earlier in the season.
Hail King Aegon!
The Magnanimous.
But then Aegon says,
Aegon the Realm's Delight.
In the book, that was what the common folk called Rhaenyra when she was a child. He's always been jealous of the attention that Rhaenyra received from Viserys, and now he literally wants to take her name with the common folk. Back on Dragonstone, we cut to all of the bastards. Ulf says,
"I might never eat fish again."
A reference to the blockade in King's Landing, which made it impossible to get meat. Now, Ulf is just an idiot.
Let them tell us we don't have Targaryen blood, eh?
And he doesn't seem mean-spirited, he just seems dumb. But that ultimately will grow the bad blood between the lowborn bastards and the crown. Later in the episode, Rhaenyra tries to politely correct him.
A knight will comport himself with grace at the Queen's table.
Best make me a knight then.
But Jace is just outright hostile.
If you hinder our efforts through sloth or unreadiness, I will see you hanged and your body fed to the dogs in the street.
Now that's a huge issue because it makes it abundantly clear that the Blacks are just using them. Ulf, Hugh, and Adam are good enough to die for them, but not good enough to actually be treated with respect. In fact, the prince outright disdains them, even though he is a bastard himself. Why would they want to keep fighting for the Blacks when they receive this treatment? We cut to Rhaenyra on Driftmark. Corlys mentions Dreamfire, and Rhaenyra says,
Helena, she does not ride. She has no taste for it.
Now that's actually a huge difference from Fire and Blood. In the book, Helena was a dragon rider from an early age, and according to George R.R. Martin, her greatest joy in life is to take to the skies on her dragon, Dreamfire. Show Helena and book Helena are pretty different. Even George R.R. Martin said it. So my guess is that they changed this aspect so Aemond would seem more cruel when he asked her to fly. Also, quick history lesson on Dreamfire. She hatched during the reign of Aegon the Conqueror and was actually ridden by Rhaena Targaryen, Aegon the Conqueror's daughter, prior to Helena. Corlys says,
I've given her a new name. Queen who never was.
"Aw, they're so cute." I know, it's adorable, but I will say this line,
What I do now, I do for her.
troubles me. Corlys is basically saying that he has no real loyalty to Rhaenyra, and while it's heartwarming that he's honoring his wife, it's a bit sketchy because Rhaenys and Rhaenyra did not have the best relationship. They worked together at the end, but it was despite their bad blood. We cut to Harrenhal, and for the first time it actually looks like a functioning castle. Daemon had a spiritual journey this season, and it's reflected in the castle itself. It stood near empty for the majority of the season, and it was only once Daemon learned to let go of his ego that it actually filled with other people. Daemon says,
Lannister hesitates. I aim to march on King's Landing before he can catch me.
A reference to Jason Lannister's army stationed at Crackclaw. Lord Broom tries to tempt Daemon in the Godswood, which is very symbolic given what Alice Rivers shows him, but we'll get into that later in the video. Back in the Red Keep, Helaena confesses,
I was happier before I was queen.
And I love how sad Alicent looks for her. She understands. She was happier before she was queen too. We rarely see Alicent happy in this series, but when she smiled the most was prior to her marriage. When she's with Rhaenyra in those first few episodes, it's almost hard to remember that it's her. But as soon as they announce her marriage to Viserys, she starts looking sullen. Aemond comes looking for Helaena, and she says,
I won't burn anyone.
Implying that she knows what Aemond did to Aegon. When Aemond grabs Helaena, notice that he says,
They have defiled our birthright!
It's not even that Rhaenyra now has more dragons and might take the throne. It's that there are bastard dragon riders. Jacaerys worries about his own place as a bastard now that there are bastard dragon riders, but in reality, their existence threatens everyone. The Targaryens justify their rule by claiming that they're closer to gods than men. It's their own version of divine right. But if any Targaryen at any station can become a dragon rider, well then why should they rule? Alicent says,
You wish to rule the Seven Kingdoms, but you rain ruin and death upon its small folk when you've been insulted.
Which echoes what the sex worker warned against earlier this season.
I would remind you only that when princes lose their temper, it is often others who suffer. The small folk.
She also says,
And now you seek to corrupt your sister. Of all our line, the gentlest and most deserving.
So why is Helaena so much nicer than the rest of them? Well, because she was never roped into the political game the way her brothers were. She was used as a pawn, but she was never plotting or scheming like the rest of her family, and it allowed her to retain a kind heart. Then there's this exchange.
So who will she be if her mind is broken?
It is no longer our rule that is threatened. Our very lives, would you not have us prevail?
Not like this.
Which hints to Alicent agreeing for Aegon to die at the end of the episode. We cut to Criston Cole holding the handkerchief that Alicent gave him when he first set out to battle. When Gawain tries to call out his affair, Cole says,
She saved my life. Twice.
Now this is a reference to the first season. The first time she spared his life is when she allowed him to serve despite sleeping with Rhaenyra, and the second time she stopped him from suicide after he killed Joffrey. He also says,
Since then she has been the beacon I follow.
A reference to the Hightower crest. Now notice what Cole says here.
Or rather, my philosophy was this: to protect the righteous and dispense justice on the rest. The dragons dance, and men are like dust under their feet.
Now that he's seen the dragons fight, he regrets his part in the war. And let's be clear, he had a part in the war long before he ever went to battle. He drove the wedge between Rhaenyra and Alicent by acting as an echo chamber for Alicent's own hate.
The Princess Rhaenyra is brazen and relentless. A spider who stings and sucks her prey dry.
And he drove their children apart by favoring Aemond and Aegon. His justification was that Rhaenyra was unhonorable and therefore she deserved to be punished. She deserved justice.
That would be hypocrisy.
But in driving this wedge, he put his own moral code and need for honor above the actual lives that would be lost in war. And to highlight his point, he cleans his sword, a superficial way of reclaiming his honor and purity. Meanwhile, in Tyrosh, Lord Tyland is on the side quest of a lifetime. And I think side quests are just a Lannister thing. I couldn't help but think of like Tyrion becoming friends with the Mountain Clans in Season 1.
If the half-man betrays us, Shagga, son of Dolph, will cut off his manhood.
And feed it to the goats, yes.
We cut back to Dragonstone. So I love the details of Baela's costuming. Her necklace looks like dragon teeth with blood, and at the center of her dress, it's patterned to look like scales. It's really interesting that both Aemond and Jace have the same issue with the bastards. They find them insulting, and Aemond always found bastards insulting, Jace included.
Let us drain our cups to these three strong boys.
So it's weird to see Jace in Aemond's shoes, but it highlights that fundamentally all of the Targaryens feel entitled. While Aemond and Aegon are more visibly spoiled, it is a trait with all the royal children. Jace thinks that he is better than bastards, even though he is also a bastard.
It is a sacred inheritance of which you know nothing.
And Baela is quick to say that she is not common.
That does not make me common.
or you.
The Blacks say that they want to win this war for the common people, but they fundamentally think that they are still better than the common people. At dinner, Ulf sits at one of the heads of the table, a seat typically reserved for a matriarch and patriarch. It's a subtle show of self-aggrandizement. Also, notice how formally Rhaenyra is dressed. She has dragon pauldrons and is even wearing her crown. She is using her clothing to symbolize her status to the bastard riders. I also love the addition of the animal bones and full birds on the table. For the season 1 wedding feast, the set designer said,
It's pretty gruesome, but I wanted to show the savagery of these characters and these people once they've had a few drinks.
And they're doing the same thing here. The upper class think of themselves as different from the lower class, but truly, they are just as carnal as the rest of them. The disparity between them is further highlighted when Rhaenyra suggests attacking strongholds.
The strongholds of the usurper, Old Town and Lannisport and their armies, all must be subdued.
The people who will die in these attacks are common folk, the very people she has sworn to protect, and the very people who are now sharing her table. Then they get a message from Harrenhal.
Daemon has raised his army, but Sir Simon fears treachery.
And I love this little petulant head toss that Rhaenyra does when she finds out. It's almost like a teenager, which makes sense because she was a teenager when their relationship started. In some ways, she's still stuck at that age when she is with Daemon. We cut back to Harrenhal, and man, I was right. Alice was working with the children of the forest. I also think this implies that there is a hideout for the children of the forest beneath Harrenhal, which means maybe they didn't go extinct in season 6 when Leaf blew up the cave. Daemon touches the tree.
Ew, why does it look like it's bleeding?
Well, weirwood trees have this really dark red sap. Centuries ago, the children of the forest carved faces into these heart trees. Because weirwood is such a long-lasting tree, these carvings lasted, and now the sap oozes out around these cuts. Also, in Game of Thrones, we learned that these trees hold memories of both the future and the past, which is why Daemon has this vision. In this vision, Daemon sees the three-eyed raven from Game of Thrones, but he's much, much younger here. Still in the same chair, though. In Game of Thrones, we never learned his real name, but in the books, his original name was Brynden Rivers, a Targaryen bastard. I also think that his port wine stain symbolizes that he is touched by the red sap of the weirwood. The camera flies into the three-eyed raven's eye, and we switch perspective to a warg. You can even hear the dire wolf growling in the background. And then we see a White Walker, the infamous villains from Game of Thrones. Now, the White Walkers were actually created by the children of the forest. The Andals were destroying the children and their sacred trees, the weirwoods. They tried to create a new sentient weapon, but instead created the White Walkers, who ultimately wanted to consume both the children of the forest and men. And then we see Meleys's corpse, and behind her there are more dead dragons, symbolizing the dragons that they have yet to lose. And in the very background, you can even see the Red Keep. And then we see the Red Comet from Game of Thrones. Osha, a wildling, says,
Red Comet means one thing, boy. Dragons.
And boy, was she right. Next are Daenerys' eggs in the funeral pyre and the scene when they hatch in season 1. Now, I am curious if Daemon knew this was Dany or if he thought it was Rhaenyra. After all, from the back, it's difficult to tell, and he's been having visions of Rhaenyra throughout his entire stay at Harrenhal. And the very next shot we see is Rhaenyra on the Iron Throne. It's a reasonable logical leap. And then he sees Helaena. So for this entire show, Helaena has shown a gift for prophecy.
The flesh, weaving dragons of thread.
Now, this Targaryen gift did not begin in Westeros. The entire reason the Dragon Lords left Valyria was because Daenerys the Dreamer foresaw the doom of Valyria. But my guess is that Dragon Dreamers connect more easily with Westeros and the Children of the Forest than other people. This could even explain why Brynden Rivers became the Three-Eyed Raven. And I also love the line,
"It's all a story."
It's almost a meta look at Westeros. She knows that ultimately their entire lives and the entire Targaryen dynasty will just be written into a narrative propagated by the Maesters. And in universe, that's all Fire and Blood is, just the Westerosi version of a pop history book. We don't get to see their inner lives, their motivations, or what makes them human. We just hear quick descriptions of them and what they did during the Dance of the Dragons. Their entire personhood is pressed into just that, a story, nothing more and nothing less. Aemon tries to sway Helaena again, and if you look closely, he's almost crying. What a brilliant decision. Aemon craves closeness. We know that from his desperation to be accepted by his siblings and cousins when he was a child, and from his relationship with a sex worker as an adult. But he's so damaged that he has no idea how to seek intimacy. Ultimately, Aemon wants family, including Helaena. Even as a child, he was nicer to her than his brother.
She's an idiot. She's your future queen.
But instead of approaching Helaena on an emotional level, he frames it as duty and honor because that's all he knows. That's all his mother taught him. We cut to Harrenhal. Rhaenyra swooping down on Dragonback to confront Daemon reminded me of the last time she did this as a teenager on Dragonstone.
Dari Raroso brostas.
Kesu Ugleisa, Luon Zombaz Mianuhon Isa.
As Cyrax descends, we see multiple Riverland crests, including House Mooten of Maidenpool, House Vance of Wayfarer's Rest, House Bracken, and of course, House Tully. Also, we get some great costume details on Rhaenyra. First of all, her lapels have 2 dragons on them, both curving down menacingly. And also, look at how the fabric is a very dark red. This could symbolize her intentions and methods becoming darker and darker. She walks into Harrenhal, and of course, Cyrax is close behind her.
Take care not to startle Cyrax, my lords. She's rather protective of me.
Now, this entire scene is basically a reversal of the series opening scene with Jaehaerys. In that scene, Jaehaerys sat on the other end of the hall and let the lords tell him what to do. But now, Daemon is on the other side of the hall and he is following his heart. And with this, Daemon's Harrenhal arc finally comes to a close. He started out as an arrogant, self-centered, and egotistical man, and now he's able to put his own ego and thirst for power aside for the greater good. I also loved Daemon's speech, and I've said it over and over again. Rhaenyra is good at politics and Daemon is good at war. This really highlights that. Rhaenyra found new dragon riders and formed new alliances, but she can't inspire an army the way that Daemon can. Let me be clear, that's not a bad thing. It's great that they can work together and each play to their strengths. Back on Driftmark, Corlys has his first confrontation with Alan.
I am trying to help you. You want to help me? Is this the help you offer after all these years? A reminder to be grateful.
Now, this is important because it's a preview of what could happen with all of the bastards. They have every reason to resent the Targaryens. They abandoned them completely. Adam and Alan could barely eat. Ulf suffered an injury. Hugh's daughter died, and the Targaryens were never there for them. Now, so far, Rhaenyra has been spared the worst of this judgment because they aren't her children, unlike Corlys. But ultimately, these are the sins of her family. They have every right to resent her. Also, small costuming detail, Corlys's belt buckle is made to resemble a seashell. We cut back to Dragonstone and look, the sky puppies are playing. Visaria says,
"The gods favor you."
Last week I talked a lot about the double entendres of dragons and gods. The dragons are viewed as gods by a lot of people in Westeros, so anytime there's a mention of dragons and gods, there's always a question. Are they referring to the gods of the Seven or the dragons as gods themselves? When Rhaenyra says her father wouldn't want this, Visaria says,
"He left you with no choice."
And to be fair, this war is partially his fault. He was a weak ruler, and while he tried to heal the divisions in his family, he let the Hightowers grab for power nearly unchecked, especially as he got older. The truth is, every single person in this story had a part in the war, and while no one person could stop it, they all helped to start it. It's like Rhaenys said.
Soon they will not even remember what it was that began the war in the first place.
And then we get to the surprise reveal of Alicent. So before we get into the scene, notice the light blue color of her dress. Earlier in the episode, I mentioned that her blue dress represented that she was getting her autonomy back. But even then, she was wearing dark blue. When she was younger, dark blue only appeared in her wardrobe as she was pulled into the political game. Now, she's wearing light blue, reminiscent of her earliest dresses when she was still innocent and happy. She's finally fully rinsed herself of the political agenda that kept her ensnared and unhappy for years. Also, Rhaenyra is wearing brown, removing herself from the colors of her house as well. This subtlety hints that they're not meeting as representatives of their houses. They are just meeting as themselves. Alicent says,
"I did not know what I wanted."
And it shows how they've really come full circle. One of their first conversations was about what Rhaenyra wanted.
"I want to fly with you on Dragonback, see the great wonders across the narrow sea and eat only cake."
Even at that young age, Alicent was already concerned about politics and stations, while Rhaenyra was unabashed about her desires. Then they have this exchange.
"Yes, but you alone made virtue your banner."
And I clung to it. In defiance of you, I think, who so disdained it.
Alicent's emphasis on virtue was a coping mechanism to deal with the fact that she had no say in her own life. She had to believe that she was holier than thou in order to live with her own subjugation at the hands of all the men around her. She also says,
"I have been alone of late."
Which is a sentiment also echoed when Rhaenyra and Alicent briefly reconciled as teenagers.
"I find I have a few friends lately."
Then Alicent says,
"I do not wish to rule, I wish to live."
And this is a sentiment echoed by several characters in this episode. Helena rejects fighting, even though it would cost her her queenship. Daemon bends the knee to Rhaenyra because he saw the long night. Alan rejects help from Corlys, preferring to live the life that he's made for himself. Even Aegon and Larys flee the council to keep their lives. This episode really sifted out who wants to rule, Rhaenyra and Aemond versus who's acting out of survival. They discuss whether Rhaenyra would have been challenged, and this goes back to to what I said earlier. No one person could stop this war, but every single person helped to start it. All of them have blood on their hands. Like Alicent said,
nothing is clean here.
Then we get this great shot of Alicent framed beneath the dragon skull. Throughout this entire season, there's been an emphasis that humans are nothing in the face of dragons. But this scene questions that. Alicent is not a dragon rider. She's tiny in front of these beasts. But she, a regular person, plots to take down 2 dragon riders, her own sons. The emphasis on the small folk this season proved that people still matter. And Alicent proves that humans still have agency against dragon riders. She also chews her cuticle, which was a common nervous tic in her youth. Then she tells Rhaenyra how to march on King's Landing.
Helena as queen will be the crown's authority. If you come then to King's Landing, I will see to it that our guards throw down their arms. We will open the gates. We will shed no blood. You will enter as a conqueror.
And this is a perfect reversal of what she said in the first episode of this season.
And how would you define victory?
Rhaenyra bending the knee, and Aegon sitting the Iron Throne in peace.
Rhaenyra says,
If I am to take the throne, I must put an end to the opposition. I must take Aegon's head.
And it's so ironic. Alicent was so worried that Rhaenyra would kill her kids.
If Rhaenyra comes into power, your very life could be forfeit.
But the truth is, Rhaenyra had no desire or motivation to kill them. If they hadn't challenged her throne, she would have never hurt them. But Alicent pushed for her kids to be on the throne. It's her actions that led to the threat on Aegon's life, and she's the one who ultimately decides that he should die. Rhaenyra says,
And what do I do with you now?
Yeah, why'd you just let her walk away?
well, because of this line.
Or you take me for a liar.
Remember, in episode 3, Alicent said this.
I've been at times unkind, but never untrue.
And even Rhaenyra agreed. Rhaenyra says,
History will paint you a villain.
and this is what we see in Fire and Blood. Alicent is not depicted with any nuance in the book. She is just the villain. Like Helena said, it's all a story and they're all reduced to their parts. Also, notice that Alicent says this.
Cast myself on the mercy of a friend who once loved me.
Now, I wondered why they showed us this kiss between Rhaenyra and Mysaria a few episodes ago, because it hasn't grown into anything. But now, I think it was just to let us know that Rhaenyra is attracted to women. She had a crush on Alicent when she was younger, and honestly, it was pretty clear in their interactions.
I want to fly with you on Dragonback.
So, her marriage to Viserys was not only a betrayal, it broke Rhaenyra's heart.
Oh, that's so sad.
It really is. Also, I think the crush was reciprocated based on this line.
Come with me.
The only other person who's asked her to run away with them is Sir Criston Cole, and it was romantic. Now, I guess it could be gals being pals, but I don't think the parallel is a coincidence. We end the episode with Alicent leaving. It doesn't matter what they had in the past, as they both said, it's too late. The final shots of the episode are everybody suiting up for war. There's Hugh in his armor with these 3 swirls, representing the 3 conquerors, which inspired our Hammer Dragon shirt. Adam of Hull's armor looks more like scales to represent his fishing background. Ulf gets the same brooch as Jace to symbolize that they're both truly cut from the same cloth, as he said earlier.
You and I, cut from the same cloth.
And then, oh my god, we see Tessarion for the first time. Woohoo! New dragon.
Wow, we saw Darren's dragon before we even saw him.
Yeah, talk about being overshadowed. The Frey alliance made earlier in the season comes back, and look, the Starks are also here. I don't care if they're graybeards, I would not want to fight them. Jason Lannister and his army finally moved on from the Golden Tooth. Big deal because it means that Alicent was telling the truth. Jason said he would not leave until Vhagar joined them.
Tell my brother we are ready to march, as soon as Prince Aemond is able to join us.
We also see the Red Fork of the river, which Jason mentioned previously.
By the time we are finished with the Riverland scum, the Red Fork will have earned its name.
And of course, that is Harrenhal in the distance. And then, oh my god, guys, we see Sheepstealer. It has to be him based on his book description. A notably ugly, mud-brown dragon. No offense, but that is not an attractive dragon. We find out that Otto Hightower was captured. My guess says that he was caught by someone supporting the Blacks, and I bet that his capture will drive a wedge between Rhaenyra and Alicent again next season. We see Rhaenyra facing the skull of the dragon, and notice her back is turned to the history texts that are behind her. Remember, this isn't the first time the dragons went to war. Everybody knows it always ends up bloody. Rhaenyra literally turning her back on history represents her hubris. She still thinks that for her, it's going to be different. We end the season with Alicent looking out towards the sunset on Dragonstone. On one hand, she's looking out at her new life, but on the other hand, the sun is setting on both Dragonstone and the High Towers. The darkness is coming. So guys, that was our breakdown of House of the Dragon seasons 1 and 2. Are you excited for season 3? Let me know in the comments below. We're on our free to join Discord server. And if it's your first time here, please subscribe, smash that bell for alerts. For ScreenCrush, I'm Ryan Arey.